Trump's attack on Venezuela was blatantly illegal. No, the president was well within his authority. Our Constitution is unequivocally clear. Congress holds the power to declare war. Yeah, but also Article 2 grants the president commander-in-chief of the military, so there's some inherent tension. Initially, the Constitution said Congress holds the power to make war, but our founding fathers later agreed that was too narrow and changed the wording from make war to declare war, as they thought the president needs some unilateral military authority in cases where Congress, for instance, is too slow to act, like to repel a sudden invasion or such. Well, there was no sudden invasion to repel. We created the threat by invading a sovereign nation and arresting their president. We were the invaders. If that's not war, I don't know what is. And founding father James Madison said, quote, "In no part of the Constitution is more wisdom to be found than in the clause which confines the question of war or peace to the legislator and not to the executive department." They did not want a king unilaterally deciding to get the U.S. in a war, but that's what we have here. Except we're not in a war. And Secretary of State Marco Rubio said now that we have their president, he anticipates no further strikes. Nicolas Maduro has had a warrant for his arrest for narco-terrorism and other charges since 2020, and all that happened today was our law enforcement went to carry out this warrant, and our military was used to protect our law enforcement from sudden attacks while doing so. So we invade a country and then say our military is needed to protect against sudden attacks within the country we invaded? I mean, the bending of the law is crazy. And think of what kind of precedent this sets. Can Putin deem Zelensky as wanted under Russian law and arrest him and take control of Ukraine? Can Xi do that to the leader of Taiwan? Maduro was an illegitimate president who stole his country's election in 2024. He's the leader of a narco-terrorist group that funnels poison into the U.S., killing Americans. He is in our sphere of influence and has been aiding our adversaries, providing places like China with cheap oil and buying other oil supplies from Russia, funding their war effort. Well, fentanyl leads to 70% of drug overdoses in the U.S. that primarily comes from Mexican cartels with the precursor technology from China. So if that was truly the immediate threat, our focus would be on Mexico. But look, there has long been a war power tension between Congress and the president, and Congress in 1973 passed the War Powers Resolution to clarify when a president can use the military without Congress. And it's pretty clear, only during a national emergency created by attack upon the United States, its territories or possessions, or its armed forces. Key part, and both Republicans and Democrats have used this act to justify overseas strikes. Most comparable, George H.W. Bush invaded Panama with 27,000 troops in 1989 without Congress and arrested their president and brought him for charges. The same thing here. The president has always had some leeway in deciding when the conditions exist to deem his Article 2 military powers absent of Congress necessary. Okay, two wrongs don't make it right, but also Panama had just killed a U.S. Marine member, and we had 35,000 Americans in Panama and the canal and everything. But regardless, there's just no way you can argue, no matter how bad Maduro is, that invading and bombing a foreign country to arrest their president to commit regime changes anywhere within the range of the spirit of the Constitution and our founding fathers, who feared more than anything too much power in one man's hands. Yeah, we're gonna disagree here. Congress for decades has watched similar type attacks like the Panama one and sat by idly. They could have found a veto-proof majority to tighten up the War Powers Act, but they never did. If this was not war that should have required congressional approval, I don't want to see what is. It was an overnight strike with not one U.S. troop killed, but I think what's undeniable is that what Trump did here is good for America, Venezuela, and the world. Well, sounds like we need another video to dive into that absurd claim. Looks like we're not going out tonight. Great. What Trump did in Venezuela is good for America. It's good if you're in the American oil business, sure. That's actually debatable, as in the long run, this should drive the price of oil down, which will more than anything hurt the oil-dependent Russian economy, further masking their ability to fund their war, but it's good for U.S. consumers. But it opens the largest vault of oil reserves in the world to American companies. Okay, are we anti-American companies now? No, but oil shouldn't drive our defense policy. But let's think about what this tells Russia, that this imperialist control of your region of influence through military domination is acceptable. Take Ukraine just because you can. What does this tell China in terms of Taiwan? We are recreating this ancient precedent of constant war and chaos that the world has been fighting to avoid since World War II, but now we are aiding in its return. Geopolitics doesn't work that simply. Countries rarely care about precedent. They act in their self-interest. And what this attack shows the world is that our military is by far the most capable in the world. Venezuela was in a ready position for an attack. Their president was in a militarized fortress, and we infiltrated, took their president and his wife, and no American soldiers were killed. This show of force further solidifies to the world not to mess with us. Look, 2016 Trump was all about no new wars and criticizing old American leadership for constant regime change wars that never worked out. Iraq, Syria, Afghanistan, Cuba, Libya. How many more examples do we need that regime change doesn't work? If we stopped short of regime change in World War II for Germany and Japan, I don't know how that would have worked. Apples to oranges. We already tried to declare Juan Guaido interim president of Venezuela in 2019 after Maduro's first illegitimate election, but it did nothing, and he went on to rig another election. Well, that's why taking him into custody now is our only option. Well, now his ally and former vice president was just sworn in as their new leader, so who's to say anything will change now? Well, Trump says she seems willing to work with the U.S., and if she doesn't, further military action may be warranted. Look, the people of Venezuela are the happiest ones in the world today because Maduro is a brutal dictator who steals elections. His socialist policies tank their economy, and the UN in 2024 accused him of crimes against humanity, partly for using lethal force against demonstrators. Okay, and no true American is pro-Maduro, but it's a separate question whether or not it is our duty to put our service members' lives in danger to expel every dictator around the world. How is this America first? How will this help the average middle-class family struggling with affordability? Well, lower gas prices, more regional stability, and one last bad guy aiding our adversaries. Let's not forget, Russia has been investing in Venezuelan oil fields, stealing sites of former American investments to provide China cheap oil. This is back to the Monroe Doctrine of wanting control over our hemisphere. But this is still all ongoing. You act like this is over as Maduro's vice president is now in charge. What's the plan? To continue spending billions to use our military to destabilize their country even more until every pro-Maduro person is gone and risk an even greater refugee crisis? This is about ego, oil, and control. It's about peace, strength, and yes, oil. I don't know why increasing our country's oil supply is a bad thing to you. The idea to commit regime change war over it is the thinking of Putin, Xi, and now Trump. It's more than just that. Yeah, like the unconstitutionality of this attack. That was the last video, bud. No shit. Shit, no.
And all right, that's where we're at with that. Well, guess what, guys? We are live. Yo, this is S.E.T Media, guys, and I'm back with another one for you. All right, guys, so we're going to go ahead and get into the media's reaction into, well, the Venezuela strike, the lawfulness in it, the purpose of it, and the repercussions or the benefits. You never know. There's always pros and cons to everything. But as you see, there's good arguments on both sides, so let's get right into it with Trump's gaggle with the press. Then we're going to get into a media analysis on both sides' reaction to the the Venezuela strikes and the capture of Maduro. So let's go ahead and get into it, guys. And let's not forget to double tap that screen and like the video.
Hi, Mr. President. You came from a different way this time.
Yeah, a little bit different. We have some good people. We have Senator Lindsey Graham.
Hello, everybody.
We have Howard Lutnick, Commerce. We have Steve Miller. We have a lot of people. We have Aaron. We have a lot of people. Go ahead.
Oh, hi, Mr. President. Have you spoken with any of the U.S. service members who were injured during that operation in Venezuela?
Yes, we have calls into them. I want to speak. They're all in good shape.
Can you detail what watching that was like when all of this played out in Venezuela and what Maduro was doing that moment?
Well, I knew the possible danger. It was a very dangerous operation. It was amazing that we had a few injured, but all are in good shape right now. But I knew there was great danger. You got off a helicopter. The helicopters were being shot at. They got on the ground.
Yeah, we was able to flawlessly enter Venezuela, hit their key military targets, touch on the ground, capture Maduro, and, well, honestly, take out most of his security. So when you see that picture of Maduro getting captured, that's why there was blood on the shirt. Well, from his security.
Amazing talent and tremendous patriotism, bravery. The bravery was incredible. Lindsay, they got off the helicopter and the bullets were flying all over the place. As you know, one of the helicopters got hit pretty badly, but we got everything back. Got everything back and nobody killed.
The next question is who's in charge of Venezuela right now? Have you spoken to the newly sworn-in president there, Rodriguez? And what are your thoughts on the entire situation?
And I believe we sent the SEAL team, and I mean, let's be real, we sent the guys that don't miss. So it only goes to figure that it would be carried off flawlessly. But here's the thing, though: there's a lot of people who did not like how that it was even done. They do believe it's part of American imperialism. How often does regime change work out for us? And these are all good arguments. But the fact of the matter is that, well, this was a successful, I would say military operation, or some people would say, a legal extraction of a criminal.
The U.S. would run Venezuela.
We're dealing with the people. We're dealing with the people that just got sworn in. And don't ask me who's in charge, because I'll give you an answer and it'll be very controversial.
What does that mean?
That means we're in charge.
Have you spoken with her?
We're in charge.
Have you spoken with her?
No, I haven't, but other people.
Do you want to?
Yeah, at the right time, I will.
Did the U.S. give Delcy Rodriguez any guarantees in exchange for cooperating
No,
with your administration?
but she's cooperating.
Now, I was making a joke on next, pretty much saying that it looks like Trump's about to be the first two-nation president. And when he's done with the presidency here, he will go to Venezuela to be the president of Venezuela. It is actually going to be quite funny. I'm sorry, I'm just joking, but that's what it's looking like when he says that, oh, no, we're going to run it. And now the new interim president is the vice president. Delcy Rodriguez? That's her name. Delcy Rodriguez is now the current president of Venezuela. She's actually demanding that we return Maduro. So who knows how long she's actually going to be there, but we'll see.
Are you going to demand free and fair elections in the short term in Venezuela?
Well, it depends. What you're talking. We have to do one thing in Venezuela, bring it back. It's a dead country right now. It's a country that, frankly, we would have been, if I had lost the election, we would have been a dead country. Venezuela would have been Venezuela on steroids. Venezuela right now is a dead country. We have to bring it back, and we're going to have big investments by the oil companies to bring back the infrastructure. And the oil companies are ready to go. They're going to go in. They're going to rebuild the infrastructure. You know, we built it to start off with many years ago. They took it away. You can't do that. And you can't do that with me. They did it with other presidents.
How soon do you think an election can take place in Venezuela? How soon can an election take place?
Well, I think we're looking more at getting it fixed, getting it ready first, because it's a mess. The country is a mess. It's been horribly run. The oil is just flowing at a very low level, much lower than, even if it was badly run, it should have more income, more oil than what they're doing. So we're going to have the big oil companies go in. And they're going to fix the infrastructure. They're going to invest money. We're not going to invest anything. We're going to just take care of the country. We're going to cherish the country. We're going to take care, more importantly, of the people, including Venezuela.
And shout out to my man Jet for starting us off. He says higher cocaine prices and lower gas prices. I mean, you can't be mad at that. You really can't be. But way to call it out, my brother. Way to call it out.
That are living in our country that were forced to leave their country. And they're going to be taken very good care of. Yes, ma'am. Yes, I have.
Which ones? Have you received any commitments?
All of them, basically.
Any commitments from the oil companies?
They want to go in so badly.
Did you speak with them before the operation took place?
Yes.
Did you maybe tip them off about what
before and after?
Yep.
And they want to go in.
I mean, let's be real. Why else would he do this unless he had people ready to fill those positions or ready to take over those fields? Like, why else would he do it? If he had nobody to take over the oil fields, honestly, he probably would have still did it, but it'd have been a little bit foolish though. It's like, all right, so who's going to run it since no American company wants to step foot on it? But that's not the case. I'm pretty sure there's a lot of American oil companies that want to take over the oil fields or the oil rigs in Venezuela. So let's see how this all works out. But hey, we may be looking at lower gas prices. Well, we better be looking at lower gas prices.
And they're going to do a great job for the people of Venezuela. And they're going to represent us well. But you know, the infrastructure is rusty, rotten, most of it unusable. It's old, it's broken. You see pipes laying all over the ground. Nothing's been invested for years. Chevron's in, as you know, they've done a good job, but even they haven't been in a position to invest money because they're at a month-to-month basis.
What happens to this?
They're only there because I wanted them to be there.
Yeah, are there any contingencies in case the military in Venezuela is unhappy with the U.S. and the way it's running Venezuela? Do you guys have plans?
So Venezuela thus far has been very nice, but it helps to have a force like we have. You know, we were ready for a second wave. We were all set to go, but we don't think we're going to need it.
There's about 17 billion worth of oil reserves in Venezuela.
More.
Is that going to be?
You mean trillion?
And is that going to be
Did you
something?
say billion or trillion?
I said billion.
You said 17 billion? It's much more than that.
Yeah, way
Okay,
more.
so what is going to happen to those reserves?
Well, we're going to run everything. We're going to run it, fix it. We'll have elections at the right time. The main thing you have to fix, it's a broken country. There's no money. There's inflation. Like we would have had, if I didn't win this election, we would have been Venezuela on steroids.
I mean, yeah, the problem with Venezuela is that they run their economy on socialism, or it's a socialist ran economy. So I'm gonna be honest with you, it did not help them. All Maduro policies fell flat on their face. They face crazy inflation. And the only way they're standing up is due to, foreign investments and, of course, foreign investments and, of course, working with the cartel. This is the only thing that is actually keeping the regime in power, was keeping the Maduro regime in power and their pockets full, while the rest of the Venezuelan people were left to suffer.
Lindsay would know that. You might say something on that because we were talking before. We would have had a doubling up of very bad things that cost us a lot of money, like welfare, frankly. We wouldn't have had jobs. And instead of having $18 trillion in, we would have had at least $5 to $10 trillion leaving the country. So,
guys, let's not forget to double tap that screen, like the video, guys. Let's get more people on the conversation by double tapping that screen. Appreciate the support.
our costs would have gone up, and all of the money we're setting a record. It's long broken. and that's it. That's after 10 months. We haven't included the 11th month yet. So we think we're going to hit over $20 trillion. The all-time record is 3 by another country known as China. About 10 years ago, they did 3. We're going to do close to 20 trillion. By the way, there has never been anything like this ever before. And it's all because of tariffs and the election, but it's because of tariffs.
There was a time.
Without tariffs, we wouldn't have 10 cents being invested.
There was a time back in 2016, and I remember your RNC speech, and you were saying that regime change and nation building.
Where?
When you were speaking at the RNC back in 2016,
Go ahead,
you were criticizing regime change and nation building, the U.S. being involved in that. It seems obviously that your stance has changed on that. What led to that? The end is the U.S. nation building now. Is that?
This isn't a country that's on the other side of the world. This isn't a country like we have to travel 24 hours in an airplane. This is Venezuela. It's in our area. The Don Road Doctrine.
So is that what you would say, that we're in the business of nation building now?
We're in the business of having countries around us that are viable and successful, and where the oil is allowed to freely come out because that's good. It gets the prices down. That's good for our country. Now, we have a very sick neighbor. It's not a neighbor, but it's close to a neighbor, and that's Venezuela. It's very sick. Colombia is very sick too, run by a sick man who likes making cocaine and selling it to the United States. And he's not going to be doing it very long, let me tell you.
What does that mean? He's not going to be doing it very long.
He's not doing it very long. He has cocaine mills and cocaine factories. He's not going to be doing it very long.
So there will be an operation by the U.S.
I mean, let's be real. We're going for hemispherical dominance. Trump called it, and he's bringing it to fruition. I'll tell you that right now. I mean, knock down Venezuela. He's ready to talk about what? Going into Colombia, Cuba, Mexico at the end of the day. So it's kind of looking like we're, 1, taking on the cartel, and 2, removing any government that or any world leader that isn't friendly towards the USA or that's not aligned with our interests. AKA it's a get down or lay down type of operation or type of plan we got going on. When it comes to our side of the hemisphere, of course. Does it set a bad precedent for over there on the other side? On our friends on the other side, dealing with Russia and China? Yeah, it does. It does. But I'm gonna be honest with you. It's all about what we got going on our side. We're ignoring that side, guys. I'm not really sure how you feel about that, but that's where we're heading. So, shout out to my man Daniel Castro. He says, sorry to hear about your positive A. Says, whoa. No. No. I'm good. We're good over here. Shout out to my man Castro.
It sounds good to me.
Secretary Rubio mentioned.
You know why? Because they kill a lot of people. Yeah.
Secretary Rubio mentioned Cuba yesterday in his remarks. Does the U.S. have a plan to do something?
Well, Cuba always survived because of Venezuela. Now they won't have that money coming in. They won't have the income coming in. A lot of Cubans were killed yesterday. You know that. A lot of Cubans were killed.
Do you know who many?
The bodyguards. No, they're looking, but there was a lot of death on the other side. No death on our side, but there was a lot of death on the other side, unfortunately. But a lot of Cubans were killed yesterday, trying to protect him.
There's been protesters killed in Iran. You said we were locked and loaded, ready to go. What is the line there for when?
Now it's just, and this is why Trump is kind of going against the Cuban president right now, because the Cuban president denounces state terrorism against Venezuela. So yes, the Cuban president says that we are committing state terrorism. I mean, the interim president of Venezuela says that we're going along with the Zionist plan. I mean, yeah, everybody's trying to pull our card on this one, and we'll see how it works out. Now, state terrorism against Venezuela, I disagree with. Running with the Zionist plan, I mean, she kind of cooking with that just a little bit, because Maduro doesn't recognize the state of Israel. He is pro-Gaza or pro-Palestine. So, I mean, she kind of got a point in there.
The U.S. is going to get involved in those protests.
We'll take a look. We're watching it very close.
Oh, and shout out to my man Jet. He said, yes, it's a get down, lay down, or meet the repo squad. Like, literally, this is the game that we're playing right now, guys. Not even really a game. We're all types of serious. If you are a world leader on our side of the hemisphere and you are not aligned with our interests, you will be taken out. And that, it kind of looks like that's just going to be the law of the land on the Western hemisphere. So we'll see how this works out, because it's way easier being a hemispherical power than a world power. And it looks like we're about to draw back from that. And I trust me, I know the globalists are losing their mind, the UN is using their mind, the EU is losing their mind, and Zelensky's feeling a bit jealous. Why? Because he's like, well, you could do that to Maduro. Why can't you do that to Putin? Because Putin got nukes, okay? If you give me that argument, I'm going to cook you. Okay, let's go.
If they start killing people like they have in the past, I think they're going to get hit very hard by the United States.
Can I just add something? So when he first got elected in January, we met, biggest comeback ever. We talked about
so really? I didn't feel it was.
Leave it to Lindsey Graham to support any type of war, any type of strike, any type of military operation. Look, you can always see Lindsey Graham's scheming, smiling face in the background, just rubbing his hands together, going like, ooh, another strike. This guy. Oh, and shout out to my man Kingen for sending in the 100 for 2 jewels. Appreciate it.
A comeback, actually.
So
Because the first one was.
the bottom line is we talked about a drug caliphate in our backyard. We had Venezuela, we have Cuba, we have Colombia in our backyard. And these 3 countries have been condemned ever since I've been in politics. Joe Biden put a $25 billion bounty on Maduro'S head. Chris Smith, today he got inaugurated, said, I hope Trump will hold Maduro.
Oh, and this is also coming in too. So Cuba says 32 of its citizens killed in the Maduro extraction. So yeah, on Sunday, the Cuban government said a U.S. military operation in Venezuela killed 32 Cuban officers, seized Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro and his wife. So this is also, so things are kind of, tensions are rising when it comes to Cuba. Now, I mean, does Cuba really want to F around and find out? I hope not. But it is looking like they're already pointing fingers and calling us out. So they're saying, yo, you killed 32 of our citizens. You took out one of our guys. We like Maduro. Yeah. So like I said, we'll see what happens. But this is the story that's coming out now on AP News. And Washington Post also covering it.
Feet to the fire. You did. So what has he done? He's going to clear our backyard of a drug caliphate. Countries run by narco-terrorist dictators who murder, rape, send drugs into our country to kill thousands of our citizens. To my Democratic friends, you should be celebrating this. When bin Laden went down, I was the first to applaud President Obama. This was one of the most sophisticated military operations in the history of the country. What they were able to do.
Yeah, but that's the problem, Lindsay. You get behind any military strike, any military operation. You don't care who the F it is. You don't care. That's the problem, Lindsay. When you co-sign things, everybody just gets a bit weary. Like, was this really the right thing to do? Lindsey Graham is, gleeful about it. It's just nothing but in jubilation. I don't know. Like I said, everything worked out. The operation was successful. We can now take over the oil and their natural resources, thus weaning ourselves off China's natural resources and rare earth minerals. So I can see nothing but good happening out of this, as long as the government in Venezuela act right, or the interim president act right.
It was amazing. They knew we were coming. We had a good part of the Navy, and they were able to capture this man alive. No military in the world could have done it. And as to this commander-in-chief, he did something people talked about doing. You just wait for Cuba. Cuba is a communist dictatorship that's killed priests and nuns.
Oh, boy.
They've preyed on their own people.
Cuba's next.
Their days are numbered. We're going to wake up one day, I hope in 26, in our backyard, we're going to have allies in these countries doing business with America, not narco-terrorist dictators killing Americans. This is a big frigging day. And everybody in the world is thinking differently than they were just a few days ago because of what you did.
By the way, you mentioned something that's interesting. Lindsay mentioned bin Laden. I wrote about bin Laden 1 year before the attack on the World Trade Center. And I said, you got to go after bin Laden. It was in my book. And very few people want to say that, but it was in my book. You know that. I think you've actually talked about it. But if they would have listened to me, they would have taken out bin Laden, and you wouldn't have had the World Trade Center tragedy.
Yeah, this is certainly going.
Did you know that? I predicted Bin Laden.
I learned something every day.
No, but did you hear that?
Well, I did
know
now.
that?
I just heard it right
No,
now.
I wrote a book. It was 1 year before the attack that the book came out, and it talked about, there's a whole page, a whole section dedicated to a guy named Bin Laden, who's a bad guy who you have to take out.
So I'll get the book. But right after the election, he told me, I'm going to clean up our backyard. Now, this was before he took office.
Oh, guys, let's not forget to double tap that screen, like the video, guys. Let's get more people on the conversation by double tapping that screen. Appreciate the support, guys.
This is one of the president's priorities, is to make sure that people in our backyard, narco-terrorist states, will not continue to kill Americans without it. The number of people that will be alive today because Venezuela will be in different hands is going to be tens of thousands. This is something to be celebrated, whether you like him or not.
Not just Venezuela. It's what's coming out of Venezuela in the form of ocean-going and Gulf-going and sea-going boats. Every time we knock out a boat, and we've done a lot of them, we did 3 over the last few days. They're very rare now. You don't see too many of them.
Hard to recruit.
But drugs by sea are down 97%. Think of that. And now we're going to stop them by land too. The land is easy. We had to do the sea before we did the land because it just works out.
Yeah, you were just talking about the land, but it sounded like.
And by the way, you have to do something with Mexico. Mexico has to get their act together because they're pouring through Mexico, and we're going to have to do something. We'd love Mexico to do it. They're capable of doing it, but unfortunately, the cartels are very strong in Mexico.
I remember one time you actually, speaking of Mexico, I asked you about Claudia Sheinbaum, and you told me at one point you had offered to send U.S. troops into Mexico to combat drug trafficking there. Is that something you
Well, I like Claudia. I think she's a terrific person. I would say every single time I talk to her, I offered to send troops.
And she's just not willing?
She's concerned. She's a little afraid. The cartels are running Mexico. Whether you like it.
Literally, the cartels are running Mexico, if you like it or not. If you don't support the cartel in Mexico, they end your life. And it kind of makes sense how that lady even got to the presidency. Because think about it like this. She was going like, yeah, I'm going to fight the cartels and all that. Like, lady, the only reason you're alive is because the cartels know that you're bullshitting the people of Mexico. And that's why there was like a huge protest, because the Mexican people caught on. They're like, hey, you lied to us. You said you're going to go against them, but now we see the only reason you're alive is because you're working with them.
It or not, it's not nice to say, but the cartels are running Mexico.
And speaking of those U.S. troops, I mean, one thing that Americans and a lot of people are wondering, you just sounded like you weighed out another strike, another land strike, at least in Venezuela. You sound like you weighed that out. But
well, we didn't need it. We were prepared to do a second strike if we needed it. We're totally prepared.
But that's off
we're
the table.
still prepared.
That's off the table now.
No, it's not. If they don't behave, we will do a second strike.
Well, your demand.
The question is the American troops. Are they going to be on the ground? They're doing any kind of peacekeeping. I think Americans are very.
It depends on what happens. It depends a little bit on the new administration, if you want to call it.
So if you see that pushback from Rodriguez and ultimately.
Well, I don't think there was pushback. I think that.
She called it.
Well, you know, you hear a different person than I hear.
Really? So you have spoken with them?
We talked to them, yeah.
Oh, you did speak.
They've been very good.
Because she called it kidnapping of Maduro.
It's all right. It's not a bad term. Go ahead.
Now, are you going to demand that Delcy Rodriguez let opposition figures return or free any political prisoners?
We haven't gotten to that yet. Right now, what we want to do is fix up the oil, fix up the country, bring the country back, and then have elections.
Now, is it fair?
We better bring the country back. Otherwise, you're going to have a mess that's so bad. It was really bad. It's going to get a lot worse unless we go in and fix it.
Is the U.S. going to reopen its embassy in Caracas or get the DEA?
We're thinking about it. We've been asked to do it.
We've
actually been asked to do it.
Do you think you and Putin and on the phone, of course, and then Zelensky at Mar-a-Lago?
Yeah.
You told me that
numerous times.
Oh.
You told me that you're.
Oh, and I'll tell you this right now. So, yeah, Putin and Xi. So yes, the leader of Russia, the president of Russia, and the president of China are both condemning our strike on Venezuela and the move of Maduro. And I believe, what was it? The China delegation. So China delegation was there when we extracted Maduro. So it was a very awkward moment geopolitically. They're going like, "Yo, we're here to meet with Maduro." Yeah, he's gone. And I'm pretty sure the Chinese delegation was just sitting there like, what do you mean he's gone? Yeah, America just came through and just swooped him in like a thief in the night, and he's gone. So yeah, the China's mad because they had heavy influence and in Venezuela, and they was getting their oil from there. So was Russia. They had influences in Venezuela as well, and they was getting their oil from there, helping them fuel their war machine. So I'm sorry, but we cannot sit here and pretend like Venezuela wasn't operating with, well, all of our biggest adversaries. We just can't sit here and pretend like that wasn't the fact.
New Year's resolution was peace on earth. Do you think that 2026, if you could set a deadline of when the Russia-Ukraine
I don't
war,
do deadlines, but I would say that, like as an example, Thailand and Cambodia.
well,
I was very proud of that. Wait a minute. And they started up again and they got it solved.
Where does it
I give myself 1/4 of a point for that. So now I'm 8 1/4 points because they started up Thailand and Cambodia, and now it's okay.
So where does it actually stand between Russia
I think
and
we'll have a
Ukraine
deal
right now?
at some point, hopefully in the not too distant. So I don't know if you saw the numbers just came out. 30,000 soldiers were killed this current month.
And there was that intelligence.
30,000. 27,000 the month before.
You and Senator Graham discussed additional Russia sanctions.
We discuss it all the time. There's nothing else I talk to him. I don't consider him very exciting to talk to, except when we're talking about legislation. And we talk about legislation all the time. You think that's an exciting relationship? It's not.
And like I said, some people have the very loony observation of saying, well, oh, if Trump could do this to Maduro, why can't he do this to Putin? And I'm just like, bro, are you serious? Like I said, Putin got nukes. We cannot do Putin like we could do Venezuela. I'm sorry, just don't work out like that. Like people are the Dems are literally mad because we went harder on Venezuela than we did with Putin. And I'm just like, well, duh. Obviously, Venezuela is way easier to handle than Russia. Like I would hope you guys would understand that.
But we talk a lot about legislation, and we have great legislation coming. You want to tell?
So the tariff bill. So here's what I believe. I don't think we could have secured the border without the threat of tariffs. I don't think we'd have a European trade deal without the threat of tariffs.
True.
So if you want to end this conflict, then put pressure on Putin's customers. He sanctioned the 2 largest oil companies in Russia, which is the biggest pressure anybody's put on Putin since the war started. But we have 85 co-sponsors to give this president.
It's hurting Russia very bad. The sanctions.
Oh, yeah. So this bill would allow.
And India also is full.
Yes, sir. So he put a 25% tariff on India for buying Russian oil.
Mm-hmm.
I was at the Indian ambassador's house about a month ago, and all he wanted to talk about is how they're buying less Russian oil. Would you tell the president to relieve the tariff? This stuff works. So I'm hoping we'll bring the bill.
Yeah, when Trump hit the India with the 25% tariff, the leadership was fighting back against it. But the Indian oil refinery companies, they was like, okay, yeah, you got it. They stopped buying Russian oil before the leadership even told them to. So trust me, like the Indian people or the people of India did not like that, or the leadership of India really didn't appreciate it. But here's the thing, though. We weren't able to get China to pull away from, buying Russian oil, but we did get them from pulling away from buying their alloys to make their steel. So, we can't win them all.
And it's from 0 to 500. He picks the number. Nobody else does. But if you're buying cheap Russian oil, keeping Putin's war machine going, we're trying to give the president the ability to make that a hard choice. By tariffs. I really do believe that what he did with India is the chief reason India is now buying substantially less Russian oil. So I hope we pass this bill soon.
Yeah, that and India was kind of double talking because they was also wishing for the war to end in Ukraine, but they're buying Russian oil. So it's kind of like, yo, you're saying that you want it to end, but you're over here fueling Russia by buying their oil. I mean, like, come on now. And shout out to my man Jay. He says the Alphabet News has programmed people to be idiots. Man, and ain't that the truth? I mean, trust me. They got people they literally got people thinking that, oh, well, we can handle Russia too, just like we did Venezuela. Oh no, the F we can't.
And after this,
they wanted to make me happy, basically. He wanted to. Modi's a very good man.
Yes.
He's a good guy. He knew I was not happy, and it was important to make me happy. They do trade, and we could raise tariffs on them very quickly, and it would be
People are
very
afraid
bad
of that.
for them.
All of that to say, you told me you weren't very thrilled.
And I'll tell you something: the Russian economy is lousy, but what's really lousy is the Venezuelan economy. The Venezuelan economy is, I think, the worst economy I've ever seen. If you look at inflation, things are doubling every day.
It's stolen blood.
It's a disaster. We got to fix the country fast.
President Trump, are there going to be any more? You said the oil companies are going
To be quite honest with you, I mean, I could see Venezuela using nothing but American dollars in the future, just abandon their whole currency and just look, you're just gonna have to use dollars. Like, there might be no other way for them to really get help besides switching up their currency, because their currency is completely cooked. I don't know how you return back from like over 1,000% in inflation. I don't know how you return back from that. But hey, Trump said it looks like we're taking it over. Trump might be the first two-nation president in our history. I know you Dems don't want to hear that, but that's looking like the reality. Okay, I'm playing, guys.
right there. Are there any other companies that you've talked to about dealing with Venezuela? Maybe Mr. Lundin could talk about that. Are there any other corporations, entities
outside of the oil business? Well, the oil business, yes, but outside, yes. Howard, you want to
They have steel, you have minerals, right? All the critical minerals. They have a great mining history that's gone rusty. So steel, aluminum, minerals, I mean, this is all, it's a rich, it was once upon a time one of the great economies and cultures of the world, and it was destroyed, and now President Trump is going to fix it and bring it back for the Venezuela.
But it's not easy. It's really gone bad. But it's got potential. What?
Maybe any rare earth minerals?
They have rare earth, but everybody has rare earth. Rare earth is not rare.
Yeah, rare earth is not rare. It's just the rare earth refinery. So yes, God didn't just bless China with all the rare earths in the world. No, we all got rare earth minerals. The problem is though that rare earth refinery is what China dominates in. And if we could get into that as well, then yeah, we can also dominate in rare earth. But the problem is about rare earth refinery, it is that is terrible on the environment. China don't have to. Well, actually, China shoot their tree huggers, and then they just whisk them away into the night if they don't like them. I mean, so yeah, China shoots their tree huggers. We actually listen to our tree huggers, and we care about our environment enough to not, allow complete, takeover of oil refinery across the U.S. Because trust me, it wouldn't be good on the environment. But I also agree that we do need to have more, well, not oil refinery, but rare earth mineral refinery. But I do agree that we do need to start doing more of that in the United States, even though the tree huggers would disagree with us.
What's rare is the processing.
We got
We're
almost
doing
all.
processing plants. That's right. There's no such thing as rare earth. The rare earth is everywhere. What isn't everywhere is the processing of rare earth. And we have a lot of places going up right now.
One thing we haven't heard you specifically react to is the Minnesota fraud that we've seen play out.
Well, it just doesn't get worse. I've reacted. It's almost not even believable. This very stupid, low IQ governor, he's a very stupid man because, I had a campaign against him with JD. And he's a stupid man. And he's a corrupt politician. And the Somalians are ripping off our country to the tune of, looks like $19 billion, but that's only what they can find. So usually when you look at it 19, that would mean it could be 50. But the numbers are astronomical. Think of it. They have a dead country. They don't have government. They don't have anything. They don't have a military.
Well, hold on now. They did just, Somaliland did just get recognized as get recognized as a state by Israel. I'm not sure how much that means, but yeah. And he's really talking about the Somali fraud, or yes, the Somali fraud ring that's going on in Minnesota and apparently popping off in other places in the United States as well. I mean, like in my home state, Ohio. And I'm in Columbus, Ohio, and it's really proliferated over here as well, right under our noses. And shout out to Nick Shirley for pointing it out, because it got us all asking questions about these Somali daycare centers. Like now everybody's asking questions, and the right ones.
All they do is run around shooting people. And
but let's remember, not all. Okay, guys, remember, it's never all.
Trying to capture ships. We don't let them take ships anymore. You know why? We use the same exact missile on them that we use on the drug carriers, and it's very effective.
So
you notice there's nobody capturing ships anymore? Because as they head out to go capture the ship, and the ship doesn't want to fire back because it's very flammable stuff in many cases. And the insurance companies don't want.
Oh, God, do me a favor and double tap that screen, like the video, guys. Let's get more people on the conversation by double tapping that screen. Appreciate the support. If you have any questions, comments, jokes, or disagreements, I'll be happy to read it out loud and engage with it. Just $2 and up. All right, let's go.
Because they built $1 billion ship, and they don't want anybody firing rockets into the ship. But we're hitting them so hard, and it's very similar. Same missile system. It's called deadly accurate. And do you notice that ships aren't being taken anymore? The pirates are.
That's right. I hadn't thought about
the pirates aren't. Well,
no Somali pirates.
It's actually very easy. They head out. We say, guess what? There's pirates. Bing. That's the end of the pirates. The shipping business is coming back because see, these are little things that we're doing, and I'm doing it not just for American ships. I'm doing it worldwide because we don't want ships taken by Somalia pirates. But what they are doing is they're stealing money from the American taxpayer. And every one of them should be forced to leave this country, including Ilhan Omar, who's a total crook. And she's one of the leaders of it. Not the only, because she's not that smart. But think of it. $19 billion at least.
Yeah, sadly, honestly, the entire Minnesota government is looking complicit, especially Tim Walz, Ilhan Omar. These guys are looking real complicit in this fraud ring that's going on in Minnesota, and specifically Minneapolis, where the 80,000 Somalian residents live. So this honestly is making the Somalian community look really bad, especially since from what we're seeing, there is more Somalians trying to defend this than trying to call it out themselves. And it seems to be people outside of the Somalian community who also live around the Somalians in America that seem to be the one calling this out. So this is making the entire community look complicit. And I do like to say not all, but they're not helping themselves by not speaking out.
They've stolen from Minnesota and from the United States. It's actually more from the United States because Minnesota puts in. And we're not going to pay it anymore. We're going to have Walz go pay. We're not going to pay them, and we're not going to pay California, and we're not going to pay Illinois with that big slob of a governor that they have.
Yeah, and all funding to these daycares were paused, frozen, until these daycares can prove that they have the actual, prove that their attendance is real, prove that they're actually spending the money on these kids, and we're not just giving them taxpayer dollars to go out and buy nice houses, cars, and luxury vacations. Is it wrong just to make sure? Because apparently they're trying to make us feel guilty about that as well.
Doesn't want, we brought down crime by 25%. He didn't do anything. He's not doing anything. But they want us to leave. He had a.
Hey, and shout out Size CC. He sent a New Year's Eve 2026 for 260 jewels. Appreciate the support, my friend.
Day where they had 17 murders not too long ago. 17 murders. And 77 people shot, but 17 died. And then he talks about, we can handle it. He can't handle it. But we pull back, and we'll go in at the appropriate time. But we're the ones that brought the crime down. We brought it down 20%. They didn't bring it down. Pritzker didn't bring it down. Same thing with Gavin Newsom. If we didn't go in to Los Angeles 7 months ago when they had the riots, even the police commission, the head of police, said if we didn't have the federal government go in, we would have lost total control of the city of Los Angeles, and they would have had to cancel the Olympics. Think of that.
Speaking of Los Angeles, the National Guard, you pulled out the National Guard out of Portland.
We did.
In Los Angeles.
And you know what? You know that Portland, we got it down to almost no crime. Do you know that? But we pulled it out. We had a Supreme Court decision. We can go back. We're allowed to go back in. But we'll go back in when the crime starts. Look, the crime will soon start because they now know that we're out. And at the appropriate time, we'll go back in. And we may, if we're allowed to. Most powerful thing we haven't used the Insurrection Act.
You're considering using the Insurrection Act?
I've always considered it, but we haven't needed it anywhere. 48% of the presidents of this country have used it. Bush used it, I think, 22 times or something. You know that, right? I mean, Bush the elder.
Now, what are your short-term next 2 weeks? What do you need from Delcy Rodriguez? You threatened
Just total access. We need total access. We need access to the oil and to other things in their country that allow us to rebuild their country.
What other things?
A lot of things. Roads that aren't built, bridges that are falling down. Yeah, bridges that are falling down, nobody can go anywhere.
And on Greenland,
On Greenland now?
Yeah, on Greenland.
How did we come up to Greenland?
So, do you expect to take an action?
Now, Delcy Rodriguez is a bit concerning. We're not really sure where she's going to lean because as of now, she's calling out the U.S. for carrying out some type of Zionist plot. And then she's also saying that we should bring back Maduro. So who knows where the interim president of Venezuela, which is her name is Delcy Rodriguez, is going to go with this.
Against Greenland?
Well, I don't want to talk about Greenland. Let's talk about Venezuela, Russia, Ukraine.
But, as you see, Trump is just pretty much saying, look, man, just submit to the American might and you just hand over everything. We'll help your country rebuild. Excuse me, you can stay in power somewhat because we'll be pretty much running it. But yeah, you can just stay there and have that title.
About Greenland in about 2 months. Let's talk about Greenland in 20 days.
On Venezuela, we talk so much about energy.
By the way, I will say this about Greenland. We need Greenland from a national security situation. It's so strategic. Right now, Greenland is covered with Russian and Chinese ships all over the place. We need Greenland from the standpoint of national security. And Denmark is not going to be able to do it, I can tell you.
Oh, wow.
You know what Denmark did recently to boost up security in Greenland? They added one more dog sled. It's true. They thought that was a great move.
What would the justification be for a claim to Greenland?
Oh, I don't want to talk about Greenland now. I just say this. We need Greenland from the standpoint of national security. And the European Union needs us to have it, and they know that.
I think there's some concern that the operation in Venezuela will affect your relationship with Xi Jinping and China.
No, I don't think so. I have a very good relationship. We have the power of tariffs, and he has other powers on us.
Are you still planning to travel to see him in April?
Yeah, I'll be going in April.
I think there's some confusion from Americans and maybe the community in the world.
I mean, we definitely got some leverage on them now. I mean, we took one of their main operators in our hemisphere, which is Venezuela. And now Xi got to sit there with Trump and just be like, all right, man, you got one of our strongholds. Tell us what you want so we can have access back to it. And that's pretty much what the negotiation table is going to be set around. Of, all right, well, you took Venezuela. We have heavy operation down there. We also have refinery down there as well. So, all right, what are we going to do to get it back?
When it comes to what you said about Rodriguez earlier today in a phone interview, you said that she would face the same fate, if not worse, than Maduro. But it sounds like.
And shout out to my man Daniel Castro. He said Venezuela holds more oil than Saudi Arabia, which is true, which is very true, which is why it'd be beneficial to us. Man, I mean, I know, shout out to Galactic. I know he's in the chat going like, "Said, do you really support this?" I'm be quite honest with you. Now, remember, I'm a nationalist at heart, so anything that benefits the United States, I'm going to be happy about. Now, at face value, when it's first carried out, I didn't really see this benefiting us. I thought we were about to get dragged into like a Vietnam Part 2. I thought they were going to drag us into the jungles of Vietnam, not Vietnam, but of Venezuela. But they didn't. We was able to get in there, get Maduro. Now they got their own little interim president, and they're kind of at our mercy right now. So, yeah, I'm in support of this because we're not actually going into war with these guys. Now we're just trying to negotiate, well, who's going to have power and who's not.
You're talking to her on the phone and wanting to work with her.
My people are just the same thing.
Are considering her in power. Can you just clarify where you stand on Delcy Rodriguez right now being in
I don't have to tell you. I just say that she will face a situation probably worse than Maduro, because Maduro gave up immediately.
So she could also.
He raised his hand. He gave up, and he did the right thing, but he gave up. So we were so effective, and it was so fast and violent. It was very violent, but we were so effective. He raised his hands. He gave up.
What was the most violent moment?
I don't want to tell you.
I mean, probably when we pretty much killed almost his entire security team. That was probably the most violent moment. And they had cameras on, so I'm pretty sure Trump's seen that one. But, oh, yeah, shout out my man Sai sending in another. Well, oh, my bad. He sent in a high five for 100 joules. Appreciate the support, my friend.
There are some bad moments. but there was some very violent movement. I don't want to tell you.
Did you get a briefing at all?
And this is what you guys got to understand. There were, well, honestly, according to Cuba, 35 of their civilians were killed, and they might have just been running security for Maduro. So that's probably why they were killed. This is just, maybe, possibly. But it does seem that, I'm be real with you, Cuba's a bit pissed off about this. Colombia's pissed off. Of course, Iran and all of them are pissed off. But this does benefit us. And remember, let's not forget the natural resources, gold, silver, all that good stuff that we actually need that China was trying to chokehold us on. Actually, when we took over Venezuela, or when we hit Venezuela, China moved about $2 billion worth of silver out because they seen it coming. And they also understand, well, we need to get all these resources out before America takes it over, because what was China's operation? What was China trying to do? They were trying to cut off rare earth minerals. They were trying to do a chokehold on silver, and we kind of stopped them from doing that. I mean, that's also one of the reasons why we hit Venezuela as well, to also gain a leg up in the trade war. Will it work? Well, that's to be continued.
Maduro's first night in U.S.
Yes.
custody, and what can you tell us?
I have a total briefing on every aspect of it, but I don't think it's appropriate to talk to the press about it. You'll find out.
When it comes to him in court tomorrow, I mean, what's the end game here with Maduro? Does
There
he
is
just
no
rot
end game.
in
We're
a
just going
US
to go
prison?
through a slog of a trial. The judge is very respected, Judge Hellerstein. He's a highly respected judge. We'll see how we do. The case it's infallible. People are so happy with what we've done. You go down to Miami, you go down to a lot of places, and they're all dancing in the streets of this country. Now, he was a rough man, killed millions of people. He killed millions and millions of people.
After he stands
Can I
trial,
just say something? We got that. This is a good thing, not a bad thing. President Biden put a $25 million bounty on the guy's head. Why? Because he was a horrible criminal, murderer, poisoning our people. Every administration has been saying he's a threat to our country. He's a bad guy. This is the first guy that's actually done something about it. Here's the story for me. He could be in Turkey today, but he's in New York. So if you tell people in Cuba, you need to stop being a communist dictatorship threatening America, you should go somewhere else. You better take the offer. Maduro has nobody to blame but himself. He gave him a way out. He chose to defy Trump and the U.S. military, and his ass is in jail where he deserves to be. And every president has said the same thing, but he did it.
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing. Maduro was trying to work with the Trump administration. He was trying to give them everything that they wanted, but he just wanted to stay in power and not be removed. But the Trump administration didn't want to deal with anybody who can't keep their promises, because, he failed to keep his promise with the Biden administration. So why would we trust him to keep his promise with us? So the best thing to do, in the view or the perspective of the Trump administration, is to get him out there and get somebody in who is going to listen to us. And I don't think the ex-vice president, now current interim president, Delcy Rodriguez, is going to be that person. But we'll see.
One of the things that is happening, and I think you see it all the time, Howard, you've seen it, that Cuba is ready to fall.
Yes.
Cuba looks like it's ready to fall. I don't know if they're going to hold out. But Cuba now.
And shout out to my man Sid. He said Trump has inspired a large portion of people to think and act like 12-year-olds, which is his favorite age group. Right. Well, I know Sid was going to be upset about this. I already knew you were, and I can't wait to have you up here to hear your view on it, because I know you're about to go off on us. But I respect it, though. And shout out to my man Jet. He said, libs have a no king protest in 2025. First thing in 2026, y'all, temper tantruming and protesting a dictator. Please make it make sense. Please, libtards. I mean, I'll give that one. And shout out to the lunatic libertarian. He says, our foreign policy is trash. We cause most of these world issues. Control is an illusion. Galileo was a U.S. plant, but guess people forgot. I mean, yeah, I'll give you that one. All right, then. Hey, we're hearing everybody's opinion on this one. Hey, man, appreciate the support, guys.
Has no income. They got all of their income from Venezuela. from the Venezuelan oil. They're not getting any of it. And Cuba literally is ready to fall. And you have a lot of great Cuban Americans that are going to be very happy about this.
Marco Rubio has really had your ear, it seems, throughout this entire process. I know that Vice President Vance was just down the street when this whole operation was playing out, but would you say that Marco Rubio has your ear more than the Vice President right now?
No, they both do. No, JD is very smart, doing a great job, and so is Mark. No, both.
It sounds like
I would say equal.
The go-to, and you were just talking about Cuba and what could come next there. Are you considering U.S. action in Cuba?
We're not. I think it's just going to fall. I don't think we need any action. It looks like it's going down. It's going down for the count. You ever watch a fight?
Yeah.
They go down for the count. And Cuba looks like it's going down. What do you think, Howard?
It's going down. They've lived off of Venezuela, right? The economics were all Venezuelan, right? That's why you said the protective force of Maduro was Cuban, right? They were Cuban guards. So they were just paying Cuba when that money stops.
Don't hire them in the future.
Told you.
They weren't very good.
Yeah, told you. The 32 Cubans, that Cuba was complaining about was, pretty much that, I guess, Maduro security. And they got killed because they were protecting Maduro. Why were they protecting Maduro? Why are Cuban like militants or a military force like regarding Maduro in the first place? Well, we'll wait to find more out, but we all know that Cuba's pissed about it, and we'll see how this progresses further down the line because it looks like we're about to topple Cuba next, and we'll see how this works out.
From our country who were forced to come over, they really didn't want, they were from Cuba. People from different countries like to stay in those countries, whatever, whether it's good, bad, or indifferent. And people want to go back to Cuba, and they want to work in Cuba, but Cuba's going down for the count. Thank you very much, everybody.
Mr. President, is Elon Musk.
Shut up, Sid. He says, glad to see Trump standing next to Seth's new favorite senator, but I hate Lindsey Graham. Damn it, Sid. I hate Lindsey, but damn well Lindsey stands beside any military operation in the world because he's just a bloodthirsty bastard, okay? So you could always trust Lindsey Graham to cheerlead for any type of military operation. We both know this. But let's be real, though. Let's be real. There's been no cons yet, and all we see is the pros. So let's let time progress and let's see what happens. Before y'all just said, can you really be supporting this? I mean, bro, it's working out for us. This may actually work out for us. Like I said, am I in support of just going in there with the military strike? Not really, because we could have did this through like strangling them economically like we're trying to do with Russia. But I mean, we see how well that's working with Russia and not too well. So, hey, I guess these guys went one level above what I was hoping they were doing and conducted a military operation or a legal extraction of a criminal.
You had dinner with him last night at Mar-a-Lago.
Elon's great. I say about Elon, he's 80% super genius and 20% he makes mistakes. But he's a good guy. He's a well-meaning person.
Can I ask you about one more thing that I've been wanting to ask you the last couple of days? You said that you were very...
He's got a lot of questions.
I do have a lot of questions.
Tell him who you were. Go ahead.
I'm with News Nation. My name's Libby D. Excellent. So you said that you were really very angry with the Ukrainian President Zelensky if he was the one who conducted that strike on Putin's residence.
I don't believe that strike happened.
Right. So Putin had said in that phone call to you that strike happened. You came out and said that, and you believed Putin. There was some criticism.
There is something that happened fairly nearby, but had nothing to do with this.
Why did you believe Putin in that moment and then go say that about Ukraine?
Because nobody knew at that moment. I mean, that was the first I heard about it.
So why not?
He said that his house was attacked. We don't believe that happened, now that we've been able to check.
Yeah.
But that was the first we ever heard about it. We just hope that Russia and Ukraine get it settled.
Amen.
It's costing us nothing. In fact, we make money because unlike Biden gave $350 billion, gave it away. Now, I got a lot of it back because we did a rare earth deal going into rare earth. And we're going to get a lot of the money back, maybe all of the money, maybe more than all of the money. But we get paid now whenever we send anything. They pay. So this isn't an economic thing for us. This is a soul. This is a situation where on average 25,000 souls, 25,000 soldiers mostly, and some people from Kiev and different cities, but a very small number by comparison. but 25,000 to 30,000 soldiers are being killed every single month. And they're not from America. They're from Russia and they're from Ukraine. And if I can get it stopped, I'd like to get it stopped. And I think we will. Thank you very much, everybody.
You've talked about returning some control to American companies. Did that play at all into your decision to capture Maduro?
No. What really played is the fact that he sent millions of people into our country from prisons and from mental institutions and drug dealers and every drug addict in that country, in his country, was sent into our country. Think of that. Every single drug addict from Maduro's country, which isn't really his country and it's certainly not his country anymore. Every drug addict and every drug dealer has been sent into our country. Now we're getting them back, but it's a very laborious job to get them back. Very hard job to get. And of course,
very
we're not
arduous
getting a lot of
task.
good backup from certain judges, from certain radical left. But we're doing well on appeals because the people doing the appeals, seems that the judges are much more sane. What these super radical left judges are doing to our country, it's incredible. But if you take a look, Maduro sent hundreds of thousands and even millions of people from jails.
Okay, actually, I'll give you this one, Sid. He said, it's been 2 days, dude. Let's try and see beyond our own nose. People celebrated when Saddam was captured, too. Yes, there is people. I'm going to go ahead and give you the right side of the argument, or of course, the conservative side. Yeah, we're pretty much saying that, look, the people of Venezuela are cheering in the streets, man. They all love it. But let's be honest, that's not actually true. Not all of them love it, but I would say majority of them do. But there are people who are demanding Maduro back. Like I said, Delcy Rodriguez, the interim vice president, is pretty much demanding that we bring Maduro back. So there is still a group of people who want Maduro. So as time goes on, will these group of people dissipate? Will we go in there and make sure they have no military standing? What comes next? Because it's only been 2 days. So you're right, Sid. I'll give it that to you. Let's give it about a couple weeks, 1 month, and let's see where we're at with it. Will we be in full control, or will we be going at it with the guys who want Maduro back? I don't know. Hey, look, man, I'm open to all ways of thinking, like all paths of thinking, because I'm not just going to sit here and think that, it's happy days for America from here on out. Like, come on now. I ain't that naive.
Prisons, from mental institutions, drug dealers, drug addicts, everybody. He sent anybody with a problem to it. It can never be forgiven. And other countries have done the same, but nothing like Maduro's done.
Would you talked about ending American foreign intervention. What changed your mind with Venezuela? What kind of grew your interest in
The fact that he sent drugs into our country. We're stopping it rapidly with what we're doing with the sea, because they come in, a lot of it comes in by sea, but it's not coming. The drugs coming in, as I said before, by sea are down 97%. You should be saying, thank you very much, President Trump. Great job. Now they can't.
Guys, let's not forget to double tap that screen, like the video, guys. Appreciate the support, by the way, but let's go ahead and double tap that screen. All right, let's keep it going.
Anybody to pilot those boats. It's 97%. I'm trying to figure out who are the other 3%.
Would you say that Operation Resolve?
What's your response to supporters who voted for you, who may be glad and relieved to see Maduro in custody?
The voters that voted for me, let me just tell you, the voters that voted for me are thrilled. They said, this is what we voted for.
So let's just think about it. What is the right response when a country sends in tens of thousands of people to overwhelm your system? When a country is a narco-terrorist state that floods your country with cocaine, that's aligned with Hezbollah, what's the right response? You blow up the boat before they get here. You take down the source of the problem. President Trump didn't wake up one day and say, hey, let's take Venezuela. He did what other people talked about, but didn't have the balls or the guts to do it. This is a good thing. This is not.
Well, yeah, Lindsay, but you're calling it too early. Like, even I gotta agree with Sid when he said, like, dude, it's only been 2 days, bro. Like, can let's wait and see how this, like, because it's not done yet. Like I said, there's still people who support Maduro who might be willing to still fight for him. We got the vice president asking for the man back. We are kind of calling it a bit too early if we're just saying, oh, it's a good thing, this is the best thing that ever happened. Trump is the champion of the Western Hemisphere. Yeah, let's wait on those results, guys. Let's give it a little bit more time than that.
Interventionism. This is making America safer. We're going to be more prosperous because of the business deals. There are going to be Americans alive today because he shut down a narco-terrorist state called Venezuela. This is a good thing, not a bad thing.
And the oil companies are going to go in and rebuild their system. They're going to spend billions of dollars, and they're going to take the oil out of the ground, and we're taking back what they stole. Remember, they stole our property. It was the greatest theft in the history of America. Nobody has ever stolen our property like they have. They took our oil away from us. They took the infrastructure away. And all that infrastructure is rotted and decayed. And the oil companies are going to go in and rebuild it. We're not going to spend very much money at all, if anything. But the oil companies are going to go, we're going to take our oil back. But we're going to also do things that, when you look at what he did, the drugs are terrible, but also terrible. He sent hundreds of thousands of people into our country that should not be here. And that means from prisons. That means Tren de Aragua, the gang, Tren de Aragua, that comes out of Maduro'S country. He was very friendly with that gang. Well, they're having a hard time right now. You know, we had Tren de Aragua all over Washington, D.C., and they got the hell beat out of them. Washington, D.C. is the safest city right now in the United States. Thank you very much,
Mr. President,
everybody.
if you had to sum up Operation Absolute Resolve, would you say that it was about oil or it was about regime change?
It's about peace on earth.
How is it peace on earth?
Peace on earth. We got to have peace. It's our hemisphere. The Monroe Doctrine was very important when it was done, and other presidents, a lot of them, they lost sight of it. I didn't. I didn't lose sight. But it really is. It's peace on earth. Thank you very much.
And all right, guys, we're going to go ahead and get into Meet the Press as we do our media analysis on this. Now, I got to go ahead and bring in my dog, Monty.
This Sunday.
But first, let me go ahead and bring you in. Shut up. All right,
Good
Monty.
day, sir. Good day, good day, good day. So
now, hold on. Before me, oh yeah, go ahead. Go ahead and give your opinion.
Let me respond to that. It's only been 2 days. Logic. Well,
right,
it's only been 2 days, and the left is deciding that they want to side with a narco terrorist that had an arrest warrant for him. It's only been 2 days, and they're already poo-pooing what's happened. It's only been 2 days, and they're already acting like they're experts in foreign policy. It's only been 2 days, and they want to do anything they can to condemn it. So I think it's perfectly okay to take a victory lap when you've done something everybody has talked about, including your former president has talked about, and no one could do. So it's only been 2 days, but yet you have opinions. If we're not supposed to have opinions, why do you have yours? Are your opinions the only ones that matter?
All right. But all right, bro. So let's go ahead and get into this because I think she's going to do one with Marco Rubio. Marco Rubio is going to make his case. We have Akeem Jeffries going to make his case. And then we got Marjorie Taylor Greene at the end. So let's go ahead and get right.
And my offer for anybody that feels like they have the cojones to debate the topic and not just throw shit from the chat. I'm telling you,
right.
come up and actually defend your points.
And all right.
This Sunday, captured. U.S. Special Operation Forces launch an attack in Venezuela, capturing President Nicolas Maduro and his wife, flying them out of the country and charging Maduro with drug trafficking crimes.
We're going to run the country until such time as we can do a safe, proper, and judicious transition.
This is America first. Don't play games with this president's in office because it's not going to turn out well.
What happens next?
We're not afraid of boots on the ground.
Why didn't the president get authorization from Congress?
Make Venezuela great again.
And how does this fit with President Trump's America First agenda?
We're in the oil business. We're going to sell it to them.
My guest this morning, Secretary of State Marco Rubio, House Democratic leader Hakeem Jeffries of New York, and Republican Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene of Georgia. Joining me for insight and analysis are NBC News Chief International Correspondent Keir Simmons, Amna Nawaz, co-anchor of PBS NewsHour, Mark Short, former Director of Legislative Affairs to President Trump, and Neera Tanden, President of the Center for American Progress. Welcome to Sunday. It's Meet the Press.
From NBC News in Washington, the longest-running show in television history, this is Meet the Press with Kristen Welker.
That's The Simpsons. They lied.
Sunday morning, we begin with the extraordinary breaking news out of Venezuela. The country's leader, Nicolas Maduro, now sits in a detention center in Brooklyn, New York, after being captured by U.S. Special Forces. It was an operation that President Trump and his national security team oversaw in the early morning hours Saturday. It came after months of preparation, weeks of waiting for the right conditions to be met, and hours of high-risk covert operations that left several service members injured, but no U.S. fatalities. President Trump now says the U.S. will run Venezuela until there's a proper transition and not ruling out putting boots on the ground. Congress was not briefed before the military operation and is now demanding answers. Joining me now is Secretary of State Marco Rubio. Secretary Rubio, welcome back to Meet the Press.
And all right, before we get into Rubio, shout out to my man Sid. He says, everyone who disagrees with the war in Iraq supports Saddam and terrorism. Monty, you sound like a clown.
Sid, your foreign policy would have left him in power, killing more people. So I don't know what to say here. You're wrong. You were wrong. It was hilarious going back and watching how wrong you were on the live as it was pulling out, because you don't actually know anything. You just have opinions that have no fact behind them.
And all right, and that was what Monty responded to. Now, shout out to the lunatic libertarian. He says, we are divided, propagandized populace. Yeah, we are divided, propagandized I'll give him that one. I'll give you that one.
No, I'm a nationalist. I believe what's good for America is what we should do, especially if we have the foreign might to do so. I think if you're completely okay with giving weapons to Ukraine, then you should be completely okay with us arresting on charges. Because a big point Sid brought up was that, Trump can't make laws. Yeah, Congress made the laws that Maduro violated, that a judge in a different branch of government indicted him on. And then Trump, as the executive branch, executed the law and went and arrested him. So what do you got to say about that, Sid the science kid?
All right, let's see. All right, let's get back to it.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for being here. I want to start with this big picture question. Is the United States now at war with Venezuela?
No.
There's not a war. I mean, we are at war against drug trafficking organizations. It's not a war against Venezuela. We are enforcing American laws with regards to oil sanctions. We have sanctioned entities. We go to court. We get a warrant. We seize those boats with oil, and that will continue. We would continue to reserve the right to take strikes against drug boats that are bringing drugs towards the United States that are being operated by transnational criminal organizations, including the Cartel de los Soles. Of course, the leader of that cartel is now in U.S. custody and facing U.S. justice in the Southern District of New York, and that's Nicolas Maduro. So we made a big progress in that regard.
Mr. Secretary, who is in charge? Are you running Venezuela right now?
Yeah, I mean, I keep people fixating on that. Here's the bottom line on it is we expect to see changes in Venezuela. Changes of all kinds, long-term, short-term. We'd love to see all kinds of changes, but the most immediate changes are the ones that are in the national interest of the United States. That's why we're involved here, because of how it applies and has a direct impact on the United States. Okay, we are not going to be able to allow in our hemisphere a country that becomes a crossroads for the activities of all of our adversaries around the world. We're just
all right. I got to give Rubio that one because he's not wrong. Venezuela, like I said, they work with Iran, they work with Russia, they work with China, they work with our biggest adversaries in the world, and we're just supposed to let that slide on our hemisphere. And then hold on, Monty. And then also they work with Cuba, who's known to be pretty much ran by the cartel. Like when we took down Maduro, we took down 35 Cuban militants, basically.
So
yeah, go ahead.
What I was gonna say is to all the folks on the left that say, "Oh, this is all about oil. We just wanted oil." Do you think Russia and China, were there for Maduro's company, or like, can you think past your own nose, as Sid said it?
But all right, let's go ahead and get right back into it.
Can't allow it. We can't have a country where the people in charge of its military and in charge of its police department are openly cooperating with drug trafficking organizations. We're not going to allow that. These things are direct threats to the United States, and we intend to use every element of leverage that we have to ensure that that changes. The one I would point everyone to is that our military is helping the Coast Guard conduct a law enforcement function, which is not just the capture of Maduro, but the enforcement of our sanctions. We go to court, we get a warrant, we seize the boats. And we think that's this tremendous leverage, incredible, crippling leverage, which we intend to continue to use until we see the changes that we need to see that are benefit to the American people. And by the way, we believe to the people of Venezuela as well.
But Mr. Secretary, I think there's a lot of questions about who the point people are during this transition. President Trump said, we're going to run the country. So is it you? Is it Secretary Hegseth? Who are those people who will be running the country specifically?
Well, it's not running, it's running policy. The policy with regards to this, we want Venezuela to move in a certain direction because not only do we think it's good for the people of Venezuela, it's in our national interest. It either touches on something that's a threat to our national security or touches on something that's either beneficial or harmful.
And are you involved in that transition,
and so obviously
Secretary?
I'm very involved in this. Well, of course. I mean, I think everyone knows I'm pretty involved on politics in this hemisphere. Obviously, the Secretary of State and National Security Advisor, very involved in all these elements. The Department of War plays a very important role here, along with the Department of Justice, for example, because they're the ones that have to go to court. So this is a team effort by the entire national security apparatus of our country, but it is running this policy. And the goal of the policy is to see changes in Venezuela that are beneficial to the United States, first and foremost, because that's who we work for, but also, we believe, beneficial for the people of Venezuela, who have suffered tremendously. We want a better future for Venezuela, and we think a better future for the people of Venezuela also is stabilizing for the region and makes the neighborhood we live in a much better and safer place.
President Trump said the administration is working with Maduro's Vice President, Delcy Rodriguez. Why does the administration oppose working with the opposition leader, Maria Corina Machado? She's the Nobel Peace Prize winner, of course, as well. Her coalition has the support of 70% of Venezuelans. Why not work with her?
Well, actually, I remember Trump came out in his press conference and he said, actually, it's Trump and Maduro both said if they bring in this Maria girl, that the regime won't last more than 48 hours. So they're pretty much saying she's not as popular as we believe her to be. And if we put her in there, she's just going to be taken over or she's going to be overthrown. So we're pretty much trying to work with somebody else or just saying, F it. We're not working with nobody else. It's just going to be us who's running it, since we can't bring in a leader who the Venezuelan people are going to be comfortable with. Oh, and shout out to my man, Jet. He says, nobody had a problem with the Bin Laden raid. Why now? I mean, that's actually a really good point. Yeah, that's
and Bin Laden was taken underneath the same U.S. judicial system. He had a warrant for his capture or kill, and had a $10 million or a $5 million bounty on his head. Maduro had a $50 million bounty on his head. He had an active warrant. So to everybody that's saying, "Oh, U.S. warrants aren't good outside of U.S. soil," they are when the ICC wants you. They are when we want you. They are when you're a international terrorist. Absolutely, they are. We just send the military and the police department.
Well, a couple things. First of all, Maria Corina Machado is fantastic, and she's someone I've known for a very long time, and that whole movement is. But we are dealing with the immediate reality. The immediate reality is that, unfortunately, And sadly, but unfortunately, the vast majority of the opposition is no longer present inside of Venezuela. We have short-term things that have to be addressed right away. We all wish to see a bright future for Venezuela, a transition to democracy.
So pretty much all her supporters are there were either removed themselves or have, been unalived. So yeah.
All of these things are great, and we all want to see that. I've worked on that for 15 years on a personal level, both in the Senate and now as National Security Advisor and Secretary of State. These are things I still care about. We still care about. But what we're talking about is what happens over the next 2-3 weeks, 2-3 months, and how that ties to the national interest of the United States. And so we expect to see more compliance and cooperation than we were previously receiving. With Nicolas Maduro, you could not make a deal or an arrangement. Although he, by the way, was given very generous offers. He could have left Venezuela as recently as, a week and a half ago. There were opportunities available for him to avoid all of this because now he's not someone we can work with. He suckered the Biden administration into stupid deals. He's made a career out of not keeping deals and figuring out how to save himself by buying time. And President Trump was not going to fall into that trap. So now there are other people in charge of the military and police apparatus there. They're going to have to decide now what direction they want to go. And we hope they will choose a different direction than the one Nicolas Maduro picked. Ultimately, we hope this leads to a holistic transition all the way around in Venezuela, societal, political, all of that. We're in favor of all of that. But right now, we have to take the first steps. And the first steps are securing what's in the national interest of the United States and also beneficial to the people of Venezuela. And those are the things that we're focused on right now. No more drug trafficking, no more Iran, Hezbollah presence there, and no more using the oil industry to enrich all our adversaries around the world and not benefiting the people of Venezuela or, frankly, benefiting the United States and the region.
You talk about a holistic transition. I think there's a lot of...
Let's call apples apples. The only reason that there's any pushback is one, because this is Trump that did it and not Biden. Because if Biden had the opportunity, he was going to do it himself. The next reason is simply because he's a democratic socialist. Maduro is a self-proclaimed socialist, and that's an egg on the Socialist Party's face. And the radical left Democrats inside the Democratic Party, Sid, just don't like when there's egg on their face. So they're gonna scream and holler like 12-year-olds. They're very good at projecting. They said we're acting like 12-year-olds. No, you're screaming and hollering for a dictator. And I literally saw this is no joke, on my way over the bridge or under a bridge today, I saw a sign that said "Free Maduro."
Yeah, no, I've been seeing that all over.
Free Maduro, free the human trafficker, free the guy that's committed crimes against humanity. You guys want to talk about Netanyahu's crimes against humanity? You want to talk about Israel's and the IDF's? But fuck anybody that's brown, right? We're just worried about the white people's crimes.
But here's the thing, though. Well, I mean, the fact that it's Trump, so of course TDS, the fact that he's a Democrat socialist, but let's not also forget influence, though. The influence of our foreign adversaries. I think that's one of the major reasons. And that's going to be one of
they want us to be taken over.
Yeah, but I think that's going to be the point that the Trump administration sticks to. One, the influence, and then of course the legal matter of it. We pretty much got a criminal that is a narco terrorist, and
they don't see our adversaries as adversaries. They see our adversaries as idols. They want China to take over the U.S. They want freaking Iran to impose Sharia law on the streets of America. They want all of these things, all in this idea of suicidal empathy, because they think they've been convinced somehow that it's cool to be a socialist. It's cool to be a communist. It's cool to live in squalor. Half of Venezuela didn't even have working electricity 24/7.
Oh yeah.
In the 21st century.
But here's the thing, though. There's, like I said, let's wait till it progresses, because there is people who's calling for him back. I'm not sure if we're going to get rid of those people, or I doubt we're going to give in to them. So it sounds like we're going to get rid of the people who still supports Maduro. And let's see where this goes to. Because let's be real, the possibility of us putting boots on the ground in Venezuela and actually getting into it with them is still not outside the realm of possibility. So we gotta wait till things progress.
We don't need to put boots on the ground for Venezuela. If we did that operation in 45, I've waited longer for pizza to show up than they did that operation. So no, we're not going to put boots on the ground. We got what we came for. He was arrested and not killed, which is a big sign that this is a law enforcement activity. That's why the DEA was there. No, again, no one would get mad if your neighbor got his door kicked in by the SWAT team and a Bearcat and a bunch of guys in tactical vests because he was slinging dope. 29,000 Americans die a year from cocaine alone. Now, let's put a number on that. Venezuela traffics about 10% of the cocaine into the United States or produces it.
Hold on,
Maduro, that's
hold on. Now we
3,000
do got to
people.
remember we can never say never. Never say never. Those who say never usually are the ones that end up with egg on their face.
No, I'm talking about drug statistics. So
Oh no,
people
I know, but we're kind of going
yeah.
off topic there. But all right, let's go ahead and get back into it.
Focus on potential elections. How soon will elections be held? Within 30 days, Mr. Secretary?
Elections? Well, look, this is a country that's been governed by this regime now for 14 or 15 years. The elections should have happened a long time ago. The elections did happen. They lost them and they didn't count the votes, or they refused to count the votes, and everyone knows it. So all of that, I think, is premature at this point. There's a lot of work to be done here. Right now, what we are focused in, let's be realistic here. What we are focused on right now is all of the problems we had with when Maduro was there. We still have those problems in terms of them needing to be addressed. We are going to give people an opportunity to address those challenges and those problems. Until they address it, they will continue to face this oil quarantine. They will continue to face pressure from the United States. We will continue to target drug boats if they try to run towards the United States. We will continue to seize the boats that are sanctioned with court orders. We will continue to do that, and potentially other things, until the things we need to see addressed are addressed. Because ultimately, above everything else, we care about elections, we care about democracy, we care about all of that. But the number one thing we care about is the safety, security, well-being, and prosperity of the United States. And that's what we're going to focus on first and foremost here. And that's what these policies, these changes we need to see made are about.
Okay, significant there. You say you will continue to seize boats when necessary. I want to ask you about boots on the ground. A lot of attention on that. The president was asked about the possibility of U.S. boots on the ground. He said, quote, "We're not afraid of it." How many U.S. forces are on the ground right now in Venezuela? Are there any?
We don't have U.S. forces on the ground in Venezuela. No, we don't have.
So it's not a war, guys.
Everyone knows. They were on the ground for about 2 hours when they went to capture Maduro. And I think what the president is saying is very simple, and that is, as president of the United States, he is not going to go around telling people what he's not going to do. He's not going to go around saying, "I won't do this, I won't do that. Yes, I care about this issue, but I'll only go so far." He retains all this optionality. In the particular case you're citing, this was, in essence, at its core, a law enforcement function. Okay, the Department of Justice, dating back in the Biden administration, that had a $25 million reward for his capture. So we have a reward for his capture, but we're not going to enforce it. That's the difference between President Trump and everybody else. It's easy to make a wanted poster and say $50 million for the capture of Maduro, but no one takes that seriously because you're not going to do anything about it. President Trump did something about it.
Let me ask you.
He did something about it. We went in, we grabbed him, he was arrested, and he's now in New York. No Americans were killed, no equipment was lost. It had to be done, and it's been done. And I assure you, the people left behind in Venezuela now that are in charge of the police and everything else, I assure you, they're going to probably be a lot more compliant than Maduro was as a result of this.
Well, President Trump told the New York Post there won't be troops in Venezuela as long as Delcy Rodriguez, quote, "does what we want." She's already demanding the release of Nicolas Maduro. As you know, she's insisting that her country never become a colony. What exactly does Rodriguez need to do to keep U.S. troops out of Venezuela?
I mean, retract most of her statements would probably be a good start. Like, to be quite honest with you. Oh, guys, let's not forget to double tap that screen, like the video, guys. Let's get more people in the conversation by double tapping that screen, man. Let's
you know what that tells me?
Likes.
You know what that tells me? I'm going to give you a fresh perspective you probably haven't heard. Remember the other night when this first happened, we were talking about she's been installed into power and sworn in, and we're like, she snitched.
Yeah.
She's trying to save face. I want Maduro back. Maduro's our hero. Meanwhile, she's giving them coordinates to come take him.
Meanwhile, she knows damn well she's probably just playing into that crowd, knowing
Yeah,
damn
she
well they
absolutely
won't
is,
get
so she doesn't
Maduro
get
back.
fucking axed.
So she's basically fusing in one, she's not Maduro, so the people who hated Maduro are somewhat happy, and then the people who like Maduro, well, she used to be the vice president, so we'll still get a little bit of Maduro. Well, we'll see how that works out on the ground in Venezuela.
I think that's what's going on, though. I mean, barring what we see happen, I think that's what she's doing. I don't think she actually. I think she gave him up. I'll go to my grave with that one, unless I'm proven wrong.
All right, man. She was waiting for more to come out. Otherwise, I could see how you came to that. Trust me, we both came to that.
Like simultaneously too. We were like, wait a
Forget
second.
about the U.S. troops portion of it. What needs to happen for any of this to change, for our relations with Venezuela to change, and our whole approach to it to change, the things we have talked about are the ones I've highlighted already. You can't flood this country with gang members. You can't flood this country with drugs that are coming out of Colombia through Venezuela with the cooperation of elements of your security forces. You can't turn Venezuela into the operating hub for Iran, for Russia, for Hezbollah, for China, for the Cuban intelligence agents that control that country. That cannot continue. Those things cannot continue to be in place. You cannot continue to have the largest oil reserves, in the world under the control of adversaries of the United States, not benefiting the people of Venezuela, and stolen by a handful of oligarchs around the world, including inside of Venezuela, but not benefiting the people of that country. We've seen how our adversaries all over the world are exploiting and extracting resources from Africa, from every other country. They're not going to do it in the Western Hemisphere. They are not. That is not going to happen under President Trump. Read our national security strategy. He is serious about it, and he's going to do something about it, and we're doing something about it.
Let me ask you about oil. The president says the U.S. is taking over the oil. The question is, I guess, if the purpose of the operation was to capture Maduro and bring him to justice, why does the United States need to take over the Venezuelan oil industry?
Well, we don't need to. First of all, let me go back up. We don't need Venezuela's oil. We have plenty of oil in the United States. What we're not going to allow is for the oil industry in Venezuela to be controlled by adversaries of the United States. You have to understand, why does China need their oil? Why does Russia need their oil? Why does Iran need their oil? They're not even in this continent. This is the Western Hemisphere. This is where we live. And we're not going to allow the Western Hemisphere to be a base of operation for adversaries, competitors, and rivals of the United States.
Have specific oil companies?
We also want to see that oil and the proceeds from it. Hold on. We want to see the oil proceeds of that country benefit the people of Venezuela. Why have 8 million people left Venezuela? 8 million, the single largest mass migration probably in modern history, left Venezuela since 2014 because all the wealth of that country was stolen to the benefit of Maduro and his cronies in the regime, but not to the benefit of people of Venezuela. You know how destabilizing 8 million migrants is? The number one fear that Brazil has, that Colombia has, that all these countries in the region have about what's happening in Venezuela and our involvement is they're afraid of another mass migration event. That's what they fear. This is deeply destabilizing stuff. It's not going to continue to happen. They are not going to come from outside of our hemisphere, destabilize our region in our own backyard, and us have to pay the price for it. Not under President Trump.
Let's talk big picture here. U.S. regime change, historically speaking.
That's going to be like they're going to hammer. Hold on, Monty. They're going to hammer that point down about. Remember, China, Russia, Iran had heavy influence in Venezuela. Venezuela was benefiting those guys more than us, and it's in our hemisphere. A resource-rich, oil-rich country in our hemisphere is being dominated by our adversaries. Like, come on now. We can't sit here and say that that's, good for national security. Like, let's be honest.
Set.
Yeah.
Now, you have the video from the other night when Sid was grilling gaming on what the president was and wasn't allowed to do. And one of his big things is that he's supposed to enforce law.
Mm-hmm.
You remember that too? Because Sid is saying that I'm misquoting him. I wasn't there.
I would like to. Let's wait for Sid to come up so he can defend himself. So, guys, so we are about $52 away from the goal to open up the call-in line. If you're wondering, like, hey, Sid, well, why Monty's not up there? Because he's a contributor. He's a contributor/host, so he gets special privileges in the contributor package, of the members package. So you could go ahead and look at the membership and see how much that is for you to be able to come up here, anytime I go live. So, the contributor package is always out there if you want to get into yourself. If not, hey, man, just help me hit the goal. But all right.
Has not gone very well for the United States in Iraq, in Libya, to name a few examples. Can you assure Americans, the people of the United States, that this time will be different?
Well, here's what's happened. We've got this phobia built up and this sort of thing that's it's like, number one, most of the experts that people have on television, I watch these experts and it's clown hour. Okay, these are people that have focused their entire career on the Middle East or some other part of the world because that's what.
Oh, and shout out Jet. He said, and didn't Sid want boots on the ground in Russia? I think that
He
was
said we should bomb Moscow, and I mean I agree at this point. I think I'm going to agree with Sid now. I'm going to shift my points. Sid has won this debate because I think if we can do this to Maduro, I think we can do this to Russia.
No way.
Regardless of their nukes, absolutely. And
Hell
I think
no, you're
I think
tripping,
we
bro.
should. I'm being dead serious.
No
I don't
way.
think it's just going to be taken lightly like it is being done now. But I absolutely think if we have the resources and the availability to do it with Maduro, we have the resources and the availability to do it to Putin.
Bro, but they got a
They have nukes. You're right. There may be consequences to it. However, there could have also been consequences to us doing this in Venezuela. I think that if Trump wants to take a hard stance against dictators, I think he should go after Putin. I don't like Putin. Like everybody's been fucking accusing me of glazing Putin for the past 2 weeks. I don't like him. I think he's a horrible person, and I think the same thing should happen to him.
Madman Monty. I'm gonna give you that one.
The action was very few of them know anything about Venezuela or the Western Hemisphere. Venezuela looks nothing like Libya. It looks nothing like Iraq. It looks nothing like Afghanistan. It looks nothing like the Middle East other than the Iranian agents that are running through their plotting against America. Okay, these are Western countries with long traditions among their at a people-to-people and cultural level and ties to the United States. So there's nothing like that. So I think people need to stop ascribing the apples and oranges here, the apples of the Middle East to the oranges of the Western Hemisphere.
But do you?
Number two, this is about the national interest of the United States. And what I'm confident of is we are in a safer and better place because we're taking it seriously. The alternative would have been to leave Maduro there as an indicted the drug trafficker, illegitimate president running the country, open invitation for all of our adversaries to do whatever they want against the United States from Venezuela. That was not going to continue. What the alternative would have been to allow a drug trafficker to continue to use national territory and elements of nation state power to further drug trafficking organizations. Read the indictment. This guy used the levers of their security apparatus not to arrest drug traffickers, but to cooperate and facilitate the trafficking of drugs for the purpose of getting them into the United States. And that's going to stop.
And yet, Mr. Secretary, a month ago, President Trump pardoned the former president of Honduras, who was just starting a 45-year sentence for trafficking more than 500 tons of cocaine. Does that not undercut the administration's stated goal, as you just said, to go after these narco-terrorists?
Number one,
they're going to get theirs.
President of Honduras. So this is not someone who was in power, had any influence with the politics of Honduras any longer. Number two, I don't do the pardon file. I'm not against it or for it. I just didn't review the file. So I can't speak to you about the dynamics that led the president to make the decision that he made. I think he talked about it yesterday at the press conference. He reviewed the file. He went through the arguments in it, and he felt that the former president of Honduras was treated very unfairly by the previous administration and made the decision that he made. But I think the answer, whether you agree with that decision or not, people can disagree. I mean, there's people out there who make a living out of disagreeing with.
Well, I mean, like the way, when I was reading into it, they're pretty much saying that, hold on. So how was he working with the cartel when he was pretty much doing everything to go against the cartel? And that was like the main argument right there, that, you know, he was going hard after the cartel. He was pretty much trying to go against foreign investment, which China was doing to help the cartel in that area. So I see where they came up with that argument.
Case? Like, are those facts of the case?
No, that's the argument. No, that's the argument.
Okay, I'm not read enough on it to comment, but I think if there is somebody you can't have a policy about getting narco terrorists and then go pardon one.
Yeah, but like I said, the argument is that he was framed. So that's
Okay.
where it's coming
If
from.
that's the argument, then I understand it. I'd have to be briefed on it then.
Yeah, we'd have to look through like, court documents, evidence, and all that good stuff to see what they had on him to see if it was damning enough to where even me and you could be like, all right, I don't even know what the hell he got pardoned for. But the argument of the administration is that he was set up by the cartel to take the fall.
Which the cartel does do. If they can't bribe you, they set you up. So, I mean, it's plausible.
True.
Whether you agree with that decision or not, people can disagree. I mean, there's people out there who make a living out of disagreeing with anything President Trump does. That doesn't mean you leave Maduro in place. That doesn't mean you don't go after Maduro. That's not the answer. I see people saying that. It's like, well, how can you go after Maduro if you didn't do this? That's absurd. The answer to that, whether you have a problem with it or not, is not to leave in place someone who's been indicted, who hasn't even faced American justice yet, but now will.
That's a good point. You're absolutely right. I was referencing, obviously, the former president. White House Chief of Staff Susie Wiles told Vanity Fair that an attack on Venezuela's mainland would require approval from Congress. Why didn't that happen?
She is wrong.
Will it happen with any future action the administration plans to take in Venezuela or elsewhere?
This was not an action that this was not an action that required congressional approval. In fact, it couldn't require congressional approval because this was not an invasion. This is not an extended military operation. This is a very precise operation that involved a couple of hours of action. It was a very delicate operation, too. It was one that required all these conditions to be in place at the right time in the right place. You couldn't afford leaks. We couldn't afford anything out there that would have endangered the mission and gotten people killed or killed off the mission in the optionality. We didn't even know if the mission was going to happen. How can you notify something you're not even sure if it can happen? Because in order for it to happen, you needed to have weather conditions in place. He needed to be at the right place at the right time. We needed to have forces prepared to go. There were a lot of factors in place. It was a trigger-based operation. You can't notify that, number one, because you don't even know what's going to happen, if those conditions will ever align. And number two, you can't risk it being disclosed. But this was not an attack on Venezuela. This was a law enforcement function to capture an indicted drug trafficker. And of course, we needed the Department of War to support it because they do have anti-aircraft missiles that could shoot down those helicopters.
But will you?
We had to take down radars. We had to take down those anti-air elements.
Yeah, go ahead.
So everybody's getting their balls twisted about this. Do you not understand that in order to get law enforcement to operate outside the United States, you have to go to judges, you have to seek that out? Do you not understand that the Joint Chiefs brief the Senate Armed Services Committee on actions that they're going to do like this? Congress was notified. The entire body of Congress did not vote on going to war. That's why we're not going to war. But this is well within the War Powers Act. This is well within the Article 2 of the Constitution. And it's kind of a moot point to even argue it from that direction. Because it's not a war. It was a military assisted with law enforcement being the lead on the case.
But all right, now shout out to the lunatic libertarian. He says, did our foreign policy not create narco states?
Oh, it absolutely did.
Oh yeah, I mean, bro,
it absolutely
the CIA was helping them do it. Sadly, so
Venezuela's a CIA hotbed.
You're right, but just because we created it, does that mean we just let it proliferate?
Doesn't mean we can't fix it.
Don't mean we can't change our ways.
We should fix it, especially if we're the ones that created it.
I mean, now if we try to fix it and we create a worse narco state, then I mean, at that point, when it's just a laissez-faire a problem, then we just need to put our hands off it and hopefully fix itself. If we keep toying with it and it gets worse.
I mean, but look at the history that we have over the last 30 years. What has it gotten better or has it gotten worse?
Worse. And
it's worse. More and more people are dying. A lot of people are dying. And so everybody likes to say, oh, well, drugs come from Mexico and drugs come from Cuba and drugs come from Colombia. They're next. Don't worry.
Yeah, they're on the list.
On the way in and on the way out. And that's what this was limited to.
But will you seek congressional approval for any further action in Venezuela or the region?
Well, we will seek congressional approval for actions that require congressional approval. But otherwise, they will get congressional notification. And this is not an operation that required congressional approval. In fact, this is an operation akin to what virtually every single president for the last 40 years has conducted. The difference is that when it's Donald Trump, all these Democrats go bonkers.
Is the Cuban government the Trump administration's next target, Mr. Secretary?
Yep. Yes, it is.
Well, the Cuban government is a huge problem. Yeah, the Cuban government is a huge problem.
He said it.
Yeah, he said it.
He said it. They're going after him. Oh man, I'm so happy.
First of all,
All right, hold on, Monty.
yes. Cuba, but I don't think people fully appreciate. I think they're in a lot of trouble. Yes, I'm not going to talk to you about what our future steps are going to be and our policies are going to be right now in this regard, but I don't think it's any mystery that we are not big fans of the Cuban regime, who, by the way, are the ones that were propping up Maduro. His entire internal security force, his internal security apparatus is entirely controlled by Cubans. One of the untold stories here is how, in essence, you talk about colonization, because I think you said Delcy Rodriguez mentioned that the ones who have sort of colonized, at least inside the regime, are Cubans. It was Cubans that guarded Maduro. He was not guarded by Venezuelan bodyguards.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He was guarded by Cuban bodyguards, and we took all of them out.
Venezuela was a proxy state for Cuba.
Yeah, and this is why Cuban, if you guys can look this up, that Cuba is actually mad at us because 35 of its citizens were killed in that raid.
35 of their military combatants were killed.
Oh, yeah, but you know how they're framing it. They said our citizens. I'm like, really?
Like
protecting Maduro. Hold on, regular Cuban citizens were just chilling around Maduro. Okay, bro. Good.
They're all smoking cigars, playing poker.
I mean, come on now, guys. But he said, Rubio quoted Biggie, and if you don't know, now you know. And Trump put Maduro in a Nike Tech. They both diabolical for that.
They are. I was wondering if anybody else noticed that. I was like, that's just Nike sweats. What? Hold on a second.
Like,
then they bagged his face.
Like, bro, they just stop this man at Champions and just get him something nice and be like, hey, bro, at least you know you're gonna have a decent little Nike fit. But here, no, but make sure you have these little eye covers on and hold this bottle like you're scared. You see the way he was holding that bottle, like the man was shaking.
Yeah, the water bottle. The second picture, third picture. Did you see the third video where he was walking through and he said "Happy New Year" to everybody?
Well,
he was like
his spirits.
He had Cuban bodyguards. In terms of their internal intelligence, who spies on who inside to make sure there are no traitors, those are all Cubans.
All right. Secretary of State Marco Rubio, thank you for joining us after an incredibly busy 48 hours. Really appreciate it. When we come back, House Democratic Leader Hakeem Jeffries joins me next.
Oh, you know this man's about to grill the hell out of the Trump administration.
Obama needs to go home.
Well, let's hear him out.
Welcome back, and joining me now is House Democratic Leader Hakeem Jeffries of New York. Leader Jeffries, welcome back to Meet the Press.
Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for being here. We obviously have to.
Shout out Jay says Cuba is the barking chihuahua till the door opens. Wait,
bruh.
Come on.
Leave him alone.
They said till the door opens, and Daddy America walks dead. Yeah, it seems like they're already cooked. But let's see, though. Let's see if we can now work things out with Cuba a little bit better than we did Venezuela.
Let's see what Jeffries has to say.
Start with the capture and indictment of Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro. You have called him a, quote, criminal and authoritarian dictator who has oppressed the people of Venezuela for years. Is Venezuela better off without Nicolas Maduro in power?
Well, he's a bad guy, of course, and he's going to stand trial in the American court of law at this particular point in time. It remains to be seen whether the people of Venezuela are going to be better off. Donald Trump claims that he's going to run Venezuela. He's done a terrible job running the United States of America. Life hasn't gotten better for the American people over the last year. Life has gotten worse. He promised to lower the high cost of living. Costs haven't gone down. They've gone up.
Oh, hold on now, Jeffrey.
You know what?
Cost has actually waited. Wow, like, come on, you can't give them gas at least?
No.
This is what we say is TDS, because when you just sit there and say, "Oh, no, prices went down," that's absolutely incorrect.
No. I respect Hakeem Jeffries. This is going to be a rare moment in history. I don't give a fuck what he says about the economy, and I live through this, so I know that. But the fact that he went through and he acknowledged what Trump did and said that he was a bad guy and didn't try to say this was illegal and he shouldn't have done this and blah 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 blah. No, he just wanted to attack Trump without attacking the mission. And I respect that to a certain degree. I completely disagree with everything else he says, but I respect that.
I mean, I don't know, man. Well, let's wait to see. Hey, don't let him off the hook too early. Watch this.
Care system is broken. Donald Trump refuses to do anything about it to address the Republican healthcare crisis. So the notion that he's going to run Venezuela and make life better for
I mean, I'll give him that one. Like I said, we're kind of betting on the health
Yeah.
care, the health savings account, and we did not extend the SA subsidies, so it's actually looking like we'll be heading towards a government shutdown at the end of the month. Sadly, but we'll see.
But that's all domestic policy. We're talking about foreign policy. So he got dropped on his head a couple of times. So I can't give him, you can't hold him
I mean, that's all
too
he
high
can
of a
cry
standard.
about.
Yeah.
I mean, and he's not even rightfully like calling it outright. Like, yes, prices actually have fallen in a lot of places, not
Absolutely they
everywhere,
have.
but in a lot of places. I mean, we got inflation down, immigration got cleaned up. So I mean, like,
Drugs have gotten cleaned up.
so
a
yeah,
little
you
bit.
can't. I mean, you can't sit here and just say that. Oh yeah, he's not running America right. I mean, bro, are we in an economic recession? No, actually, we're seeing growth.
He can't attack the Maduro argument, so he's trying to attack domestic policy. That's all he's doing. And that's what that's what they're supposed to do. Come on, he's the House Minority Leader. He's Timu Obama. He wants to talk long-winded. He's got it. He's good.
The Venezuelan people, of course, is belied by the facts as to what he's done as president here in the United States of America.
Well, you just heard my conversation with Secretary Rubio. I asked him about the administration's decision not to inform Congress ahead of this operation until President Maduro had been captured. Secretary Rubio saying this was not the kind of mission where they could have afforded to notify Congress. There were concerns about leaks. He made that point. President Trump made that point. Was the administration justified in this case in not briefing Congress?
Well, there's been no evidence that the administration has presented to justify the actions that were taken in terms of there being an imminent threat to the health, the safety, the well-being, the national security of the American people. This was not simply a counter-narcotics operation. It was an act of war. It involved the Delta
Now he's
Force.
going to
We're
attack it.
thankful for the precision by which they executed the operation, and thankful for the
Hold on. I didn't even hear what he said.
narcotics operation. It was an act of war. It involved, of course, the Delta Force, and we're thankful for the precision by which they executed the operation, and thankful for the fact that no American lives were lost. But this was a military action involving Delta Force, involving the Army, apparently involving thousands of troops, involving at least 150 military aircraft, perhaps involving dozens of ships off the coast of Venezuela and South America. So of course this was a military action, and pursuant to the Constitution, only Congress has the power to declare war, to authorize acts that take place in this regard. And we've got to make sure when we return to Washington, D.C., that legislative action is taken to ensure that no further military steps occur absent explicit congressional approval.
All right, well, let's talk about when you return to Washington, D.C. One of the big topics at the forefront of Congress will be, of course, the fight over these Obamacare subsidies. They expired just days ago. The House set to vote on a 3-year extension of those subsidies. But as you know, Senate Majority Leader John Thune has said it's a non-starter in the Senate. Why are you?
Oh, yeah. And shout out to my man Jet. He says Timu Obama should have to pay a tariff to talk.
Bruh. I mean,
since he's talking for the foreigner. Wait, yeah, when it comes to tariffs, I ain't gonna lie, that man be talking for the foreign investors.
Come on, like seriously. Like we can go over this backwards, forwards. I can read you the Constitution. The commander in chief of the Army, Navy, and basically is allowed to make war. He's not allowed to declare war. He's allowed to conduct military operations without Congress. Without Congress.
And yeah, the main argument is the War Powers Act, but we'll get into that later.
Putting forward a bill that has absolutely no chance of passing the Senate.
Well, let's take it one step at a time. We've got to make sure that a straightforward extension of the Affordable Care Act tax credits passes out of the House upon our return next week, so we can protect the health care of tens of millions of Americans who are about to experience dramatically increased health insurance premiums, copays, and deductibles. In some instances, health insurance costs will increase by $1,000 or $2,000 per month. That's completely and totally unacceptable. And Republicans have a responsibility to partner with us as Democrats to stop it. to protect the health care of everyday Americans, working class Americans, and middle class Americans. Now, when we successfully pass this bill out of the House of Representatives, we know that there's a bipartisan majority in the Senate. Every single Senate Democrat and at least 4 Senate Republicans who support a straightforward extension of the Affordable Care Act tax credits. The votes exist to pass it in the Senate, absent procedural hurdles that John Thune is erecting, because Republicans apparently have no interest in protecting the health care of everyday Americans. They'd rather protect the interests of big oil.
You're the one that fixed it.
Whoa, Akeem. You guys are literally protecting the investments or the interests of big pharma, and I'm sorry, not just big pharma, but big insurance companies. Because remember United, what was it? United Healthcare?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, those are one of the biggest benefactors of these enhanced Obamacare healthcare subsidies.
Because that's what it was
So
designed
remember,
to do.
they're literally giving billions of dollars to insurance companies, and they still raise their healthcare premiums.
But they
So,
want
I
to
mean,
talk about the 1% and the rich and how the rich keep getting richer and the mega corporations. As long as it's not a pharmaceutical corporation, they can all go to hell, right?
Yeah, or insurance, because for some reason it's okay for the insurance company to feed off the people and really give us nothing but a more expensive quote on the premium. But oh yeah, we try to get some oil in here and bring down prices. Oh my God, this is such a bad thing. We're just imperialists. I'm like, bro, are you serious?
No, the Republicans didn't vote for the Affordable Care Act. Who was in charge when the Affordable Care Act was passed? So this got passed without our consent, without our, with all the gerrymandering that happens that makes Republicans basically an underrepresented majority. So why should we continue to pay for it? We're in power now. We get
No,
to
but here's the
decide
thing,
what
though,
we
Monty.
fund and what we don't.
No, here's the thing, Monty. That now, when they somewhat sell out I'm gonna be real with you. Yeah, when people sell out the big oil, I mean, at least that brings down our gas prices. When you guys sell out to the insurance companies, that raise healthcare premiums. So I mean,
Yeah, because everything gets more expensive. It's fucking, it's ridiculous.
And their billionaire donors, which is why they enacted massive tax breaks as part of their one big ugly bill.
Well, let me ask you, because
Oh
as
my
we
God.
are 26 days away from another potential government shutdown on the heels of the longest shutdown in U.S. history. Would you support another government shutdown over this battle over healthcare subsidies?
But what we've said from the very beginning, first of all, we need to resolve this issue within the next week or so, protect the healthcare of the American people, and then continue to fix our broken healthcare system and address the Republican healthcare crisis that's devastating everyday Americans, including as a result of the fact that they enacted the largest cut to Medicare.
I thought the Affordable Care Act was supposed to make healthcare affordable. Set. Did the Democrats lie to us? Did they defraud the American people when Obama got up there and said you could keep your doctor, you can keep your insurance, nothing's going to change, nothing's going to go up? Did they lie to us?
Basically, here's what they don't tell you
I
about
thought he
these.
kept lying.
But here's the thing that they don't tell you about extending the ACA subsidies is that healthcare premiums were still going to go up by 30%. Without them, yeah, the numbers do turn out to be that they would triple and double if we don't extend them. That's why, honestly, I was in favor of extending them for 1 to 2 years until we figure out something better, even though I'm against them. But I don't want healthcare premiums to triple and double. But it seems like the Republicans are actually selling the, healthcare savings account, and that should be a good replacement for the healthcare subsidies. We'll see how that works out. But it's looking like we're going to head towards a government shutdown towards the end of the month for these subsidies.
Hey, Set. You know why big screen TVs aren't expensive? Because the government's never tried to make them affordable.
All right. Let's give. I guess I give you that.
Decade in American history. Now, we've also said, as it relates to the appropriations process, that we will sit down anytime, any place with anyone in order to find a bipartisan path forward to enact a spending agreement that actually makes life better for the American people. As Democrats, we're committed to driving down the high cost of living that exists in this country. Donald Trump promised on day one of his presidency that Republicans would lower costs. Costs haven't gone down. Costs have gone up. Housing costs out of control. Grocery costs out of control. Utility bills out of control. Healthcare costs out of control. We're committed to.
Yeah, and all that got out of control under you guys. Like, let's remember, like the biggest increase in pricing was all under Biden. So you can't sit here and complain about Trump's, well, actually about to be his first year in office, while you guys effed up affordability for 4 years straight. And Trump is tackling the hold on, Monty. And Trump is tackling the affordability that you guys effed up on. Do you guys not forget when you guys had crazy inflation? And now we're down to 2.7. Like, did you guys, what, you thought that didn't add nothing onto the pricing? Okay, then. So when you guys complain about affordability, you're literally complaining about the crisis that you caused. The Dems, you caused this. But all right, go ahead, Monty.
I was gonna say when you have hyperinflation, which is, I mean, it's not hyperinflation because I think that's like 1,000% over something, but when you have high levels of inflation in the hundreds of percent, and that goes on for 4 years, shit tends to get a little bit more expensive.
I mean,
We're curving that number and lowering it and increasing wages. So
and you
the
can
actual
literally, oh my bad, but you can literally look this up. You can literally look up the CPI increase under Biden. Groceries increased 20% under Biden. Housing increased 20% under Biden. I mean, CPI, Consumer Price Index, overall increased over 20% under Biden. I mean, these are the facts that matter here. You guys are trying to run away from that.
No, they'll do anything they can to shield themselves from that. That's why we're talking about everything under the sun, except for, you know, what Trump's actually doing for our economy, because they actually prefer that we be in constant turmoil everywhere. That's why they're making huge stinks about everything, because that means that when all those veils are pulled back, what do we have to talk about? Oh, we don't have anything to talk about the economy because we fucked that all the way up and now it's being fixed. Can't let him take credit for that. So let's bitch about a warlord in Venezuela.
And bro, and here's the crazy thing: the Dems, they have no room to talk about affordability. You guys run the most unaffordable cities and high crime cities and the most unaffordable states. So who are y'all to even speak on affordability?
California paid $1.5 million for a jailhouse bathroom in the park. And they're talking about affordability. Like, shut the fuck up. In the same neighborhood, there's a house for $1.1 million that has 7 bathrooms in it. They can't afford shit. They can't make anything affordable. They waste money, and that makes inflation go up.
Actually addressing the needs of the American people. That's one of the problems with this action in Venezuela. How does it actually improve the quality of life of everyday Americans? How is it in America's national security interest? Why doesn't Donald Trump and their administration focus on dealing with the affordability crisis? That is not a hoax. It's very real, and something
and you caused it.
needs to be done about it. That's the Democratic commitment.
Leader Jeffries, let me ask you, because Tuesday marks the 5th anniversary of the January 6th attack on the Capitol. House Democrats are planning to hold a hearing criticizing President Trump's decision to pardon all of the rioters. And I wonder, is there anything tangible that you anticipate coming from this hearing, or is this hearing for show?
It's a substantive hearing. It'll be about the concerns that have been raised by people all across this country as to the fact that on his first day in office, Donald Trump pardoned hundreds of violent felons who brutally attacked the Capitol and beat police officers, more than 140 who were seriously injured. Psychological and physical damage that was done that is permanent in nature. And it was all part of Donald Trump's effort to halt the peaceful transfer of power, which is one of the bedrocks of American.
So what about the BLM riots when there were way more officers hurt, way more citizens hurt, and way more property damage, and you guys said nothing at all?
And let's not forget about all the FBI and CIA plants that were in January 6th antagonizing the riot. And let's not forget about the fact that those same people that he's talking about, many of them were sat in a hole for 4 years without any charges. Let's not forget about any of those things. Let's not forget about how much the media slandered and lied about shit. Let's not forget about any of those things.
Bro, why do you think that Biden pardoned the January 6th committee? Because they knew what they did to those people were wrong. They knew.
Why would you don't need a pardon if you did nothing wrong?
Yeah, so why was Hunter pardoned again? Oh, because he was guilty of some things. Oh, it is what it is.
Democracy. We're in our 250th year of representative government. Our democracy is not perfect, but it's a glorious thing, and it fundamentally has to be protected and preserved. So at minimum, on this 5th anniversary of that horrific attack on the U.S. Capitol, we're going to
The
address
senior
issues of
citizens,
concern related to ensuring we continue to have free and fair elections. We've got to get rid of this compliant Republican Congress who function like a reckless rubber stamp for Donald Trump's extreme agenda, as opposed to actually trying to enact policies that make life better for the American people. That's at the essence of our democracy. And so on Tuesday, it'll be an important hearing. We'll hear from Americans from across the ideological spectrum about the horrors of January 6th and why we've got to make sure that something like that never happens again.
All right, very busy time in this new year.
Bro, we was talking about Venezuela and somehow we landed on January 6th, bro. Like, what the fuck? Bro, really?
Yeah, all it is they're just running traffic for the Democratic Party. It's Trump derangement syndrome, man.
Yeah, literally, man. And here's the thing: I don't even think this man knows a damn thing about what truly happened there with Venezuela. He just came on here to bitch about Trump. I mean, like, bros, started talking about Venezuela, then he started talking about the economy and all this good stuff. And I'm like, we're here to talk about Venezuela, and you landed off on, bro, January 6th?
Because he has nothing. He has nothing.
Oh, well, tomorrow is
about
January
Venezuela.
6th, though. Well, tomorrow's January 6th, so I see what they're doing.
Oh, no. This is it's just hijacking the conversation to fucking put out political talking points.
Yeah, and of course, celebrated the anniversary of January 6th.
Capitol Hill. We'll be tracking all of it. Leader Jeffries, thank you so much for joining us. We really appreciate it.
Thank you, and Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you. And when we come back, Republican Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene joins me next.
All right, before we get into Marjorie Taylor, shout out to Jet. He says Eli Lilly went from 42B to 968B now under the ACA.
The rich just get richer because Democrats allow them to.
And then they want to say, oh, well, the Republicans sell out for the oil. Bro, you guys are literally selling out for the insurance companies right in front of our faces.
What is that, a 10x or 20x? 40 billion to 100 or yeah.
Yeah. Bro, since you're right. Since the starting of the Obamacare, all insurance companies have seen about 1,000% increase in their stock price.
But no, they're not. They're for the little guy set. Don't forget that.
All right. All right, let's keep going. Marjorie Taylor.
Welcome back. And joining me now is Republican Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene of Georgia. Congresswoman, welcome to Meet the Press.
Thanks for having me this morning.
Thank you so much for being here. We really appreciate it. Tomorrow is your last day in Congress, so incredibly significant to have you here today, Congresswoman. You and President Trump, of course, had an extraordinary break last year. We'll talk all about that in just a moment. But I do want to talk about something you said this weekend in the wake of this attack against Venezuela, removing Nicolas Maduro. You said that the administration's actions were not America first. Now, the president was asked about this idea yesterday. I want to play that clip and get your reaction on the other side. Take a look.
Mr. President, why is running a country in South America America first?
Well, I think it is because we want to surround ourselves with good neighbors. We want to surround ourselves with stability. We want to surround ourselves with energy. We have tremendous energy in that country. It's very important that we protect it. We need that for ourselves. We need that for the world.
Why do you disagree, Congresswoman?
America First is in South America.
I served on the Homeland Security Committee for 3 years, and I am overwhelmingly in support of a strong border. I impeached Secretary Mayorkas. Those were my articles of impeachment that passed the House because fentanyl overdoses skyrocketed to 280% in my own district. And the majority of American fentanyl overdoses and deaths come from Mexico. Those are the Mexican cartels that are killing Americans. And so my pushback here is if this was really about narco-terrorists and about protecting Americans from cartels and drugs being brought into America, the Trump administration would be attacking the Mexican cartels. Now, I am not defending Maduro, And of course, I'm happy for the people of Venezuela to be liberated, but Americans celebrated the liberation of the Iraqi people after Saddam Hussein. They celebrated the liberation of the Libyan people after Gaddafi. And this is the same Washington playbook that we are so sick and tired of, that doesn't serve the American people, but actually serves the big corporations, the banks, and the oil executives. And so my pushback here is on the Trump administration that campaigned.
Now, just to push back on that a little bit, is this like, okay, but will that not lower our prices, that we pay for gas? Would that not lower prices overall, since the main thing people pay for is energy and gas? So you can't sit here and say that, oh, this has no benefit to the American people. Now, no, Monty, I do hear her out there. She's making a good point. Every time we've done this, it's blown up in our face. But I mean, hey, man, let's see.
They're making arguments for national security because our adversaries are trying to jockey for power and make Venezuela a proxy through corruption.
That is true. But she does have a point, though. Every time we try to do this, it does blow up in our face. Like, we got to give her that one. But I don't like how she's trying to frame this as if this could be no benefit to America, when we could benefit it of being waned off the natural resources of China and their rare earths by go ahead and popping off things in Venezuela, and how we can start lowering our oil prices by tapping into the supply of Venezuelan oil. I mean,
now let me ask you this
as well.
Let me ask you this though. Did we just go in and take out Saddam Hussein? Or did we stay there for 20 years? Did we just go in and take out Gaddafi? Or did we support Syrian rebels and fight an entire war over and over? Or sorry, Libya. And like these are apples to oranges arguments. And I understand. I agree that we should limit our foreign policy engagements. But this is absolutely like
honestly, I think it's not really apple to orange. I think it's like a scale down of size, or the scale of it, to be honest. Like, you're right. Like, due to the way we popped off that attack, I mean, yeah, the outcome wasn't that bad. The scale of like the consequences, or there was no like equipment loss, there's no American soldiers lost. So let's be real. We did the same thing. We did the same thing, but we had better results.
Because we did it correctly. We did it the way we're supposed to do it. If we had done the same things we just did in Venezuela, in Iraq, in Libya, in all of these different things that we've popped off, and like the State Department actually ran it like it's being done now, I would be more for those actions. But no, we sent people 1,000 or 3,000, 10,000 miles away to fight in a war. There's a difference. There is a difference. And I mean, anytime we fucking flex our fucking military, we have people like this that are like, oh my God, we're doing this again. Fucking white women.
All right, man, let's hear her out, though. Let's hear Marjorie Taylor Greene out.
On Make America Great Again that we thought was putting America first. I want to see domestic policy be the priority that helps Americans afford life after 4 disastrous years of the Biden administration. I want to see domestic policies that prioritizes jobs and affordable housing for Americans after 4 disastrous years of the Biden administration. And I want to see domestic priorities that put Americans first in regards of healthcare. Health insurance costs too much, car insurance, home insurance. And these are issues that matter to Americans. We don't consider Venezuela our neighborhood. Our neighborhood is right here in the 50 United States, not in the Southern Hemisphere.
Well, let me ask you.
He said America first. He didn't say which one.
He gets to decide what America first means. Does America first mean whatever President Trump says it does?
You know, America first should mean what was promised on the campaign trail in 2024. So my understanding of America first is strictly for the American people, not for the big donors that donate to big politicians, not for the special interests that constantly roam the halls in Washington, and not foreign countries that demand their priorities put first over Americans. America first.
Well, that's what I'd have to catch her up on. I mean, like, so you don't understand how there was foreign adversaries who had all the control in Venezuela, and us taking control of it, having our influence, having our interest pushed to Venezuela is way better than China or Russia having their interest pushed in Venezuela. I mean, can't we call that America first, since it's one in our hemisphere, by the way? Two, they're rich in oil and resources. And why would we want China and Russia controlling that when we could do it ourselves? I'm just saying that's America first to me. I'm beyond now, not the complete America first, but if we're talking about putting American interests first in the benefit of the American people, then I mean that's a pretty good example of kicking out foreign interests and inserting our own.
Actually means for the American people. And the American people have been put last consistently decades and decades by both political parties for far too long. My kids' generation, my kids are 22, 26, and 28, are looking at a future where this whole entire generation doesn't think they'll ever see a Social Security check. They don't believe they'll ever be able to afford to own their own home. And 50-year mortgages are really a slap in the face. It's insulting. Americans don't want $2,000 stimulus checks as a payoff. They want to have good policies brought forth for them, because you want to know something, Kristen? They voted for this administration, and their small dollar donation should matter. And MAGA has its own enemy list, and the enemies of the world are not on their enemy list, and they're tired of being ignored.
Let me ask you about your breakup with.
Well, I'm gonna be honest with you. Actually, they kind of are. The fact that, you know, China and other country were the one that was like stripping our job market, you know, stripping out the middle class.
Let's just completely forget about all of that. She's fucking ignorant. Like,
that's what I'm saying. Is like, bro, like, sweetheart, you're kind of picking and choosing right now, and I don't like it. It's like, come on. Oh, well, our foreign, China was on that list. China was on the list for for trying to cause economic instability inside the United States. Iran, as much as I don't agree with them being on that list, they was on the list. Venezuela, they was on that list. Why? Because they're in our hemisphere selling oil to our enemies. I mean, do you not
America? Set, I can't tell you how many arguments I had with fucking liberals that are making the same argument she's making right now, that because we say America first, we mean that we're just gonna fucking completely stay to ourselves and hermit crab and let everybody fucking take over the fucking world while we sit back and let it happen because Marjorie Taylor Greene said so. Maybe if you want to be president, lady, you should run for president. Otherwise, shut the fuck up.
I mean, look, America first don't mean America only. Like, let's just be real.
No, America first. So I understand the sentiment behind that, but it's not America only, because we're not the only fucking country in the world. There are other countries that we have to keep in line in order to preserve America first interests.
Yeah, that's why I said America first doesn't mean America only. Yeah.
President Trump, part of that was over this battle over releasing the Epstein files in September. After a meeting with a group of Epstein survivors, you'd held a news conference and threatened to identify some of the men who had abused them. The New York Times Magazine reported that President Trump called you in your office afterwards and, quote, according to a staff member, everyone in the suite of rooms could hear him yelling at her as she listened to him on speakerphone. Greene says she expressed her perplexity over his intransigence.
Well, all right. And shout out to my man Jay. Says Marjorie Taylor Greene cherry picking like she does her company workers. Oof. Ooh, yeah. We're trying to completely walk back. Well, I don't think that we should arrest all the illegals because, you know, I own a construction company, and you know that I was like, bro, sis, are you for real? And this is when she started turning against Trump. Yeah, and then she would said that on CNN. And this is the problem that I don't like about Marjorie Taylor Greene. If she'd have went on Fox and said all this, I'd have respected it. But the fact that she went on MSNBC, CNN, where she knows she'd be unopposed, no pushback when she talks about Trump.
You know, I argued against my mom when she made that same point. I was like, she's allowed to have her opinion. Now, I see where you're coming from now. Fuck her. She's fucking ignorant as fuck and doesn't understand what's going on in the greater fucking scope of things, because she's just she was a shill for Trump, anything to get herself elected and to grab power.
And now that's not working out for her. Well, here we are.
To a staff member, everyone in the suite of rooms could hear him yelling at her as she.
Here's the thing. I actually like that she spoke out against Trump. It's just how she did it I did not appreciate. That's all.
Listened to him on speakerphone. Greene says she expressed her perplexity over his intransigence. According to Greene, Trump replied, "My friends will get hurt." What do you think President Trump meant by my friends will get hurt, Congresswoman?
You know, I've been asking that question ever since, and I make no apologies for standing with women and victims of rape, because in this country, there
So apparently in a phone call she had with President Trump, I guess Trump said, what was it? According to a staff member, everyone in the suite of rooms could hear him yelling at her as she listened to him on speakerphone. Green said she expressed her perplexity over his intrinsic. Well, all right. So according to Green, Trump replied, "My friends will get hurt." Intrinsic. All right, I'm gonna figure that one out later. But pretty much, Trump was yelling at her over the phone, over the Epstein files, and Green was like, "Yo, why are you even protecting these guys? Like, what's in it for you?" And Trump said it. My friends will get hurt. Now, we don't have an actual recording. We don't have the phone call, nothing like that. So this is all hearsay. Yeah. But I'm be honest with you, I kind of believe. I'm be real. I kind of believe her. I'm be real with you. I actually believe her that Trump actually said that.
My friends will get hurt. What do you think President Trump meant by "my friends will get hurt," Congresswoman?
You know, I've been asking that question ever since, and I make no apologies for standing with women and victims of rape, because in this country, there are far too many victims of rape. All walks of men and women alike have been victims of rape or some type of child abuse. And the Epstein files is significant. And demanding transparency for that should not lead to the president, who I helped get elected and supported far more than pretty much any Republican in Washington. It should not have led to him calling me a traitor. That is absolutely unacceptable, and the American people reject it. Yeah. But here's what should be prioritized is victims. And victims of an entire system that protected the rich, powerful elites. And that's what Americans are absolutely sick and tired of. That was part of what they voted for in 2024. They voted to tear down the system that protects the rich, powerful elites. They voted to tear down the system that consistently goes for foreign wars and regime change. They voted to tear down the system that does nothing for regular, hardworking Americans and only consistently props up the big banks, the military industrial complex, and the oil executives and major industries. And, you know, you want to know something? After this regime change in Venezuela, I fear that we're going to see jobs just move south, because we're already hearing about big corporations lining up their trips to Venezuela for the next big business opportunity that exists, while Americans sit here with no options that are going to provide them with good paying jobs. And
hold on. So you don't think that building business in Venezuela, you don't think that's going to bring jobs to America? Like, come on now.
Pause.
Just the transportation of the oil here is gonna like have us on it. I mean, come on now.
Set. Think about this. Let's take a step back.
I could possibly open a gas station now, Monty. But go ahead.
No. Put the politics aside. Let's think of this on a first table situation, right? What is going to be the result of more oil stability? It's going to be cheaper transportation costs. A big part of doing business is the cost of transportation. Domestic transportation is expensive. Gas prices lead to increased transportation costs. So when you have a lower barrier to entry for business to flare, and it's a compounding effect over and over again, because your doohickeys have to be transported all over the place. Trucking. Yeah. So when things like that all kind of come together, you could not hire a single American to extract that oil out of Venezuela. Not that we're going to, and it would create prosperity and jobs in America because of it. Because looser economic, or not looser, but better economic situation leads to job growth. I wanted to take her seriously. Like I was hearing her out, and I understand the sentiment that she's coming from and the sentiment that she's representing, but she is not thinking big picture, and I think she's deliberately not thinking big picture. Either that or she's ignorant. She's disingenuous or she's ignorant. One of the two.
I mean, look, here's the thing: we could benefit off the oil and their natural resources. I mean, bro, we're scrambling for gold right now because what's going on in the global markets. So, and Venezuela got a whole lot of gold, a whole lot of silver that we need for our electronics, by the way. So, dominating their natural resources could only help us. To be quite honest, I'm not understanding how she don't see the economic implications of taking over Venezuela.
And this is the thing. It's not even just the fact that could help us. We paid for that already. We've bought that already. American companies were down there when they were kicked out.
And I mean,
that's our equipment.
And she's talking like a liberal, as if these billionaires and millionaires don't make the jobs. Yes, we do hate crony capitalism, but the regular capital we can appreciate. Like, and this ain't crony capitalism. If anything, this is expanding our influences into their market that could only benefit us and the Venezuelan people if we can turn their economy into a capitalist economy. And they might even have to change their currency over to ours, just to somewhat strengthen our dollar.
Which would strengthen our dollar. And not only would it strengthen our dollar, which helps Americans and decreases the price of things, it would also give the Venezuelan people a fucking off-ramp from this socialist fucking hellhole that they've been under over the last 27 years.
Facts.
Affordable health care.
Congresswoman, let me finally ask you about one of the rifts and concerns in the Republican Party over the issue of anti-Semitism. In 2022, you did speak at a conference organized by Nick Fuentes. He's a white nationalist. He recently said that Hitler is, quote, cool. Let me ask you about your perspective right now. Do you believe there is room in the Republican Party for Nick Fuentes and anyone who shares that ideology, that Hitler is cool?
Here's my situation and here's my belief on people's speech. I will always defend the First Amendment and free speech, no matter what kind of speech it is, even speech that I find abhorrent or I disagree with, because I think that makes us uniquely American. What concerns me is that when we move towards censorship, and we saw that happen during COVID. I myself had my own Twitter account permanently banned because I spoke out against FDA rushed approval of the COVID vaccines. And I spoke out against lockdowns and forced masking. And, when I look at people saying that certain types of speech needs to be censored, and we have been hearing that lately, that raises great concern for me. So I think it's something that we have to take seriously. Is as Americans, we don't have to agree with each other, and we certainly can disagree, but we should overwhelmingly agree that free speech must be protected.
Well,
she doesn't agree with you.
I mean, during COVID, you did compare lockdowns to the Holocaust. I understand your point about free speech, but let me press you there, because Nick Fuentes has said on his podcast, quote, Hitler was awesome.
That's a misquote. Kristen, that's a misquote. That's a misquote. That's not correct. I compared vaccine cards, being forced to take a vaccine in order to be able to keep a job or buy or sell or be able to be admitted to restaurants. I compared that. I was not comparing. The Holocaust was horrible. I'm not comparing anything to that.
Well, I like how she shut that down.
Yeah, cuz it's kind of crazy how she tried to go there.
She gave her an inch. That's why you don't fucking. That's why I don't. She shouldn't be on this fucking show. First of all, because now she's gonna get her shit twisted. You give them an inch, and they're gonna take a mile. Oh, you compared COVID to the Holocaust. No, she didn't. She compared a vaccine passport to having to show your papers in Nazi Germany. I was there for that speech.
All right.
Fuentes has said on his podcast, Hitler was awesome. Hitler was right. The Holocaust didn't happen. He also participated in the Charlottesville rally where demonstrators chanted, Jews will not replace us. Senator Ted Cruz says this is a time for choosing. He says, if you're embracing someone who says Hitler is cool, you are complicit in that evil. Do you think Ted Cruz has a point that you'd be complicit in that evil to support or in any way fail to denounce?
Speech is not evil.
Nick Fuentes has said.
Kristen, I don't know Nick Fuentes. I don't even have his phone number. He doesn't have my phone number. I spoke at a conference of his because it was largely attended by young Americans, and I care about that generation. And I went there to talk directly to them. So I really am not familiar with what Nick Fuentes says, whether it's on social media or his podcast. Nor do I pay that much attention to Ted Cruz. He routinely attacks me. The things that I focus on is the needs of the American.
But should he be embraced in the
And I'm not
Republican
going to
Party,
get-
Congresswoman? Is there room for him in the Republican Party?
There's room for everybody in the Republican Party. Let me answer it. He
Kristen-
won't.
I mean, come on now, lady. Let's
There's
be real.
room for
Like,
everybody in this country. Stop trying to fucking exclude people.
and
because
everybody
you don't
got
like
their
what they have to
radicals.
say.
And we got our radicals. Y'all got your radicals. I mean, bro, y'all literally have people over there that think we should start normalizing pedophilia. Like, you remember the minor attracted people map? Yeah, that was on y'all side. And
Hold
we
on.
understand that that's not all of you guys, but let's pretend. Let's not sit here and pretend like y'all ain't got radicals either, just like we do. We got our white supremacists. You got your affirming pedophiles.
It's sickening because the rhetoric that she's spewing leads to people being violent against Republicans, i.e. Charlie Kirk, i.e. fucking everybody in the wake of Charlie Kirk, i.e. fucking people dancing about it happening. I'm so sick and so fucking tired of this. Do they have a place? Where the fuck are they supposed to go? Please tell me, are they just supposed to get shot? Is that what you'd like to happen?
No, I don't know. Maybe they just what she's trying to say is that they shouldn't just be listened to when it comes to politics whatsoever. Like they're thinking that, oh well, if you listen to this, isn't that going to radicalize your base? And I'm like, bro, not everybody listens to Nick Fuentes in that way. Like I say this all the time. I don't agree with Nick Fuentes on when it comes to race, and I guess how he wants America to be like ran like in a Christian way. I don't agree with all of that, but I can't sit here and agree on his America First policies. I agree with him on that.
But here's the thing, Set. They think that they can shame you into falling back off of your beliefs because if somebody else lines their beliefs up with you, suddenly you're complicit in that evil thing that they did. So if I said this a long time ago, I think, I don't know if you remember it, but I was like, if I go do a mass unaliving in a school, the left is going to go and say, oh, look, he had this guy on his show every single day. He platformed him, blah, 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 blah. Because they think that when one person does something, it's not to, they don't actually believe that you think these things. She's not asking Marjorie Taylor Greene if she thinks that these things are okay. She's just trying to shut down Marjorie Taylor Greene's America First agenda because it's linked to Nick Fuentes, or she has had links to Nick Fuentes. And like she just said, she was speaking to a conference of young Americans. Like, come on, can you not I'm sorry.
It is what it is. All right, let's keep it
And
going.
I don't think that this is about the Republican Party, and it's not about Nick Fuentes. I see this about free speech. And I'm going to sit here and tell you over and over again, I defend the First Amendment. I will defend free speech, whether I like the speech, agree with the speech, disagree with the speech, hate the speech. I'm going to defend it because I can point to many other people in the Democrat Party that I completely don't like their speech. I can point to members of the press that have written horrific stories that I think are lies, and I can say, I don't like that speech, but I still defend free speech, and I still defend the press having rights to publish stories, because I think that's how you hold the government accountable. And I want a press that tells the truth to the American people, not slants it or paints it one way, but strictly publishes the truth. And that's what Americans really want. So I'm not going to engage in weighing in on who deserves to be where. I'm going to strictly tell you I will defend free speech at all costs.
Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene, again, thank you for joining us.
She didn't want to hear that. She's off the channel now.
Your political future or any future very closely. Really appreciate it. We will be right back. Stay with us.
My God.
We'll be right back with more Meet the Press. The panel is next. Keir Simmons, Amna Nawaz, co-anchor of PBS NewsHour, Neera Tanden, president and CEO of the Center for American Progress, and Mark Short, former Trump director of legislative affairs. Welcome to all of you. Happy New Year, Keir.
But all right, though, let's go ahead and move on. Let's see what CNN got to say about this. All right, so who is Venezuela's acting president, Delcy Rodriguez? Yeah, let's get into this lady and let's see what she's talking about.
Court has ordered Venezuela's Supreme Court has ordered.
She's a full-on socialist, just like Chavez, just like Maduro. Oh, crap, this can't be good. Oh, all right, guys, it looked like we might have to, get her up out of there, too. Carry her off into the night, just like we did our guy Maduro. So,
and frequently warn the country about the threat of foreign intervention. Crucially, as energy minister, she also has been a steady hand in funneling Venezuela's dwindling energy revenues to the regime. Seen here last month with state workers, she says, "We have something to tell Mr. Trump. Venezuela doesn't owe the U.S. anything." And yet, Rodriguez has for many years been sanctioned by Canada, the EU, and the United States. CNN attempted to question her in 2016 after a CNN investigation uncovered a scheme to illegally sell Venezuelan passports out of the country's embassy in Iraq. Rodriguez, then the foreign minister, refused to comment to CNN on every occasion. In keeping with her political pedigree, Rodriguez has a less than subtle message for the Trump administration as she demanded Maduro's release. Her involvement in any future transition in Venezuela will be challenging. Paula Newton, CNN.
Joining me now from Oxfordshire is Vanessa Neumann, a Venezuelan-American diplomat, business owner, author, and political theorist. Vanessa, great to see you again. It's been a while since you and I have spoken.
yeah, I mean, from that little analysis right there, that little breakdown, I mean, it sounds like we're going to have to go in Venezuela and get her up out of there. Because it looks like she's going to do the same thing Maduro's doing. She's the one asking for Maduro back. So, damn, this kind of leads into Sid's point of, it's only been 2 days. Let's see how this all works out. Yeah, I gotta give him that one.
I know it's been a moment of celebration for many Venezuelans in and outside of the country, and also a moment of deep anxiety from the Venezuelans I've been speaking to inside the country. Just give us a sense of what you're feeling first and what the mood is from what you gather inside the country.
Indeed, and it's such a pleasure to be with you again. I've missed you. So the mood in Venezuela is one of concern right now, and confusion more than anything. So there are several things. One, everybody is delighted by most people are delighted by the photograph of Maduro, handcuffed and with the blindfolds and the earmuffs on the Iwo Jima, heading back to the United States. It reminded me of the capture of Abimael Guzman, who later The Shining Path was put in a cage. It made him human. It took away the terror and all this fear that Venezuelans have had with these 18,000 political prisoners and extrajudicial killings and tortures. He seemed like a superhuman who could never be captured. And now we know he is human. He can be captured. People within the Maduro enclave can be captured, and we can one day have democracy again.
So should be captured, detained. I mean, and the guys around him, well, they were killed. So, yeah, trust me, he was very vulnerable to the USA.
That's hope. That's one sentiment.
Hey, Seth.
The other sentiment.
Yo.
Point out Sid's comment. I think I agree with that. I mean, it's completely, disingenuous, but that's what I'm afraid of.
Well, hold on. First, I got to get my man Jay said they proved they was trained at the Leering Center.
Oh my God!
Shout out to the Leering Center, and here it is. As long as she oh damn, well, I mean, Sid got a point. As long as she complies with U.S. interests, she can be as brutal and repressive as she wants. Right? It's not about democracy or freedom, right?
I mean, I'm hopeful that he's wrong about that, but I fear that he's right about that, if that makes sense.
I know, that's what I said. Sid got a point when he said, guys, only been 2 days. Like, we need to wait. And I was like, you know what? You got a point. Like, we do need to wait to see how this all works out.
But on its face, according to what is being said, that's not what they want to happen. So
And shout out to my man Gaming. He says, Mr. Pandemic, you have the end pass now. Say it. Whoa.
Paramedic.
Sorry, I'm thinking. Sorry, Mr. Paramedic, you have the end pass now.
He said, "Say a slur for me,
bro."
For gaming. No, I can't do that. I don't have that pass. You're not fully black. You can't give it to me.
Weak. Shout out.
There is great concern about the fact that Delcy Rodriguez, who is not a nice woman, but is very, very intelligent. She's multilingual, fluent in English and French, and the chief negotiator.
Well
I have seen
educated.
it firsthand. I haven't been fed this by the U.S. government or the Venezuelan opposition. I have been present during phone calls where people were negotiating with her to give Maduro money or to keep Maduro in power. So I am aware of that. And she will give a little dance to the Trump team who think that she will be their puppet, but she's nobody's puppet. However, that's one thing. I think they will get tired of being danced around by her, Rubio and Hegseth. And on the other hand, she faces a huge challenge because she's not a military, like Diosdado Cabello and Padrino Lopez, who's the two military, one's the head of the military and the other one is a military commander who's head of the party. They're very, very bad guys. And they will want to command whatever's left of military morale. They will want to command whatever's left of military morale to sideline her. So
Yeah.
she may well be stabbed in the back by her own party.
So many good points that you
And then
make.
we're nowhere. Then we just have Diosdado Cabello and Padrino Lopez, who were really not much better than Maduro.
Yeah, look, so many good points you made. Let me start, first of all, we'll talk about the Interior and Defense Minister in just a moment. But let me get your thoughts, first of, on Delcy Rodriguez. She's now the president, well, VP, obviously, but she's been, you've seen the Supreme Court, she's now been handed over the reins, of course, of the country. We've had President Trump saying that she will do what we ask of her, almost painting a picture, Vanessa, that of her being slightly more pragmatic. What is your sense? Because what I heard from you yesterday is, we will never be a colony. We want Maduro back. Is this just lip service, or do you think that Chavismo is not dead?
I think Chavismo is not dead. I think there are two different things, right? So there are Chavismo, there are a few hardcore ideologues who've always been there, always will be there, right? Who really believe in Chavismo. And don't forget, this is a country like Cuba. I know you know this extremely well, where there's a whole lot of propaganda. People within Venezuela, unless you have a smartphone, really don't have a lot of access to reality. They get fed these lines. Second of all, I think they have to keep up this line for their own survival. On the other hand, there is the aspect of their own survival, right? They are all facing drug charges. Delcy Rodriguez has done, I think it was it the New York Times? Has done a PR job. Yeah, where she said, Delcy the moderate. And everybody in Venezuela was like, Delcy's not a moderate. She has been, remember what I said at the beginning, she's a negotiator and a PR person, and she's been handling her own PR clearly for her to assume this position for months. And positions herself as a moderate. She can't be too much of a moderate. It's the typical thing we've seen.
She sold him out, Set. That's all there is to it. She sold him out.
Yeah, because it's a very confusing picture they're giving of her. Like, well, she's all pro this, but she could be basically a moderate. I mean, hold on. Is she all the way with Maduro, or is she this moderate that you're trying to paint her as?
She's dancing for her people so that she doesn't get ousted by the loyalists, and she gave him up.
Yeah, she's playing both lines.
She absolutely is. She wants power. But I put a $50 super chat in so Sid can get in, because I want to hear him out on this one. It's a cold day in hell, but I want to hear him out.
I'm crying. He said I put a $50 super chat. All right, I got you. He's like, this is so sick and come up. Shout out to the baller alert from Monty, and a shout out to my man Gaming. He says, what are the odds CIA, NSA are already embedded? I mean,
bro, they were in there before.
Man. Like, trust me, they've been there. But all right, let me go ahead and get that posted, man. I got you.
In other countries, if she tries to be a moderate and go on bended knee to the Trump team, her own team will stab her in the back. And then we'll have to have a second wave of attacks on Venezuela, or the Trump team will stage a second wave, as they discussed last night. She's not going to go on bended knee. Venezuela, they will not make Venezuela a colony, and I think that this is going to be some very complicated days. Venezuelans cannot go out into the street to celebrate because A, they're confused, they don't know what comes next, and B, anybody who says, "Yay, they got Maduro," will be immediately captured and tortured.
And all right, now let's go ahead and get into the next CNN video. Now let's see here, one-on-one with Democratic Senator Chris Murphy. And let's see, Rubio and Hegseth literally lied to our face about Venezuela. Well, all right, let's see what this man is talking about.
Democrats are demanding answers from the Trump administration,
They
saying
always
top
do.
officials lied to them about ousting Nicolas Maduro and questioning whether the president violated the Constitution by attacking Venezuela without congressional approval. Here with me now is a member of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, Democrat Chris Murphy of Connecticut. Thank you so much for being here.
Certainly.
What is your reaction to this operation?
Well, I mean, clearly this is wildly illegal. This is a president who has been operating illegally since he was sworn into office, stealing from the American people, seizing spending power.
What's illegal?
Now dragging America into a war overseas. The president cannot run a military operation of this size, cannot invade a foreign country without coming to Congress first, without allowing the American public to weigh in. America doesn't want this war. Nobody asked for this because it has nothing to do with American national security. And I think that's the most important conversation to have. Listen, Venezuela is not a security threat to the United States. They're not threatening to invade us. There is no terrorist group like Al-Qaeda operating there that has plans to attack the United States. To the extent that
what are narco terrorists?
Yes, they produce drugs, but those drugs go to Europe. Fentanyl is the drug that's killing Americans. That's not coming from Venezuela. Venezuela produces cocaine. 90% of it is not coming to the United States.
No, that's true. I mean, he's right about, Venezuela not producing that much or producing barely any fentanyl. But they did, first off, one, they do make cocaine. Two, they also transport heroin. And then let's not forget the cartel also is involved in human smuggling and trafficking. So let's not play dumb here.
Set, if you just do a quick Google search, how many deaths does cocaine cause a year? It's 29,000. And if you estimate that Venezuela produces 10% of our cocaine that they smuggle here, that is 3,000 a year. We went to war for 20 years over 3,000 people. I think an arrest is a very measured response to killing 3,000 people or being the ringleader of someone that kills 3,000 people. I don't think anybody disagrees that getting Maduro out of power is a bad thing or is not aligned with American interests. I think they just disagree that Trump did it, and they think it's going to cause more problems than it solves.
And all righty, now we got my man Sid up here. We also got my dog Gaming. How y'all doing?
Yo, what's up?
Yo. All right, now, yo, Sid, I actually do want to hear your perspective on this.
I do.
Far.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I just want to make sure. All I want is oversight. I don't buy any of the arguments made by the administration. They're all over the place. I mean, I think when I was looking at the transcript, oil was mentioned about 27 times by Donald Trump, whereas drugs were mentioned 9 times. And we should be clear about what this is about. And different times in our past where, yeah, we've got rid of terrible dictators, terrible evil men.
Yeah.
And the population celebrated it. And we were told we'd be welcomed as liberators. And at the beginning, it looked like we were. I mean, when Saddam was captured and after the second Iraq War, Bush got on an aircraft carrier with a banner that said mission accomplished. We've all seen it. We all clown on it now because it seems so stupid that early on to be bandying about saying mission accomplished. But now that's what we're all sitting here and expected to be doing right now. And if we're not, we support Maduro because he's a socialist, or we support him because we just hate Trump. And there's no valid argument on the other side that is, on one hand saying we should have oversight from Congress, but also this could go completely sideways and get us into another quagmire that we aren't prepared for, and that Trump and the whole administration doesn't seem prepared for when they get questioned about it.
Can I respond to that?
Yeah.
So God damn it, I don't like admitting. I agree with everything you're saying, and you're right to be the skeptic on the other side of the aisle. This is Trump, obviously. It's not, and I fail to see that I would probably do the same thing if it were Biden. So I think that issue we have clarity on it, but we're never going to come to an agreement on it. Now, I say take it a step further. I say go after Colombia, go after Mexico, or not Mexico, but the cartels in Mexico. Go after Cuba, go after all these places because they do directly kill American citizens. And all the points you're making about other countries that do way worse, yeah, they should be on the chopping block too. I don't think we're going far enough. I agree with you. It's not mission accomplished yet. It is a good step in the right direction, and I'm happy for that. It makes me proud to be an American to know that a fucking president actually did what everybody's wanted to do anyway. We'll probably disagree to the end of the earth on the legality of it. I have my own opinions, and you have your own opinions.
I'm already looking up the legality of it, and I'm going through law by law, so don't worry.
Yeah,
Monty, I understand what you're saying, and in a perfect world where there's nothing beyond, like, we just have these successful missions, you get the one guy out and the country gets right back on track and it benefits the people of that country and it benefits us. But you have to understand that these are the same arguments that the neocons made the entire time. And then they ended up fucking guarding opium fields in Afghanistan.
Sid, I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm not here to argue that. You're right about that. I think it should not be the same fucking script over and over again where we're just committing ourselves to war after war after war so Lockheed Martin can get rich. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is it's kind of disappointing to me to know how easy it was to do, and we haven't already fucking done it everywhere. But meanwhile, we're half a world away fighting people that don't even want us there.
All right.
This isn't about democracy for me. I don't care about democracy in some faraway place, including Venezuela. This is a happy side effect that they might get what they want, but I really don't care about that. What I care about is fucking something that is actually important to me in my own personal life, my own career field, something that I have seen fucking horrible shit out of, having a stop being put to it. And I know you're skepticism. You're skeptical. Fuck, I can't talk. But it shouldn't just end here. They shouldn't take a victory lap and fucking campaign on it. But I see why they are doing it.
Well, here's the thing. You're saying, like, seeing how easy it was, but then on another hand, you're saying, like, oh, they had to have had someone on the inside that just gave them up, that wanted wanted to work with them. I mean, how easy did it look? Like, how easy did the operation in Iraq look? 3, 4 days, 5 days, a week, months.
It was 2 weeks. It was 2 weeks
into the operation. It looked pretty easy. And then, like you said way earlier, we were in there for 20 years. And you're sitting here 2 days later saying, look how easy that was. You would have been, if we were way back in 2003, 2002, you would have been sitting there saying, look how easy that just was.
We stayed there when we didn't need to. Why the fuck did we stay there? We fucking got rid of
because it didn't turn out the way we wanted it. It didn't turn out the way we hoped it would.
No, that is because of fucking Bush's globalism. That is not.
Hold on, let gaming go.
Okay, so I want to address the legality of it because there's some pretty specific language. I'm going to give you the first law and the subsection. Don't interrupt because you're going to miss the second law and the specific subsection that corroborates what Trump did. I'm not looking for any way out, but since legality is an issue, I'm just going to answer it. This is on Cornell Law School Legal Information Institute. So fact check me if you want. The first law is 50 U.S. Code subsection 1542. consultation, initial and regular consultations. The President, in every possible instance, shall consult with Congress before introducing the United States Armed Forces into hostilities or into situations where imminent involvement in hostilities is clearly indicated by the circumstances. After every such introduction shall consult regularly with Congress until the United States Armed Forces are no longer engaged in hostilities or have been removed from such situations. Real quick, now we're going to get over here to 50 U.S. Code subsection 1543 reporting requirements. So, this I'm gonna read section 3, and then I'm gonna read.
Hold on, we don't got that much time.
No, I'm going over.
Get to it. Let him get to it.
Let me get to it. It ain't gonna be long. These are real short blurbs.
All right, go ahead.
So under section A.3, it says, in numbers which substantially enlarge the United States Armed Forces equipped for combat already located in a foreign nation, which the previous definition of a nation is water, airspace, or land. So off the coast of a nation, in their airspace, or on their actual soil. The President shall submit within 48 hours to the Speaker of the House of Representatives and to the President pro tempore of the Senate a reporting in writing set forth the circumstances necessitating the introduction of the United States Armed Forces, the constitutional and legislative authority under which such introduction took place, and the estimated scope and duration of the hostile involvement, and Part C, which is the most important part of the World Powers Act. Whenever the United States Armed Forces are introduced into a hostile or into any situation described in subsection A of this section, the President shall, so long as such armed forces continue to be engaged in such hostilities or situations, report to the Congress periodically on the status of such hostilities or situation, as well as the scope and duration of such hostilities or situation. But in no event shall he report to the Congress less than once every 6 months.
Okay, so I respect that you're reading the War Powers Act to me and to us, and Monty's a little bit right here, and we'll disagree on the legality all day. And so I came here more to talk about the policy aspect of it, but just to briefly touch on that, I want to add some context to the War Powers Act. It does not, the War Powers Act explicitly, and you can look at the legislative history here, you can look at the exact writing in the War Powers Act, but it was not granting the president more powers.
No,
it was actually meant to limit the president's power.
Yeah, I know that.
So when people cite the War Powers Act in this case, it makes absolutely no sense to me, because this is meant to be a limit on the president's war powers.
Yes, and he didn't meet the limit. That's where we disagree. He did not meet the limit of the War Powers Act, did not do more than it allows, because by limiting something, you are allowing something else. You can't.
Yeah, and that's why I wrote.
Well, that's to be seen. He's saying we're gonna run Venezuela. We're gonna run the country. We're gonna rebuild the oil infrastructure.
Well,
and
where I will agree with you at, Sid, is if he starts actually trying to do that, based off of what I'm reading from Congress.gov and these two legal
he'd have to go to Congress.
Yeah, he'd have to go to Congress, and if he does,
that would be a prolonged.
Then he's in violation of the Constitution. But right now, he's well within that 6 month time span.
Yeah.
But all right,
and the engagement hasn't lasted longer than 90 days. And it was a strategic strike.
But all right.
Well, the engagement has, because we've been blowing up boats off the Venezuelan boats off the Caribbean, right?
So I checked that. So I checked the legality on that. Technically, that's considered to be territorial dispute, And if that was the case and it was illegal, then all the other countries in the Middle East, particularly Yemen and Oman, would also have to answer the same type
no,
of.
there were
Hold
different
up.
authorities granted in the Middle East. There was
They would have.
AUMF.
But so the AU so the
All
idea.
right, all right, everybody, hold up here, hold up, because
Silence! I kill you!
let's go ahead and get back to the video. I'm gonna go ahead and play it for a good 4 to 5 minutes, and then I'll go ahead and bring you guys back on for commentary. All right, perfect.
This seems to be mostly about oil and natural resources. Donald Trump's entire foreign policy is corrupt. Russia, the Middle East, and now Venezuela is all about making money for his friends. And Wall Street, the oil industry, they can make a lot of money off of Venezuela if they run it. You saw within hours of the invasion, the announcement of a group of Wall Street investors, energy industry investors, planning a trip to Venezuela to make money off of this invasion, off of this ouster. So unfortunately, once again, you're seeing that this president's foreign policy, the invasion of Venezuela, the ouster of Maduro, is about making his crowd filthy rich. It has nothing to do with American national security.
Can I just go back to the legality and the point that you made about needing to come to Congress first? You know that for decades, Congress has let Democratic and Republican presidents sort of go for it on military actions. I mean, look at President Obama in Libya. And so it's not new that Congress has become, frankly, impotent on issues and matters of war.
That's absolutely true. And Congress needs to own its own role in allowing a presidency to become this lawless. The fact of the matter is that the president's justification makes no sense here. He says that this was just a law enforcement operation. Well, there are people with warrants all over the world. That doesn't give the president of the United States the power to launch $1 billion invasion of those countries to bring a fugitive to justice. Yes, Congress should have stepped in and either authorized or prohibited President Obama's actions in Libya. Yes, the United States Congress has sat on the sidelines to allow presidents to become more and more powerful in foreign policy, but that doesn't mean that it suddenly gives a imprimatur of legality to this massive invasion of a foreign country that the American public didn't ask for.
You know, there's no question that Maduro was a destabilizing force, not just in Venezuela, in the region. And there are people celebrating in the streets all over South America and Venezuelan expats abroad. So is it fair to say that there is some benefit in Maduro not being in power?
But what changes? I mean, you just heard Senator Cotton effectively not be able to explain who's running the country now. Delcy Rodriguez is a very powerful figure in her own right, handpicked by Maduro. Russia and China still provide enormous support to that country. What changes? Why would Venezuela stop its export of drugs, its harassment of U.S. interests in the region? There's really no explanation for how American interests are changed at all with a Rodriguez administration that right now seems to be intent on carrying through and carrying forward the policies of Nicolas Maduro.
And all right, I mean, he does have a point right there. This Delcy Rodriguez lady, yeah, she seems to be carrying on the whole socialist regime that Maduro was having or putting on. So, I mean,
I have to agree with Sid. I have to agree with Sid on that. And I said it before. I really didn't want this to be a sandbox 2.0, but it's kind of looking like this is what it's shaping up to be.
Yeah, and this is the problem. And like I said, this is the main problem because he has a point, though. It's like, yeah, but what really changed? Like, has the Maduro regime really left when the vice president is talking about, we're going back to the status quo and yeah, give us back our leader? Like,
guess what though?
What did we accomplish?
You can do the same thing to her. If she starts fucking running drugs and running guns and human trafficking and running the De La Soy's cartel, then the same thing can happen to her. The same way he was indicted, she will be indicted. It'll just be another 45-minute operation to go pick her up.
I mean, at that point, you might as well just formally authorize a declaration of war at that point.
I don't want to go to war, though. You know,
but if we're just going to keep decapitating these nations because they keep doing the same thing, you basically would have to break the entire system to get anything usable from it.
Yeah,
and I'm going to add on to this a little bit, Monty. Like I said in the chat that you brought up before you paid that $50, as long as my theory is, as long as she is complies with what Trump wants as far as like the oil front goes,
yeah,
she's fine. She's fine. She's fine to run drugs. She's fine to be repressive. She's fine to be a brutal dictator. She's fine to be just as corrupt. She's fine to be just as anti-democratic as Maduro.
Yeah,
as long as we're getting these material benefits.
Now, Sid, this is where you're making a hypothetical situation, and I validated it. I do validate what you're saying, and that would be where I disagreed with Trump. That would be what I would say. No, that this is not how we do business, and this is not how we should do business. If just because it's benefiting us, we should not be oppressing people for our gas prices to be cheaper. It should be a win-win for the people and for the American people. That would be an America first. That's why I hold that stance. If you're right about that, again, it's a hypothetical, but I've seen it happen too many times. Then I would agree. I would agree with you, but we haven't even gotten there. Like you said, it's been 2 days. Give it a break.
Fair. I am giving it a break. I do have problems with the legality of it. But I do have problems with the legality of it. I'm not going to get into that because that would be boring. But I'm talking about like the morality of it. Looking past our nose, like I said, and like the policy parts of it. And I think that when we hear Trump at the press conference he gave immediately after this, and today on Air Force One when he was standing there next to ladybugs, he was saying stuff like he was scoffing at the idea of having elections. He was sitting there scoffing at the idea of Venezuela holding elections. And whatever reason you might come up with,
at the president that's in Norway saying no, she's not going to be. We're not going to support her. I think they want to stabilize, like he said, he wants to stabilize the area, quote unquote, run it, and fucking then when we leave a fucking U.S. friendly power in place. That's not going to oppress its people.
But all of this has led to more questions than answers, and you're kind of just as maybe I am, but you're kind of assuming what he's meaning by these things. We don't know what run it means. That's been totally unclear. Rubio seemed to contradict what Trump was saying after his press conference. Rubio seemed to contradict that today.
He didn't contradict it. He literally said, we're going to keep it in America's interest until we can find somebody that will
what does that mean? Until we find someone? Why can't the Venezuelan people find somebody? Why can't they have elections?
That's what I'm saying. We're not going to put another person that's going to let Russia, China, and that is the benefit of being a superpower. You get to kind of have a say in what your neighbors do with your adversaries.
I mean, he's not wrong there.
Wait, even if it's against the will of the Venezuelan people?
I mean, truth be told, let's be honest. Yeah, he has a point. You think
So let's say the Venezuelan, we decide to hold elections here. This is another hypothetical. Let's say we decide to allow elections to go on there. Mm-hmm. They elect someone that doesn't seem to Trump and the Trump administration to be aligned with their priorities.
Which are the Americans' priorities, are America's interests.
Not necessarily. I mean, I'm sure I could get you to agree very quickly that there have been multiple presidents that have had priorities that weren't in the best interest of America, didn't align with what now we would say are Americans' priorities.
Yeah.
But just because the fact they did an act doesn't mean that it aligns with Americans' priorities, right?
Yeah.
So let's say that Trump, we decide to hold elections there, or someone gets installed, and they go rogue like Noriega in Panama or something. And then what? Are we just here to fucking keep going in over and over again? What is the thing? Are they here to be self-sufficient and be like a democracy that decides their own fate, or are we here to make them the 51st state? Let's be clear about this.
I mean, it's
that's a fair
so
point.
here's my opinion, right? This is not our foreign policy, but this is my opinion on how it should go. Because while we're doing is talking about hypotheticals now, I don't think I think that having the title of superpower gives you that authority to at least control your fucking neighbors. I'm not talking about going and waging wars for 20 years, but if your neighbors get out of line and start fucking colluding with your adversaries because that's how they can get their power and be corrupt, I don't think you should stand for that. I don't agree with that at all. But to answer your question, if someone gets in power and starts colluding with China and Russia and Iran, and remember they're propping up Russia right now in their fight against Ukraine, and everybody's kind of glossed over that fact. This is going to put more pressure on Putin because now he's lost his buddy on the inside in Venezuela. If someone follows Maduro and decides they want to do the same thing, I think we should go and do the same fucking thing to them.
Okay, well, here real quick, there is a way which in the short term, on the oil front specifically, not on everything else, because yes, Maduro was basically a vassal of Russia. He was like an ally to Russia. But on the short term, and speaking about oil on the shadow fleet, this oil being taken off the market helps Russia and in their shadow fleet oil operations. It just does. It will increase the price of it. It does, because places like China and everyone else that is sanctioned by the U.S. will be more reliant on Russia. That's just true in the short term. It's not a moral
they're sanctioned
statement.
on selling. They're not sanctioned on buying. China can buy all the oil they want, and this action will make
but
oil
Russia
prices
is not
unstable.
supposed to be selling, and so like they are sanctioned. We could be doing the same thing to their shadow fleet as we are to Maduro's and Venezuela's. We could be, because they're sanctioned in the exact same way. We just aren't, right?
We should. And that's where you and I are going to agree. I think we should do the same thing to Russia's economy. That we're playing these big boy games. Fucking use the military for what the military's made for. The Navy, if everybody remembers correctly, is to enforce free trade across the globe. It's not to send tomahawks to Saddam's palace.
And then I have one more thing to kind of talk about, because you have mentioned it a couple times of like, oh, it's in our backyard, it's our hemisphere. Like, these countries a couple thousand miles away don't play a role in America's economy as well, on the price of oil as well. I mean, one of the biggest players, one of the biggest regimes to overthrow and topple would be China, right? I mean, that's where all the precursors.
I think we should do that too.
I mean,
you're arguing for what I want.
Go after China and India, but my bad. Go ahead, finish it.
Well, so
that's where all the precursors of fentanyl come from. If we're going off the drug thing,
okay. Sid, you agree with me? Leave it at that. I agree. We should go after China.
Well, no. I don't think we should go to war with China. I think that
I don't think we should go to war with China, but I think we should destabilize China and fucking cut off their.
I don't think we could do so without going to war with China. That's my position.
They're financially and economically weak. They just put up a really good front. About a third of their economy is already collapsing, and they're on the verge of civil unrest and flat out.
We don't have to go. That's the thing. We don't have to use boots on the ground to cripple China. All we have to do is put a fucking couple aircraft carriers that don't allow Chinese ships to go into Mexico.
Actually, it's even simpler than that.
You're right about
that. You can just put it in the little Spratly Island choke point.
Yeah,
that'll.
And I think we should be doing these things. Sid, do you agree that we should stop China from sending precursors to Mexico to send fentanyl into the United States?
Do I agree that we should stop it? Yes.
I do too. We agree on that. Maybe how we get to that point we might disagree on?
Yeah. But not by any means necessary. I don't agree by any means necessary we should stop it.
I don't agree by any means. Well, we obviously are not going to nuke China, but
right. Yeah, there are situations where you'd say, yeah, I'm not in favor of that. You know.
Yeah, exactly. Yes, I don't know what they are because I'm not planning these things. I don't have a say in it, but all I can see is what's going on, and what's going on looks like good first steps.
Well, all right, guys, let's go ahead and get right back to the video. Wait, Sid, you want to respond to that?
Sorry, Sid. I
No, you're good. We are like we were. I don't know. This conversation could keep going, but if you want to get back to the video, we can get back to the video.
All right, let's go ahead and get back to the video, guys. Let's see what else this man got to say.
In 2019, you wrote an op-ed and you called for Maduro to be gone. You said, let's get one thing straight. There should no longer be any debate about Maduro's lack of democratic legitimacy. The Trump administration.
Oh, wait, I do have something that I heard Monty say earlier. If I could address it real quick.
Yeah, go ahead, shoot.
All right, Monty. Earlier you said like if Biden would have done this, we'd all be supporting it, and he just did it because he didn't do it because he couldn't do it. Is that kind of accurate? Would you say that's accurate?
I don't think so. Biden showed interest in ousting Maduro. He increased the bounty on him. I can't speak to Biden's frame of mind because I think fucking Biden was senile, but that's a whole other conversation. I think Biden.
Well, let's just operate under like whoever was behind the scenes controlling his administration, whatever.
Yeah,
you know, somebody was there that was competent.
I think if they had good, it all comes down to leadership, right? Who's leading your military? What kind of battle tests they've been through? It all plays a factor in how you're able to do it. And with who's in charge right now, if those same people were in charge under Biden, then absolutely, I would say they should have been able to do it. And if he saw that military option and the police action that he could have taken and didn't take it, then shame on him for that. Now, if he didn't see a way to do it, that's one thing.
Well. Here's the thing that Biden said at the time, because there was negotiations, right?
Yep.
And the negotiations were reliant on a fair and free election taking place in
you can
Venezuela.
agree did not happen, right?
Yeah, of course, that did not happen. Maduro stole that election. But Biden signaled to Latin America and to the world at large that, hey, we're not going to topple Maduro because we think basically this is like very rudimentary description of what happened. But basically, we think better outcomes would come from the people of Venezuela doing that themselves. And we would support that. And not only would we support that, but we would support it if Brazil, Mexico, Colombia, and other actors in Latin America decided to put troops in Venezuela, we would support that. And they decided, those countries decided not to do so. But from what I heard you say earlier, maybe you're just talking, but you said something like, oh, if people would be supporting this, Biden did it, but he couldn't. I don't think it was that Biden couldn't do it. I mean, it's the same military, same generals, same
no, it's not. So you are wrong about that. A lot of the senior leadership in the military has changed. They are more.
They changed around. They changed around, but all those guys could have done this operation. I believe they could have done this operation,
and
because it's not.
And another part of this that makes me think that they absolutely at least had Congress's notification is because of how long they were training for the mission. They said they were training on this mission for months. They had things like that. All of these officers report to Congress in joint sessions.
Well, did you hear Marco Rubio say today that it was either Wall Street Journal or Washington Post and the New York Times that knew this was going to happen, but didn't report on it, obviously, because they don't want to put American troops in harm's way.
So if the Wall Street Journal and the New York Times knew about it, or sorry, the Washington Post and the New York Times knew about it, I guarantee you Congress knew about it, Sid.
If that's true, I think that Marco Rubio could have just said, like, oh, yeah, Congress knew about it, But instead he said, like, oh, this is dependent on, like, the weather, and there's so many secret things that need to be just exactly right, and Congress leaks, so we couldn't say it to them. But then the next day or a day later comes out and says the New York Times knew about it, but, out of the kindness of their hearts, I guess, decided to not report about it. but also
If they,
fuck the mainstream media and fuck these journalists. But, you know, it's all
yeah,
kind of
that,
incoherent. But yeah,
when you frame it that way, yeah, I agree with you. It sounds a little fishy, but it does not. It still is kind of a moot point to me because I again fundamentally believe this was a police operation. That's why the DEA was there. The DEA is the one that has the authority to execute that warrant. The military doesn't. And
well, you've heard like the idea that we could indict a ham sandwich, and like I know that you're getting more like interventionist. It seems like you're way more pro intervention than I've
no,
ever
I'm
seen you
not.
when
I
I've
am
talked to
not
you.
pro interventionist. I am pro America. I see
Well,
this
you were
as
saying like we could do this to Putin before it came up. You were like,
so here's the thing, right? I agree with you. So the argument was is that you said we can just go take out Putin. I said no, we can't do that. That's too fucking risky. After seeing this, I agree with you. And in a perfect world where there weren't consequences to it, I would want to go do this to Putin.
well, no, I want to make my position more clear on that.
Yeah.
And I think if everyone went and looked back at the VODs, this is what I was saying, but everyone seems to be a little bit confused. I just think that we could provide way more material support. I don't think that we physically should be going and trying to do this. After all, Russia is another superpower.
Yeah.
Ukraine is in their backyard, like Venezuela is in ours. And this was planned to be a 3-day operation. We're going to go into like 5-6 years here.
Yeah.
And it's clear that Russia can't carry this out. So
But
the
we're not
more
Russia.
support we provide, I know, but the more support we provide to them, the better chance Ukraine has. And even at this limited support that we provided, and I say limited even under Biden, because I don't think he went far enough. Russia hasn't made very many gains. It's been a slog for years, and I'm not going to say this like it's nothing because it's not nothing, but they've remained at the same amount of land taken. Like Russia has not increased the amount of land they're taking. They're not taking more land every day. It is a slog, and it's also just worked to cripple the Russian economy and the state in general. So.
Yeah,
But anyway, that's beside the point. Like, I don't think that we could like just go do the same type of operation in Russia. I don't think we could bomb Russia because some people in chat were saying that. That's why I'm clarifying. I'm not saying that.
There was a live where you were like, why don't we just go fucking bomb Russia, bomb Moscow, take out their nukes? We could absolutely do it. I do remember that conversation.
Well, I called into question the effectiveness of Russia's nukes because the effectiveness of the rest of their military has been pretty lackluster. But I never said we as America should do it. I said we should give Ukraine the ability to do it.
I think this was right after we bombed Iran that you're like, why don't we just go bomb Russia? I may be misremembering, but I think S.E.T, do you remember that?
Now, I do remember him saying that we should probably take more aggressive action toward Russia. But yeah, I think it was during the Iran time, though.
Yeah.
But all right.
Maybe so. Maybe. But that, to be clear, that was probably a joke. But like my position on that is that, yeah, I've always been of the mindset that we should provide Ukraine more capability than we have been. Not that we should go in ourselves, put boots on the ground, and do it ourselves. But
Can I ask you a question of just the spirit of the situation? How do you, so if you're worried about doing a military operation because you might piss off Russia and they might nuke us, you do realize supplying their enemy is no different to them, right?
Oh, it is. It is different to them.
All right, hold on. Before we get into, I guess we'll save that one. We need to get back to the video.
Yeah.
Shout out Misfit Supervisor. He says 7 months. What? Time flies. What's up, y'all? Hey, how you doing, sis? And shout out Jet. He says, Master Debaters, to your corners. Round 1 fight. I know I missed that one.
Restoring Venezuelan democracy at the center of our approach to this crisis. A return to a stable democracy is in the interest of the Venezuelan people and the United States and the hemisphere. we don't know what's going to happen with regard to the civilian leadership there. Tom Cotton was just here saying that he hopes that there are democratic elections. Isn't that what you want?
Well, the rest of that article right, was a criticism of President Trump's early moves to saber rattle around regime change. Listen, there are evil, brutal dictators all over the world. That does not give the American president the right to invade those countries, in large part because we have seen how this script plays out. I watched an interview with Senator Cotton. You asked him what the
It does when they're on the
difference was
FBI's most
between
wanted
Iraq
list.
and Venezuela. He didn't say the difference was we aren't going to invade Venezuela like we invaded Iraq. He said that if we invade Venezuela, which may be part of the president's plan, it's going to go really well. Over and over again, we have seen these warmongering neocons, many of which have influence in this White House, cheerlead us into war under the guise of removing a very bad man. That ends up getting a lot of Americans killed. And if this is really just about the oil, if this is really just about the natural resources, if this is just about getting a bunch of Donald Trump's friends on Wall Street even richer, I don't think there's a single American family who would support having their son or daughter put into harm's way to defend the interests of Wall Street. This is once again American oil interests, American financial interests coming before the actual national security interests of the United States.
I do want to ask about a briefing that the Secretary of State and Defense held with senators. You were there last month about Venezuela. Can you talk about what they said and whether or not that actually bore out?
Well, I can certainly tell you the message that they sent was that this wasn't about regime change. I mean, they came to Congress and they literally lied to our face. They said, this is just a counter-narcotics operation. This is about trying to interrupt the drug flow to the United States. Right around that same time, the White House Chief of Staff said publicly, if we ever had boots on the ground in Venezuela, of course we would have to come to Congress. Listen, there's no way to trust this administration. They aren't being straight with the American people. There isn't even a briefing scheduled for Congress next week to explain A, what happened, and B, what the plan is moving forward. But yes, I mean, I think everybody in that briefing heard the administration say, this is just a targeted counter-narcotics operation. This has nothing to do with regime change. They knew they weren't telling the truth in that room.
All right, now, you talking about our guy, Senator Tom Cotton. So let's see what he got to say, because he did appear on Face the Nation. So
real quick, that Chris Murphy guy,
yeah,
he should be the minority leader in the Senate. He should be the leader of the Democrats right now. Fuck Chuck Schumer. Chuck Schumer's a fucking piece of shit. Hakeem Jeffries weak as fuck. These weak Democrats, so they get on these. They're so fucking. I hate watching them. Sorry,
they are spineless.
But I mean,
I agree.
Here's my question, right? Why is this an issue when the same exact thing happened in Libya, when the same exact thing happened to bin Laden, when the same exact thing has happened over and over and over and over and over and over again, and Democrats seem to cheer it, except for minus the war in Iraq, because that was a Republican that did it. It's almost like rules for me, not for thee, and that's the only issue that I have with it.
Well, it's not the same exact thing, right? Because we went to the UN to do the operation in Libya, and even China and Russia, they didn't vote for it, but they abstained from voting. Usually they'd vote against something like that, especially with Gaddafi, who was an ally to both of those countries. And, you know, it was a failure. It was like a quagmire. Libya has been engulfed in a civil war ever since. And with the thing with Osama bin Laden, I mean, that was cheered on universally because, one, he wasn't the leader of a state. He was a non-state actor.
So if El Chapo had become president of Colombia, would you have any different problem with him being arrested?
If El Chapo had become president of Colombia, whatever.
Yeah, it's a serious question, because that's the only difference between.
That's
the
a
only
fair
difference
question,
between him.
considering El Chapo was arrested under Obama and not Trump.
Well, I don't care who he's arrested under. Would you have said the same thing if El Chapo had become president of a country?
Maybe because I do think that is different because I do think they are then valid state actors, and things like
But
the
we don't.
AUMF.
So that's the next thing. We
Well,
never
like
recognized him.
Osama was. We did recognize Maduro for a period of time. We don't right now, but like we could immediately not recognize any leader of any
And we
country.
can't.
Like,
That is our prerogative as a superpower, and the president's prerogative as head of state to recognize
yeah,
other
but it
heads of
can't
state.
be. But my point is that it can't be your only condition on whether you would support action against them, right? Because I'm sure there are people that you would not support us, willy nilly. Let's say it's not Trump. Let's say it's like a Democrat. Someone says
Yeah.
like, "Oh, Bukele, he's actually not the valid. He's like an illegitimate leader of El Salvador, and we need to actually go in and overthrow him because of that." Regardless of any other facts, I don't think you would support
It's not
that.
regardless of any other facts. There are other facts around this. He was a terrorist.
I know.
But you can't isolate it like that because you have to look at the whole picture.
Well, I think you can because that was the point you were making. The point you were making is like he was an illegitimate leader.
The point I was making is if El Chapo became a president and the U.S. went and arrested him, would you have a problem with that? Even though the U.S. had warrants for his arrest.
I think in some circumstances I would, and some I wouldn't.
Okay, at least you're being intellectually honest with it because I think you can draw a lot of parallels to that hypothetical situation and other real situations that we have done, and it hasn't been an issue.
And all right, guys, let's go ahead and finish off, Sid.
Well, no, like let's say this was more above board and there was congressional oversight, or at least some kind of oversight, and there was some sort of plan that I heard, reiterated and uttered by the administration itself about where we go from here. I wouldn't be on here in such a fervent way, even though Trump did it, right?
Yeah.
Acting like I'm against this, like I'm against. Yeah.
Now you have to understand that this doesn't just happen in a vacuum. It's not like Trump flew the helicopter over there and did it himself. There's thousands of people, thousands of attorneys. There is oversight on it.
I'm talking about oversight from the checks and balances within our system, not
so the
oversight.
Checks and balances, the checks and
not
balances,
oversight within the executive branch that is just like led by whoever the president.
So the oversight is Congress made a law that made cocaine smuggling illegal and gun running illegal. The court indicted him, and then the executive branch went and did the fucking executed the warrant. That's all three branches of government right there.
I mean, these indictments had been done before Trump was in office, but also it's not all three branches. It's not all three branches of government just because Congress made the law and then no, because this is an act of war. I do think this is an act of war. I think that any other country would, classify this as an act of war, even if you could say that that they met some sort of requirement that broke U.S. law. Like there are so many different countries, leaders of countries that break domestic U.S. law, and now you're saying like, yeah, we should go after all of them. We should go after Mexico. We should go after Colombia. We should go after Russia. We should go after Iran. I don't know. Do you think Iran as well? Maybe
if you're hurting Americans, if you are hurting Americans, or you're engaged in hostilities or coordinating with hostile forces in America, I think we should go after you. Yes, because that protects the American interest.
But does it always protect it? Okay, go ahead.
We're gonna go in circles on that one, but
all right, guys, let's go ahead and get right back to it.
We're joined now by the chairman of the Senate Intelligence Committee, Arkansas Republican Tom Cotton. Good to have you here, Senator.
Thanks, Margaret.
You have oversight of the intelligence community, which was deeply involved in this operation to go into Venezuela militarily and extract Nicolas Maduro and his wife. Does the U.S. still assess that the regime in Venezuela is made up of narco-terrorists with ties to Iran, Russia, China, and Cuba.
Well, first off, let me commend not only our military, as President Trump said, this was an excellent operation. Only the United States military could have pulled it off, but they couldn't have pulled it off without the support of the professionals in the intelligence community, especially at the Central Intelligence Agency. And I'm glad that we have a director, John Ratcliffe, that has restored confidence in the CIA and the president has. I think the president respects the CIA as much as he ever has. It's a great day, not just for our military, for our CIA. There's no question that the people in Venezuela who are still in charge of the apparatus of the government are sanctioned and indicted officials, and they've been in league with Nicolas Maduro until just yesterday. I think President Trump wants to give them a chance to turn a new page. Now, that's happened in the past. If you look at what's happened in Syria, as you know, Ahmed al-Shara used to be an Islamic terrorist. He's now effectively a pro-American leader of Syria. Muammar Gaddafi, the same way, had much blood on his hands after the Iraq War. He turned over a new page and came out of the cold. Now, the difference in those two cases is they made concrete concessions to the United States and our policy goals and interests, or they had a longer history of turning the corner like Ahmed al-Shara has.
Or it's an entirely new government.
We've got to make sure that the people who are now in charge of the apparatus of the Venezuelan government are not going to continue Nicolas Maduro's ways. And I think that's what the president made clear yesterday.
But it sounds like you think that's actually possible for these individuals to cut all ties to the cartels.
The president wants to give them a chance to turn the page in Venezuela and to help America achieve our policy goals there.
How much time would you allow for that?
I wouldn't allow much personally, but I know those conversations are ongoing. As Secretary Rubio said earlier on the show in your interview, we want them to stop the drug and the weapons trafficking. We want them to take the refugees back. We want them to kick out the Iranians, the Cubans, the Islamic radicals like Hezbollah, and just return to being a normal nation that will help build stability, order, and prosperity, not just in Venezuela, but in our backyard.
Should a free and democratic Venezuela still be a goal of the United States of America? And if so, do you hear from the administration a plan to transition to that?
I think it should.
Secretary Rubio wasn't.
I think it should be a goal. The opposition leaders, Ms. Machado, Mr. Gonzalez, have said they think there need to be new elections. I hope the government that's right now in place in Venezuela will allow them to return, along with many other exiles who have left, political exiles who have left Venezuela, and that in some period of time, it probably is not going to be days or weeks, maybe a number of months, that you can have new elections in Venezuela that are free and fair. The Venezuelan people have made clear now under Nicolas Maduro that they do not want a Chavista regime governing them. They want to say in their own future. Venezuela has a long history of stable, orderly government that was friendly to the United States. We are their #1 customer for oil, and we work together to help build prosperity and stability in our own backyard. I hope that we can do that again with the future government in Venezuela.
The CIA, or CBS is reporting that the CIA source inside the Venezuelan government helped the U.S. track Maduro's location leading up to this capture by the Army's Delta Force. The president said yesterday the U.S. should not pay out that $50 million bounty that was on the head of Maduro. Does that mean that the CIA asset inside still works for us?
Well, I have no comment on CIA sources or methods in Venezuela or elsewhere.
I mean, it's been exposed that the CIA was operating in Venezuela. So this is why I like when everybody was going like, well, what about the boats? We don't know what they are. I'm like, oh, yes, we do. Yes, we do. I mean, it's probably the CIA who's feeding us information on the boats, just like it was the CIA feeding us information on how to locate Maduro and capture him. So we all knew intelligence had their hands all over this. But go ahead, Sid.
And the CIA has a perfect track record.
Yeah, of working with
above reproach. How could you say that, Sid? They're American heroes.
I know. I'm sorry. I should never question this stuff.
How dare you?
That's why I'm trusting the CIA, who has a future of not only overthrowing governments but working with the cartel.
Mr. CIA officer watching us right now. We are just joking. He did not mean that.
Dude, I think S.E.T's the CIA officer.
Me? Well, CIA do not
S.E.T's a Fed.
The entire time he's grifting.
Hey, S.E.T, what's a low fade? Do you have a beard chit?
Got a shape chip for that, sir?
Yeah.
I mean, look, guys. If I was working with the CIA, trust me, y'all got knocked on your doors a long time ago, especially Sid. Like Sid, we'd have been came grab you.
Yeah, I think that's the only reason you let me up here is because you're CIA.
Right. Yeah, he just wants to. Yeah, because someone in the middle of Montana is really interesting to the CIA.
I mean, hey, I'm just saying, if I let you up here because I'm CIA, doesn't that mean you're helping me spread the CIA propaganda, bro? Doesn't that mean you're like,
damn.
Who's to say you're not spreading CIA propaganda right now?
Yeah, true.
Oh, we know this could be a psyop.
But who's to say CIA is America first and only in America's best interest, and everything they think and do is for best for America, and they're only
I
going
want to
after.
say,
And don't you
Sid,
forget it, Sid.
I want to say to not harp on them. I want to say that they probably started with very, very good intentions and have just become ultimately fucking corrupt, and they're by definition unmanageable, and they have no oversight. So
yeah,
that scares me.
I'm gonna be real with you. Like whoever runs the CIA, I'm almost like the top brass, like or the old guys, the guys who've been there for like decades, who pretty much run the CIA.
They're bureaucrats that can't be removed because you don't even know who they are.
If y'all think the CIA is bad, bro, the NSA is even worse.
Bro, we have the NSA around this stream eating popcorn right now.
They're like those little idiots. They don't even know what they're talking about.
I mean, the CIA is pretty good at gathering intelligence. I will say that, like, their intelligence is pretty spot on. The last
not better than Mossad.
5-6 years. I mean, Mossad and CIA work hand in hand. So
yeah. But I mean, can we all agree that Maduro not brutalizing his people is a good thing?
Maybe.
Yeah. Maduro
Maybe
facing the consequences of his actions that he actually committed in the U.S.
Nah, it'd be pretty bad though if we turn around and I don't know, Miss Rodriguez is out here doing public executions and all this wild stuff. Further,
she becomes like a red queen.
Way worse than Maduro. That would literally be egg on our face right there. Then we'd be like, ooh, maybe we should have kept growing. Maybe we should have kept growing.
I always think it could be worse. You know,
yeah, but that doesn't mean you don't try to make it better.
I know, but just saying Maduro being gone is going to be best. Is going to be the best option for
one more bad guy behind bars is good in my opinion.
Well, look, bro, it sounds like we got Maduro's mistress running the country now. So let's see how that works out.
Damn, we called her a mistress,
bro. She turned him in. I can't, bro. Sid.
Hey, look, man,
Sid.
she's acting like Maduro's #1 fan right now. Like asking to bring the man back. We want him back. She's
kissing ass.
Takeover.
She's doing. Of course, she's doing all that. She doesn't want to be caught as the town snitch.
Well, I know. I heard what you guys said about her, and I independently had a similar thought of I think this bitch turned him in, kind of.
Yes, right.
But I really don't know what that means because it's we knew where the fuck he was. He was the head of state. We knew where his house was. We knew everything about it. Maybe she gave some information about him and some other people in the military.
But to sit up here and have that much information to where we pretty much walked right up to him.
Bro, we knocked on his door.
Right, like homeboy was probably, and then not only that, but but
we're the United States, man. This is Venezuela. This is a country that has been crippled by Maduro. This is a country that's been crippled by Maduro. Everybody hates him. It's just up to the brim with corruption. It's everybody's corrupt.
Well, look, man, if her net worth goes up by 50 mil, we know what happened.
Bro, we know what happened. She got a $50 million bounty.
She's up big in 26, but they're saying Trump did say that shouldn't go to anybody. That bounty shouldn't go to anybody. And I said this is a joke, but I think it's kind of true. I would not be surprised if Trump says that $50 million should be paid to him.
No,
Give him to one of his many corporations.
Oh, yeah. Shout out to me and all my hard work.
Or maybe you should split it up for as I don't know, split it up between the guys who actually carried it out.
That carried it out. Give them a bonus, like a $5,000 bonus.
No. They take that $50 million. They split it amongst the soldiers who actually went out there and did the job.
I think there was roughly 1,000 soldiers. So that'd be a $50,000 bonus for each one of them.
Give them a $1,776 bonus.
Fuck yeah. That's the most American thing I've ever heard Sid say.
Well, you knew about that, right? That's like the bonus he was giving to some soldiers. Yeah.
Oh, 1776. I did not know that. I did not know that's what the bonus was.
That rolled out in Christmas last year.
That's pretty fucking dope. I mean, I gotta say, that's pretty fucking cool.
But all right, shout out to my man Jay says, "Oh no, the side chick got the wheel now." I mean,
bro, and she got they got him and his baby mama.
Bro, you know what you gotta play? You gotta play that R. Kelly "Trapped in the Closet." Basically, what?
Bro, we gotta remix it. We gotta remix it and put her as the front man for the song in the U.S. military.
Right now, it's more like "Trapped in the Helicopter."
Isn't it a little bit eerie that he has like the exact physiognomy of Saddam Hussein? Like these guys look like they could be brothers.
No, wasn't it Jon Stewart who made that connection? Like guy with a mustache holding a sword.
Yeah.
He looks like
somebody
Stalin. He reminds me of Stalin, actually.
I mean, he looks like a combination of both.
He's way taller and browner than Stalin, but I do get what you're saying. It's the mustache guys.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, they're always evil. The thick, bushy
except for
mustache.
Theodore Roosevelt, he was a pretty cool mustache.
Bro, he was a G.
I mean,
if he wasn't born in America, if that dude wasn't born in America, he would have been fucking
terrible
enemy. Yeah.
But I'm saying, like, bro, just think about it.
Guy, Tom Cotton.
Hold up. Let me say something real quick, Seth.
All right, we'll finish.
Could you imagine if we had an actual president like Theodore Roosevelt? Like your
Sid would commit suicide.
Trash. Opponent's talking too much trash. You call him to the White House and you just beat the brakes off of him.
Like, the left would lose their fucking mind.
Actually, look, man, I'm trying to deal with the reality that we might have our first two-nation president.
Bro, shut up, Seth.
I don't think I'd lose my mind because I do disagree with a lot of what Teddy did in some respects, but he was huge on antitrust and breaking up monopolies and stuff. And it seems like Trump is like all for monopolies and big corporations.
What are you talking about, Sid?
What are you talking about? I am the bestest at breaking the monopolies.
I'm the best that did it.
They are kind of pussyfooting with these monopolies, though. Let's be real.
Bro, they should all be broken up. I think Meta should be broken up. I think Google should be broken up. I
would say Sid and Monty, I'm gonna go ahead and call you guys out. Y'all aren't being aggressive enough. Y'all aren't even talking about the monopolies in the Department of Energy. Like, you have whole energy companies that own straight up sectors of our nation, like whole
grid.
States.
Good,
right?
Yeah.
Break those monopolies up.
I think the monopoly on media should be broken up. I think the monopoly on electricity and honestly
water
and power should not be privatized. This is going to be a radical fucking belief, but I think they should be public services run by the government.
This guy's basically Maduro.
No, I don't.
Hold on, guys. Back to Tom.
CIA, we found them.
They won't be receiving a $50 million reward.
Well, I'll simply say that the CIA's amazing work here that has instilled such confidence in the president is a reminder not just to Nicolas Maduro's cronies in Venezuela, but other bad guys all around the world, that we have very good insights into what they're doing and what they're up to.
We can snatch your ass up in 45 minutes or less.
Venezuela, you are confident that there are actual American assets helping to do that? Is that how I should?
I'm confident that we have very good insight into Venezuela and other adversaries, foreign nations, and terrorist groups around the world. That's why the president. That's why the president has such confidence in John Ratcliffe and the CIA. Well, China was trying to provide support to Venezuela during a U.S. pressure campaign, but where were they when Delta Force went in and got Nicolas Maduro? They were nowhere to be found. And frankly, that's the same thing you saw in June with China and Russia and Iran. We struck Iran. China and Russia did nothing. They stood idly by. That's a reminder that the United States is still the world's dominant superpower. Our friends are very happy today. Our enemies are very worried.
But the person running the country, Delcy Rodriguez, spoke yesterday with Russia's top diplomat. They are in contact with Russia. The defense minister has deep, deep ties to Russia. Is there a U.S.-Russia agreement here? Because there has been speculation based on testimony to Congress back in 2019 by one of Trump's top Russia advisors, Fiona Hill, that Russia has been floating a Venezuela for Ukraine deal here for some time.
No, is
there any such deal?
No, this was a U.S. operation that was designed to.
Set Matt White, 4222, now introducing POTUS, King of Venezuela, Prime Minister of Canada, ruler of Greenland, Donald J. Trump.
The first emperor of most of the Western Hemisphere, owner of all oil.
Bro gonna come out with one of those little like Greek crowns with the leaves on it. It's just gonna be epic.
Feed me
Hear
grapes.
ye, hear ye. I declare.
And God forbid he does that, because I'll be real with you, man. Look, the leftists is really gonna lose their mind, and this would be kind of concerning.
Wouldn't you say
no new wars, but we're over here imperializing countries.
Wouldn't you lose your mind a little bit about that as well?
Oh yeah,
I mean,
like kind of. Be like, hold on, bro, where are we going with this?
Bro, chill. We're not that. We're
are
not
we just
that
gonna
guy.
take all of them over and expect nobody to fight back? Like,
bro, we're king of the Western Hemisphere.
Also, the opposition leader in Venezuela that some people are saying, like the GOP of Florida, that Machado lady, they're saying that she should be installed, and Trump kind of said that's not going to happen. Have you seen anything about her, Set?
Oh no, yeah, I did. But bro, they're trying to say, because no, Maduro and Trump are saying the same thing. They both said if you install that lady, she won't last 48 hours. And I'm just like, okay, so
yeah, because somebody's definitely got a hit out on her, especially the cartels.
All of her main supporters have been ran out of the country. Well,
are you
serious? What I was also curious about, I was curious about your opinion on is her pleas to Israel that she's made over the years of like, Netanyahu and Israel, please come and save us and liberate Venezuela. And like, have you seen any of those videos? Have you seen any of that from her?
Can you pull that up?
Can you pull them up? Yeah, I'd like to see that.
Yeah, because I remember the last thing she was talking about was what was it? She was talking about how us attacking her was actually basically like we were carrying out a Zionist plot. Because I'm pretty sure Maduro was pro-Palestine. I'm pretty sure. So I'm almost sure his whole entire regime is
Are you talking about the vice president, Sid, or the lady that got ousted?
I'm talking about the lady that got ousted.
Not
Machado,
the vice president.
The woman that won
Maria.
Yeah.
No, she's pro-Zionist. Yeah, because she was saying that, we're going to go ahead and recognize Israel as a state. We're going to go, she's the one who said that. She's definitely pro-Zionist. And that's why it's so pro-Palestinian. Well, not really why, but,
Wait, so this is just a Democrat versus Republican issue in Venezuela?
Pretty much.
Yeah.
Oh my God! Come on!
Hey, bro, Israel's always involved some way, somehow.
Bro, can we fucking kidnap?
Play the song set.
Can we kidnap fucking Netanyahu, please?
I mean, look, bro, every time.
I mean, I think Zoran suggested something similar, but people kind of freaked out about it. So
I'm joking.
No, he a real one. He a real one for turning back that that BS law that Eric Adams signed in about anti-Semitism in speech. I was like, all right.
Thank God, man.
I'll give you that.
He is also, and I don't think he will do this, but he's also like, we'd fucking arrest Netanyahu if he came to New York City. But
if he did that, he would have the biggest set of balls on the face of this planet, and
here's the thing.
He'd have my respect.
Here's the thing. If he did that, he would have my respect, and I believe it would be legal. The same way I'm arguing that this is legal. Netanyahu has an arrest warrant through the ICC. It's not America, but we are a member of the ICC.
I mean, screw it. If we're gonna be arresting people, let's arrest what's his name, the acting leader of Ukraine for all the war crimes he committed during the war.
Zelensky?
Yeah. If we're gonna sit up here,
I'm not on board with that one. But
no,
bro,
he's committed.
I did not want to be the world's police, but fuck it.
Let's arrest every world leader. Is where this is going to go to.
Trump is
Every world
king
leader
of the
that
world.
disagrees with us and that doesn't accept Israel as a state is just cooked at this point. I'm playing.
You know what, Kim Jong Un? I'm sick of your taunts. CIA, NSA, and SEAL Team 6 are on their way.
But all right, guys.
You know, they just shot a missile into the EC, the East Ocean.
I mean, they fail at everything, so I'm not.
But all right, guys, we are
surprised.
going to play this quick little word from Miss Rodriguez and, well, DIC Rodriguez, and let's see what she's talking about here. All right.
Del mundo están sencillamente
Governments around the world are simply shocked at the
sea la República Bolivariana de Venezuela
Republic of
víctima y objeto de un ataque de esta naturaleza que tiene sin duda alguna tinte sionista.
Okay, so pretty much she's saying that the whole world is shocked at well, pretty much the attack on Venezuela, which they are. You know, everybody's condemning us, like Putin, Xi, people in the UN as well is also upset at us. And then she's saying that it has a Zionist. It literally has a Zionist thing to it, a very Zionist
tinge, like a tinge of blood in your mouth.
Yeah,
You
very
can taste
tiny
it.
tinge to it. Sorry.
Yeah.
Very Zionist tinge. So yeah, you kind of feel a little bit of the Zionist influence in that attack. And like I said, mainly because that regime is pro-Palestine.
Can I
also
say
do
this?
think that. Go ahead.
I was gonna say before the Trump administration came out, before any of these fucking right-wing pundits came out, before the media came out, I want it to be noted on this show, I said it, this is not a military action, this is an arrest of a fugitive, and I cannot believe that narrative was the narrative that was ran with, but I'm glad that I had that.
Man, I want to go on the record for telling Sid exactly how they were going to arrest him if anything did pop off.
Bro, and then it happened. Oh my God.
Bro, like,
Well,
we haven't missed one
now.
time.
Hold on. Let's finish the video real quick. It's only a minute.
Una tinte sionista. Es realmente vergonzoso. Lo dijo nuestro padre libertador en la Carta de Jamaica. El velo se ha rasgado, ya hemos visto la luz y se nos quiere volver a las tinieblas. Se han roto las cadenas, ya hemos sido libres y nuestros enemigos pretenden de nuevo esclavizarnos. Si hay algo que el pueblo venezolano y que este país tiene muy claro, es que jamás volveremos a ser esclavos. Se activa toda Venezuela y el decreto que ya fue suscrito por el presidente Maduro, único presidente de Venezuela.
Okay, I mean, okay, so she was pretty much saying how they refuse to be American colony. They also said they would not be slaves again or slaves to America, and it does seem like they got some type of decree signed by President Maduro.
But they'll be slaves to China, Russia, and Cuba.
Oh, gladly. They'll bend over and take that shaft up the butt.
Yeah, but hey, apparently it's better to be enslaved by them than by the U.S. because of our Zionist tinge.
I'm sorry. Let's go to the streets of a prominent American city. Then let's go to Russia. Then let's go to the streets of Iran, and then let's go to the streets of China.
Iran doesn't have streets, and China's streets are busy falling apart like they're buildings.
And that, but actually, Moscow looks nice though. Moscow looks actually nice. So
yeah, they do. I'll give them that for a frozen wasteland.
Until Zelensky sends another missile at Putin's house.
Assuming Zelensky even has missiles.
Yeah.
Que ya fue suscrito por el presidente Maduro, único presidente de Venezuela. Hay un solo presidente en este país que se llama Nicolás Maduro Moro.
Yeah, and that's what she pretty much got to say.
Hey, Set, I sent you something on Discord. Would you play that, please? Right now, it'll be perfect timing.
Oh, sure, why not? I'll go ahead and knock that out real quick. Hold on, let me just make sure I found my place. There we go. All right, hold on real quick.
Remove Nicolas Maduro because he was a U.S. indicted drug trafficker. And you don't get immunity in American justice when you're indicted by our courts just because you're the illegitimate communist dictator of another country. And
to be clear, that's not what I'm saying here. Is there an implication that if Russia doesn't meddle in America's backyard, South America, the United States will do something less in Ukraine, which Russia calls its backyard.
No, there's no such implication. And obviously, Russia doesn't need any kind of pretext to do so. It's invaded Ukraine twice over the last 11 years. There's no such implication here at all. And this is an operation the United States conducted on our own without any coordination or cooperation from other countries to advance our national interest, which is to stop the drug trafficking and stop Venezuela from cooperating with countries like Russia and China and Cuba and Iran.
The president said Saturday that a second wave military attack had been planned. It wasn't necessary, but it could still be carried out. What would necessitate it, and what would you support?
Well, what I took the president to mean is that what we just did with Nicolas Maduro could be done again to other Venezuelan leaders. Several of them are indicted in U.S. courts. They're sanctioned by the United States and Canada and the European Union and other nations. And if they continue down the path that Maduro took the nation of Venezuela, then we could conduct the same kind of operation as them. I took that as the president urging them to change their ways or face the same consequences.
Gotcha, bitch.
And would you support a stabilization force? What, U.S. boots on the ground, as the president said he wouldn't rule out?
We already had boots on the ground, as Nicolas Maduro learned the hard way. It's always the president's option to use the American military to protect American citizens and interests. And obviously, we have many American citizens inside of Venezuela, and we have many interests in property as well.
But
I don't think the
combat
president,
and stabilization forces.
but I don't think I don't think he plans to do that. And I think we've seen too the president's way of war over the last or over 5 years in office. If you look at 4 major operations, the killing of the ISIS leader in Syria, the drone strike.
All right, there you go. So you sent me it on True Social, which surprisingly, I don't have a True Social account, but I was able to find the exact same video on X. I mean, shout out X. There we go.
Venga por mí. Aquí lo espero en Miraflores. No se tarde en llegar, cobarde.
I just got 3 things to say. God bless our troops. God bless America. And gentlemen, start your engine.
All righty.
Like I said, everybody's 12 years old.
Wasn't that a healthy dose of neocon propaganda?
Bro, he said, come get me. He invited them into his house.
We don't know when he posted that. When did Maduro'S post
3
that?
weeks ago. He said that like 3 weeks ago in a press conference. His propaganda wing did that.
Okay.
And he released this video 2 days ago on his True Social.
Yeah.
No, I'm talking about Maduro. Yeah, that video could have been from 10 years ago. Who knows when that? I mean, I'm not a Maduro follower like that, but who knows when he said that?
Well, shoot, I follow Maduro on X, so I got you.
Bro, you do?
What you mean, bro? I follow Maduro, bro. I follow all the dictators on X, even the
dude. If Maduro spoke English, he'd be like loved by a lot of the Gen Z MAGA people. I guarantee it. Like
he's very conservative. Like, bro, against gay marriage. Bro, I ain't gonna lie, he's against usury. Like, you know, when it comes to like interest and all that crazy stuff. I mean, he's kind of based in some areas, but he's still a freaking dictator.
He's a piece of shit.
He would be like part of the America First wing immediately if he just talked like Andrew Tate. Like if he spoke English and just spoke like that, the tides are gonna change. You better hope he doesn't do an interview.
Shoot, you never hope Andrew never becomes a world leader.
Sid, come on now. You know that's not true.
It is true because people do the same thing with Putin, bro.
What? No. I've heard Putin talk.
Dude, fucking Nick Fuentes sucks Putin's balls. I mean, people like this guy. They repost. That's what I said. I said the America First group. Is he not the America First group? Like,
I'm also the America First group, and I don't do that. So you're generalizing the fuck out of it.
He runs AFPAC, America First Political Action Committee. I mean, he's actually a person on this. You're a person, but you are a person. But he actually has like influence and a lot more influence than you do. So
that influence does not matter. See, that's the thing.
oh, influence doesn't matter. Are you really going to say that?
Out here,
we're not a bunch of groupies.
Influence matters. It's one of the only thing that matters. Sometimes it matters more than like manpower and fucking guns and shit. So
Okay, I'll grant you that influence is important, but everybody's opinion matters, and you can't just generalize America first. Because I starkly disagree with Nick Fuentes and Maduro and Putin.
He's going to be someone that you need to contend with for years to come. Like he's going to be what replaces MAGA. So.
All right, well, since you're saying it, let's hear from our guy Nick Fuentes. Let's see. His
Oh, come on!
A lot of people actually got on his ass about how he kind of switched up. But
who cares?
He switched up like 3 times, dude. He switched up 3 times.
Run by some corrupt.
That is true. But hey, the Groypers still love this man, no matter what.
Who cares if Venezuela is run by some corrupt, petty tyrant? It's South America. They're all like that. It's always been like that. Just take their shit. Get as many countries on our side of the ledger so that we can take their shit. I don't know. Is that complicated? But on the other side of this debate, you have the ideological neocons like Rubio, like John Ratcliffe, the CIA director. You have these other people that insist, no, that's not good enough. We need a U.S. puppet in place. We need this female resistance leader that's pro-democracy. Their election was fake. Dude, our election was fake. You think our elections are real? They said Maduro lost the 2024 election. Yeah, Biden lost the 2020 election. We want to start with
Wrong.
that?
This is a historic phone call.
I actually probably favor regime change in Venezuela, to be honest. I think that is a perfectly legitimate strategic goal of the United States. We talk
what a fucking cock, dude. What
a war over there. And those
pause this shit, dude. Nick Fuentes is such a fucking cuck. He can't stick his finger up, lick his finger and stick it up in the air fast enough to see where the winds are blowing to actually have a consistent take on this shit. Like, he switched up within like 2 hours of this thing happening. And it just took Trump saying that we're going to run the country. And all his posts on X are back and forth.
I think
this guy
Nick Fuentes,
is such a fake, bro.
I think Nick Fuentes should really stop trying to give commentary unless he actually knows what he's talking about or until all the facts come out. And here's what I'm saying by this. It's different, and I'm not trying to show that I'm biased or anything else like that, but it's a difference if it's somewhere like S.E.T or like Steven Crowder or like Candace Owens or somebody like this where they have a group of people who are making well-educated guesses, and by no means none of us are dumb, and all of us know our stuff.
Nick Fuentes is a fucking rock.
Yeah, he's just flying by the seat of his pants.
He's rage baiting everything he says.
He's just as big as the people you mentioned and commands just as much influence.
No, he doesn't. No, he doesn't.
He's not.
No, he does. Nick Fuentes is huge, man. Nick Fuentes is huge.
Sadly.
So he's not. You can go to the average American and say, who is Nick Fuentes? And the 5 times out of 10, they're probably not going to know. You ask who fucking Steven Crowder is, probably 7 to 8 out of 10 times they're going to know who it is.
No, I disagree. It depends on the age, and also like you could go to most Americans and ask who Charlie Kirk is, and they're going to be like, "Isn't he the guy that got shot?" Like that's all they know him for. Even though he was huge, he was massive on the internet, and you don't need broad swaths of society. You just need a couple million, couple 100,000 people that are like fervent, like consistent, dedicated, hardcore followers of you, and you command the movement. Like JD Vance isn't even willing to condemn Nick Fuentes for some of the most crazy shit he said.
You don't condemn things. Oh my God. So that's the difference between liberals and conservatives. We don't condemn speech. We allow it. You shoot speech.
No. Condemning speech doesn't mean that you don't allow it. You just say I disagree completely with what that person said. The same way that you would want and you would hold any Democrat politician to this standard to condemn the speech of some of the most radical BLM rioters and advocates in 2020, which Joe Biden did, which every Democrat frontrunner
That's
did.
brutal. Howard Stern.
Howard Stern's not Howard Stern's nobody at this point, dude. Nobody listens to Howard Stern. What's the last thing you heard Howard Stern say? They
That's
got
why I said that's brutal.
Oh, okay.
All right, now before we go ahead and get back to this video, well, you know, this is what they're going to be showing you all over, though. Party in Venezuela.
That's not Venezuela, is it? No, that
is.
That is.
Set,
I thought
I just double checked this because I've been tricked by this a couple times, but I've seen this a lot. Like people are posting stuff from like World Cups from years ago, different events from years ago. A lot of this stuff isn't like actually what's happening right now.
I can actually get that because let's be like I said, there's two groups in Venezuela right now: the guys who are happy to have Maduro's gone and the guys who want him back.
this sounds like it would be a Trump versus Kamala. If another country came and plucked Trump out, you'd have half the country celebrating right now.
And so what I'd also say is like the group that wants him gone, they're not aligned completely on everything else. Like they might have wanted him gone and that's their common goal, but they have ancillary goals that are like outside of, it's not like anything but Maduro would be better. They have a different vision for Venezuela, and even those factions will be competing with each other.
All right, well, check out this video.
Can we just say that Trump can be the next president of Venezuela, and then the next country that gets out of line, Colombia, you're next. Cuba, you're next.
Monty, now before you say that, shout out to my man Castro. He says Nick equals Howard Stern, and guys, check out this video.
But the Venezuelan people are celebrating the kidnapping of Maduro and the bombing of their country. Except they're not. The people who you're seeing celebrating are in Miami. They're not in Venezuela. As I said in this comment, there's only two types of Venezuelans that are celebrating right now. The old white elite that benefited from the looting of their country by American corporations because they were basically the house slaves. And two, extremely confused, poor Venezuelans who are facing the economic hardships created by almost 1,000 sanctions that the U.S. has imposed on Venezuela and who have been duped by the opposition media into blaming the government and not the United States. In either case, let me show you what the media is not going to show you, which is how Venezuelans are actually reacting to the kidnapping of their president.
Looks like they're celebrating to me.
So that's how the actual people in Venezuela are feeling right now. This is why it's so stupid when creators come on here and talk about, you have to listen to Venezuelan. Well, what fucking Venezuelan are you talking about? Are you talking about the fucking gusanos, the people that want their homeland to be looted, that are in Miami, that are in the United States? Or are you talking about the real Venezuelans, hundreds of thousands of which are in the streets trying to get their president back and affirming that the revolution keeps going irrespective of what happens? So what Venezuelans are you actually talking about? The 4 fucking cats that are in the route celebrating, or the hundreds of thousands, if not even millions, who are in the streets all across Venezuela protesting this illegal and criminal kidnapping of their president and bombing of their country?
Illegal and blah, 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 blah. Shut the fuck up, guy. You're fucking...
Hey, man, we gotta hear both sides.
Maybe you should go to a constitutional law class before you start talking about legalities.
Well, no, remember, that's not really his argument. His argument is that the media may be lying to us about the celebrations going on in Venezuela.
The same people that are celebrating in Miami are refugees from Maduro.
No, he mentioned that. He did mention
and there's 200,000 of them.
So
yeah.
You're right. He did mention that, but he's saying they're all the fucking sellouts. They're not real Venezuelans. They're the sellouts that had to flee because they were targeted by the Chavistas and shit like
So
that.
my question is, how are they sellouts? I mean, they're still
They're not. They're
Venezuelans,
not.
but they're not sellouts because they don't support or they don't like the regime. They're just Venezuelans that don't like the regime. And I think it's a fair thing to say that you shouldn't discount what they had to say because they fled because they were actively being targeted. That's kind of stupid.
And there's 200,000 of them. He said hundreds of thousands. There's hundreds of thousands that also fled.
I mean, that's a fair point. And my opinion on this doesn't hinge on how Venezuelans feel. I'm sorry, it just doesn't, because
it doesn't either for me. But he brought the point up.
I saw Iraqis feeling great about Saddam. You know, I saw Afghanis feeling great about the end of the Taliban. You know, where's that gone after 20 years? Where's that gone? The Taliban is in control of the country again, and we were in a quagmire for 20 years in Iraq as well.
That's the thing. So
we're still in Iraq. So.
If I personally think, now this is never going to happen, but I personally think if we're going to go destabilize something, we just need to fucking colonize it. Fuck what you think. Fuck what everybody's going to call us. We're fucking doing it by proxy anyway. We're in quagmires.
Can we spend money in our fucking country for once? Can we spend money on our own people and our own infrastructure for once?
If we're going to do it, I'm not saying I want to do it, but we shouldn't fucking do these half fucking measures to get fucking what we want in the short term and create enemies for us later down the road.
If 25 years is a half measure, what is a full measure?
A full measure is fucking one. It's not 25 years. That is now a fucking United States province. This fucking the next Puerto Rico is what it is.
Okay, so that's what Afghanistan is, ran by the Taliban now. That's what Iraq is.
It shouldn't be run by the Taliban. It should have never.
But it is.
Again, it's a half measure. It's a fucking wasted half measure. It was a waste of fucking time.
Back to my question. What is it? What is a full measure? Back to my question. What is a full measure?
We shouldn't have done it. We shouldn't have done it.
You're saying that in hindsight, but right now, when you have something in front of you that's going on and it looks good at the very beginning, it looks great at the very beginning, you're saying this is awesome. You know what? Actually, Sid's right. We actually should do this in Russia. We actually should do this elsewhere. We should, anyone that actually hurts Americans, we should do this in these countries. But Afghanistan and Iraq were half measures. I mean, bro, these are what were called endless wars.
It shouldn't have been an endless war. We have the fucking capability to push them out. We fucking hamstringed ourselves because we wanted to win hearts and minds.
We did push them out. They were out for 25 years. They were out the whole time we were there.
No, why were we getting blown up by the Taliban if they were gone?
We thought the Afghan National Army was gonna hold strong and actually fight the Taliban after we left.
That was a complete fucking farce of a joke sold to us by a fucking globalist fucking warmongering president.
I mean, Trump made the deal for the pullout. You agree with that, right?
Biden fucking let it fall on its face.
He did the Doha agreement. Trump did the Doha agreement, and Biden held to it to a T.
So hold up. Actually, Trump was told multiple times by multiple generals and people that worked with him that even if he were to be the president that pulls out, it was still going to be messy. There was never a clean way to do it.
I agree with that. I do agree with that. But you know what, though? Trump also released thousands of Taliban fighters from prison as part of this condition, and ISIS fighters as well. And I don't know what you're saying, Monty, when you're saying, it was a globalist president that did this. You do know Trump executed and made not executed, but made the Doha agreement that then Biden executed, right? That was a Trump agreement.
Don't pander to me. I've been nice to you all night, Sid.
I know
that. I'm saying we should have never been there in the first place. We should have never ingrained ourselves that fucking deep if we weren't going to fucking take it over.
But it looked really good at the beginning, right? And then
it
did seem
didn't.
like
It was war. What are you talking? No, it did not look good. Just because we achieved our goals of ousting Saddam fucking fairly quickly and took Baghdad very quickly, that was still a war. That was a ground invasion.
Well, no, we're talking about two different things. But yeah, both looked very good at the beginning. We ousted Saddam. You know, we got rid of the Taliban. They weren't running the country of Afghanistan anymore.
Also, I think it
And
took us like three or 4 years to actually get Saddam. It wasn't 45 minutes and we were gone.
no, it was very quick to actually get Saddam and get the Baathists out of the state and have a different party running it. But we are still in some capacity in Iraq. We are still there. And Trump, in his first term and second term, ran on this all being a huge mistake. And it's only when people get the benefit of hindsight, when it's not the first 2, 3, 4 days, couple weeks in, that suddenly we can all see the mistakes of our past, and we're never going to make those mistakes again. And it's all going to be different this next time. And everything's going to be new and better, and it's all going to work out for us because it's a different region, you know, it's a different hemisphere, and it's a different country.
That's not what I'm saying. Do you do you not think that people that break our laws should be prosecuted for them? That's the crux of the argument.
Yeah, I do. Do you?
Okay. Yes.
Do you think Trump should have been prosecuted?
Okay. Different fucking. That's a political opponent. He wasn't fucking indicted for gun running and drugs. He was
indicted for many things, including defrauding the American people.
No, he was not. What did he? No, he.
Yeah.
Okay, that's where you're wrong, Sid.
That was one of the.
Hold on.
No. He was
indicted for falsifying business records to get loans from
you
banks.
Can't do that. You can't just let these two go at it and then try to call timeout.
Of course, we got to call timeout, or these two will go forever. As much as I like it, I'm like, hold on now, we're going off topic.
The crowd needs the violence set.
Nah, trust me. Sometimes the crowd wants to go ahead and get on to the next video.
But I want that to be established. He did not defraud the American people. He fucking made deals with banks that the banks themselves testified everybody was happy and it was mutually beneficial for both of us. We did not think this. They trumped the charges up to be felonies when they were misdemeanors, went outside the statute of limitations, and then
I'm talking about the Jack Smith indictments, which one of them was defrauding the United States of America. That was one of them with the plan to with his plan to steal the election. And the only reason he wasn't prosecuted for that, and the only reason he wasn't prosecuted for the documents case, was because he became president, and DOJ policy is not to prosecute people that become president. It's the only reason. But if we're all about upholding American laws and prosecuting people that break them, he was indicted, and it wasn't just for the ones that he was convicted on. He was indicted on many, many more. And only for him becoming president is how he avoided that trial and how he avoided that prosecution. Yes,
it was a fucking stacked deck, and you know it was. You're gonna argue because it makes your argument look good, but that's not what we're talking about here. I'm
not going to argue because it makes it look good. I'm arguing because I believe it and because I've done research into it and I've followed these cases for years.
Let's compare apples to fucking apples. One's a mass murderer and one guy fucking. Let's just say I agree with you and that Trump's the biggest fraud in the fucking world. You know what white collar criminals get? A fucking slap on the wrist.
No. Defrauding the United States of America wasn't committing white collar crime.
Yes,
that
it
was
is.
in
That
relation.
is a white collar crime.
No. This indictment was in relation to trying to steal the 2020 election.
He didn't try to steal the election.
That was the Jack Smith indictment. Yes, dude. Have you read any of these indictments?
No, I've not read the fucking Jack Smith indictment. Neither have you. Neither have you.
I have. And I also listened to a lot of his testimony that was released. I didn't see S.E.T covering it, but maybe that would be an interesting video to go over because obviously some people in the audience don't know what happened there.
Mm-hmm. I mean, it was prosecuting your political opponents.
Let's be real though. No, Trump was mostly convicted. He was pretty much convicted as guilty, but all of it went to appeals. So you could say that the presidency saved him, but he might have
No.
appeals without
The only thing
presidency.
that's going to appeals is his convictions for fucking the misrepresenting documents in New York. None of this is going to appeals because it was all dropped.
But those were all indictments. Those indictments are still in existence. It's just DOJ policy that we don't prosecute that stuff.
Why were they dropped before the election then?
They didn't drop before the
Yes,
election.
they did. They dropped the charges, or they dropped the sentencing of his 34 felonies. But when he became president, they dropped all of the other shit before.
Monty, you just conflated something that you just drew difference between before. And you rightly drew a difference between it before. You're talking about the convictions in New York. I'm talking about the indictments. He was indicted by the federal government, Jack Smith, in 2 separate cases, and also in Georgia for totally different things outside of.
Hey Sid, when were those indictments dropped? Give me the date that they were dropped.
They weren't dropped, bro.
Oh, they weren't? Then why is he not on trial then?
Because he's president, and DOJ policy is not to prosecute a sitting president.
That's okay. That's not true because you can absolutely prosecute. You impeach them first.
Yeah, the DOJ doesn't prosecute sitting presidents. I mean, Trump runs the DOJ. The DOJ is in the executive branch. They're not going to prosecute these cases.
Oh, so it's just he's so lucky and he got away with it in your mind.
Yeah, he did.
No, he didn't because.
All right, so hold on now. Let me just go ahead and look. There was key dismissals and outcomes. There's the federal election interference case that I believe they dismissed. There was the federal classified documents. They dismissed that.
But they dismissed these. They dismissed these because they took control of the DOJ.
No, you said you said they're still standing. They're not. Still standing.
There is one case.
Yeah, they could be brought back up. They could be brought back up as long as the statute of limitations doesn't go out.
Now, guys,
but yeah, the DOJ dismissed them.
When did they dismiss them?
It's New York.
When Trump became president.
No, they didn't. It was before that.
No, it wasn't. It was when Trump became president.
I see we're gonna go back in circles around this though. So let's just go ahead and move on.
Can we establish the facts then? We can stop going in circles.
We're gonna go around in circles.
No.
We'll leave it up to the.
I have a very simple question. When were they dismissed? That's not a leave it up to the chat. That's a matter of fact. When were they dismissed?
When Trump became president.
You have it right there in front of you. When were they dismissed, Seth?
Let's see here. We got one. The Georgia case was, let's see here, dismissed in late 2025. And they have the federal classified documents case, also dropped by Jack Smith, who stated evidence showed willful retention, but noted the DOJ policies against prosecuting a sitting president. So yeah,
exactly what I said.
One of the cases were dropped because he was sitting president. Federal election interference dropped by special counsel Jack Smith in late 2024, following a Supreme Court ruling on presidential immunity, as reported by Democracy Docket and CNN.
So not when he became president, but late 2024.
No, that one would have actually continued had Kamala become president. That one would have continued. And late 2024 is when Trump became president. Let's not forget that. It was November 2024.
He might have won this. He might have got off with the federal election interference because it was a Supreme Court case. So he might have got off with that one. Like they might have ruled in his favor.
But Jack Smith, right before the election, came out with after that Supreme Court, the Trump versus United States immunity ruling.
Mm-hmm.
They came out with more evidence and things that or more evidence that complied with the Supreme Court ruling, the immunity ruling, and that would have been prosecuted. That would have been tried in court. We would have actually seen whether he would have gotten away with it or not via court. It wouldn't just been dismissed because, he's president. And not only has Jack Smith have nothing to do with the federal government anymore, he's not a special prosecutor anymore, but anyone that worked on his team has been fired from the DOJ by Trump. So none of these people...
They went after him. Why wouldn't he fire them? Come on, Sid.
Dude, you didn't listen to any of his testimony. If you want to accuse Jack Smith of, lying under oath, he said he never spoke to Merrick Garland about this, and he never spoke to Biden about these prosecutions. That is what the point of a special prosecutor is. They are outside of the government. That's what Jack Smith was.
Okay, Sid. If you want to believe that in your world of Trump does everything bad, then that's fine. But
well, no. Why don't you refute that? Instead of just doing this ad hom, thought terminating cliches you just think Trump does I don't just think everything Trump does is bad. That's not my analysis. You've been nice to me this whole time. I've been operating under the pretext of you've been doing that because you think I make points that are valid other than I'm just retarded and everything Trump does is bad. You know what I mean? Like, so you could actually deal with the points I made. You could actually
no. The points you made were against Trump. So I was giving you the breath of air that you might be right about those things. So there's still negative Trump. You have a slanted view against the president. That's okay, but just
I'm biased against Trump. I am, but that is not what's informing this. If I thought none of these had merit, I would say so.
Would you think they had merit against Biden?
Yep. What charges?
Colluding, the Obama administration when they fucking created fake CIA documents, or Hillary Clinton for lying to Congress and deleting 13,000 emails. Have you said anything to those cases?
What charges are we talking about here?
They haven't been filed because we have a history and a precedent of not going after our political opponents until recently.
Okay, and the DNI, Tulsi Gabbard is coming out with some stuff that's supposedly totally damning for Obama and his administration regarding
and we read that live on the chat, and
and what has come of it? What charges?
No charges, because we don't go after our enemies. That's the difference.
Hold on. Actually, Obama might have had presidential immunity. Like, they're using the same argument there to not go.
But Brennan, they could go after Brennan. They're trying to go after Comey, not for the thing that we're talking about. Pam Bondi fucked that up 3 times now. Grand juries failed to indict twice, and I mean, if we're going to talk about charges and we can see these cases and I can read them and I can get a full understanding of them, but if we're just talking about political language about lock her up, and I guess
no, we're not talking about lock her up. She committed crimes and withheld evidence. That is a crime. She was let go.
Wait. What evidence did she withhold?
Fucking torched her fucking email server after it was subpoenaed.
Yeah, and
that's
destruction. So wait. So she torched it before it was subpoenaed?
She torched it after it was subpoenaed, and she also left American soldiers in a foreign land when she had the opportunity to get them out.
In Benghazi. Yeah.
She didn't torch them.
Yeah, she did. She scrubbed her.
No. It was an employee, right?
No,
that was following Secretary of. No, that's not true, because otherwise she would have been indicted. We could fact check this if you guys want.
So actually,
you guys don't know what you're talking about.
Here, let me jump in for 1 second, guys.
How about we fact check this instead of monologuing? How about we fact check this instead of monologuing?
All right,
how about we fact
check?
Let
go talk, but
bro, you don't overshout people.
All right, so as the Secretary of State, Hillary Clinton is required by law.
No, go. Before you go on though, Sid, what did you want me to look up though?
I wanted you to look up if Hillary Clinton ordered a bleach bit burning of the documents that were incriminating of her.
It's not about incriminating documents. All of this fucking things were subpoenaed and she deleted them. It doesn't matter. They could all been fucking emails.
Then look that up. Did she order a deletion of subpoenaed documents? Did she order?
It doesn't matter. She did it.
A deletion. She did not.
I have something for this though, guys. Check this out. So, as the Secretary of State, It is required by law that you, as a government official, maintain any and all official communications. Every bit of information and communications you have is supposed to be maintained as a matter of public record.
Do you guys have issues with Signal?
Hang on, man.
Do you guys have issues with? Do you guys have issues?
Let him cook. Let him cook. We'll come back to Signal.
All right, now listen. As a matter of law, she is required to have all of her records as public record maintained so that we, as the American people, can file any FOIA requests we want and review those. She maintained a private server where she communicated emails that were then, yes, destroyed using the bleach bit. Doesn't matter who did it. They were destroyed using that. And then the company that was given the contract to go through and sort through what was left was actually part of, I forget which department it was. It was either the CIA or the FBI. I believe it was the FBI. And it was someone that the FBI hired out that is also part of that revolving door of people who work for the government, then keep their security clearances and go start their private companies. All of it is connected to where she was supposed to maintain those records and did not. Like, that is the crime that she committed. That is not, she's not supposed to have a private server where she can send out classified information.
Okay, charge her, but also too, you need to hold this exact standard. If I can come and provide you evidence of secretaries of state, of high up officials in the Trump administration, and Trump himself using not just private email communications, which he has.
Signal is approved, Sid. We've been over this already.
Signal is deleting. This guy was just saying you need to keep documents of everything that you make so that if they're FOIA'd, they can.
The Secretary of State does. Signal is a private chat. It's approved by the DOD, and that's what was used.
Yeah, but they can't be self-deleting in a period of time.
They can if it's approved by the fucking DOD.
No, they can't. No, they cannot.
Oh my god! Because nothing that deletes actually fucking deletes. You can go on any fucking app.
Okay,
and request
okay.
your data.
Then Hillary deleting emails doesn't actually delete.
No, so actually fucking going and deleting them and destroying the server will delete the fucking data. But fucking having a cloud software is not going to delete it. It's going to be on fucking servers. And like he said, they're accessible to anybody that puts in a FOIA
his
request.
issues, he stated specific things. He said private email server. Okay, is that an issue in itself? Is that an issue in itself? Yes or no?
Yes.
Private email server.
Yes.
Okay. So if I can show people, including Trump and high up officials in the Trump administration, communicating on private email servers, you guys would all denounce that and say that is against the law. Yes or no?
Well, yes, because
yes.
Hillary set the precedent.
yes.
Because Hillary set the precedent.
Who did it,
because
Sid?
she
Who
got
did it?
away with it, then the Trump administration can do it. If she can do it, then that sets the precedent for them to do it. If that's what you're arguing.
That is actually true. Yeah. If you don't prosecute a crime, you cannot prosecute it against somebody else. If you have a policy of not prosecuting things, the law becomes a moot point.
You can.
And what about destroying all of their Blackberries and their phones? Her
Yeah,
DNC,
that was
all
not
of
an
them,
accident.
smashing their phones.
We're waiting on that fact check still, I think.
Sid, you know it happened. It was reported. Come on, man. Why do you have to drag everything out?
What you guys were saying was Hillary Clinton ordered this to happen. That's not what happened.
Here's the thing. She doesn't have to order it to happen. She's responsible for maintaining her documents.
That was policy. Was to destroy communication. No, it was policy to destroy communication devices, including cell phones and stuff, in that manner. Yes, it was.
No, it was not. That was her
Yes, it was.
That was the orders of the Secretary of State to hide the
that's
evidence.
what we're looking up.
That she mishandled classified documents that went to people that we now.
Oh my God! I do not want to hear about mishandling classified documents.
What?
When
Like
Trump
Bill
was
Clinton's
showing
stock
when Trump was showing Iran invasion plans to fucking Kid Rock in Mar-a-Lago. Give me a fucking
yeah,
break.
he can do all of that declassified documents that he has the power to do because he's the president.
Obama declassified everything Hillary did in his mind as well. Okay.
That's not what happened. He has to do it with his words. He has to
Nope,
actually
that wasn't the
actively
argument Trump
state it.
made. The argument that Mega and Trump were making at the time is even if you think about declassifying it as president,
They were
and you
using
think
clear
it's declassified.
hyperbole. They were using obvious hyperbole.
Oh, it was a joke. It was a joke, huh? So
No,
when he
that's not the
showed
argument.
classified, when he
Are you
wasn't
gonna
president,
overtalk everybody, Sid? Sid?
All right.
Did I make a mistake?
And all righty, guys, let me go ahead and read out about the facts here. So, so here it is. So a separate issue behind the blending of burning. So this is it. The story is the email and the email deletion and wiping. Reports on FBI's release summary notes that a server admin deleted Clinton's archive email and used BleachBit on exported files in late March 2015. After a subpoena was issued, though Clinton told the FBI she wasn't aware of that timing, in Comey's public statement, the FBI said it found no evidence with additional recovered work-related emails were intentionally deleted in an effort to conceal them and recommended no criminal charges while criticizing extremely careless handling.
That's crazy that after the subpoena was issued, the emails went missing. That's what makes it illegal. He just chose not to call it what it is.
And calling it careless handling after, like, she is what was recovered. There were
reminding what you guys said. Reminding what you guys said is that she ordered it, and what we just heard from the
We've
fact
spent
check.
5 minutes trying to tell you that's not what we said. You're putting a red herring in the argument. Now stop
No,
and listen.
No, Monty. People did say that she ordered it, including yourself.
No, actually, Monty, I was the one who said that. No, listen. I was the one who said that she ordered it. I'm the one saying, and if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. If I'm right, I'm right. But
well, you're wrong. He just read it.
If your boss orders you to do something and then you do that job, you are the one who commits it. However, you were under orders.
They were not charged is because they did not have evidence. It wasn't because Trump had good spirit in his heart, and that just wasn't precedent anymore. He did want to go after Hillary. That was a key part of his 2016 campaign. And they had no evidence.
Wasn't arrested. Notice how she wasn't arrested. Notice how he didn't.
Yeah, because there was no evidence of what you're saying.
No, because she was the president's freaking wife, the former president's wife, and you know how bad that would look in the press to go after the former president's wife. It's because there's no evidence of what
you're saying. You know how bad fucking 95% of the shit Trump does looks in the press, bro?
You watch the same press. So yes, of course, 95% of things that you consume, because you consume only one side of the press.
No,
we
dude,
consume both
you're not going to deny that Trump will not do something because he's scared of it looking bad in the press. Is that really what you think?
No, it was a gentleman being a gentleman and not going after a man's
He was
wife.
being a gentleman, but his whole campaign slogan was "lock her up," and people
that's called hyperbole.
Lock her up. It's called hyperbole.
Yes.
No, she should be locked up. But Trump is like, I'm not going to be the one to do it.
Did Trump pursue locking her up? Yes or no?
No, he didn't.
No. Yes, he did. He had no evidence.
Okay.
You just got that read to you, by the way.
Really?
James Comey was not in the Trump administration.
No, he wasn't, dum-dum.
Went after her.
James Comey was. James Comey was in the Trump
administration. In the Obama administration.
Nothing to see here. So there really is nothing to bring up. If the director of the FBI comes out and just say, hey, yeah, we found nothing, then there is nothing. Even if Trump wanted to go after her, the FBI said, well, we already did our investigation and we found nothing. So what you going to go after?
Okay, he said like what, 2, 3? He said
investigation.
No.
They came up with that based off. No, it's my turn. They came up with that based off of her saying, "Oh, I didn't know." Just like she said, "Oh, I didn't know I wasn't supposed to steal all the White House furniture." Oopsie daisy.
He's had 3 White House heads of the, he's had 3 FBI directors since Comey. 2 or 3. And these guys also have not found anything. So it was just all this stuff was all deleted without a trace, and we can't find any of
No,
it?
that's
Or
not
are you
true at
guys talking
all.
out of your ass?
Dude, it literally says that she deleted her emails after a subpoena was issued.
No, it does not say she deleted her emails. It says an
Okay, so you're using
administrator did.
semantics.
remember,
The
look,
emails
guys, it
weren't
was a
deleted after
server
a subpoena.
admin.
There, we'll change the
server
wording.
admin that deleted Clinton's archive mailbox. And
Okay, follow up. Was the deletion in line with policy at the time?
No.
No.
The policy
I'm
is that you
asking.
maintain.
Do you know what a subpoena
all-
is, Sid?
Yes, I
It
know what
means
a
you must
subpoena is.
maintain. It means you must maintain all documents that are being subpoenaed. And
Dude,
you have to.
the guy that
Shut
deleted
up.
this stuff, was looking up on Reddit how to go about doing it because he was ordered to do it in line with policy before the subpoena ever happened. And then the subpoena came in, and he was like, "Oh
Ordered
shit,
by who?
I'm,"
By who?
and then he was like,
"We don't know."
Who ordered him to do it?
These subpoenas happened in the Obama administration.
But
Believe it or
who
not.
ordered
No
the analyst
shit,
to
Sherlock.
delete it?
Obama's DOJ ordered these subpoenas, but these are the files that were ordered to be deleted were ordered to be deleted by Secretary of State prior to the subpoenas. And the guy, I forget his name right now. Yes. And
Why wasn't
I
he
forget his
charged
name
for
right now.
destroying evidence then, Sid?
He was given from my recollection, he was given immunity
Why
to
would he need
testify.
immunity?
Let me explain for a second. He was given immunity so he could kill Hillary basically in court so he could testify against her, but his testimony didn't lead to any actual charges because she didn't commit any actual crimes. That's why the FBI director could only call it reckless, not illegal.
So the remaining files and the remaining server and what was left of it, what company was outsourced by the FBI and who owns that company to go through those records?
Ooh, you don't want to get into this one, Sid.
Man, let's get into it. Screw it.
It was who was it? Was it James Comey's son-in-law? I believe.
Man, your pants are down.
Oh.
Pants are down.
I forgot about that one.
What's the company called? Wait, what company? I'm sorry.
I don't know the name of the company. You'll have to find out.
Oh, really?
for me,
Wait,
Lonnie.
you don't know the name of the fucking company? You're so
I don't know
expert
the
on it?
name of
Does
every
anyone,
intelligence service
Does anyone
fucking
else on the panel?
contractor
Does anyone
company.
else? Hey, does any of the other hyenas on the panel know the name?
Are you
We
going to
can
call
look
us
it up.
names?
We can
Or are
look
you
it
just
up
gonna-
right now. We have the internet and phones in our hands.
Go ahead. Yeah, why don't we
Well,
do more
I can't
research
really
into this?
I really
Let's do
can't
the
look
research.
into- Wait. I really can't look into it because I'm also like doing a live stream with COD.
Bruh, you got fucking.
I'm currently getting stomped.
You playing the new COD?
I
No,
don't
that
really
shit
see
is
anything
ass.
on Comey's son. I mean, I know Comey's lost an infant son. God, I mean,
Apparently, they said Comey's son-in-law owned the company that was supposed to archive the Hillary
And
files.
retrieve the data.
That actually ran the server farm. That's why they had the government contracts, because they were fucking.
That she bleach bit, but I guess they could have got it after she did that. It's not.
They seized the server and then gave it to the private company.
Which administration did this, by the way?
Let's
The
see.
Obama?
It would be the Obama administration. Yes.
Oh, weird. What? Why would they even go through all this? Why would they even do this?
Because then they can give it to their buddies in the revolving door of the intelligence community, where you scratch my back, I scratch yours, and you keep your clearance for 10 years after you're out of it.
So they would mire Hillary in all this scandal, which arguably caused her to lose the 2016 election, including James.
So hold on now. I got this guy's name. Is Troy A. Edwards Jr. His role was Deputy Chief of the National Security Section, handling high-profile espionage cases. Like, this is not really finding was it intelligence business or something like that?
There's a private contracting company that the server was given to. If we can find what private company that was a contractor company that the server was given to in order to go through and find the files.
These guys know a lot about this case.
Apparently more than you do, Sid.
Apparently not. You don't even know the name.
Because this happened almost 11 years ago now, bud.
Okay, but it's a big deal, right?
It is a big deal, yes.
So why don't you guys?
But it's also a big deal. Were the classified documents in
Oh,
marijuana
I'm
a big
saying what
deal?
I know. I'm saying what I know. I'm not.
And you're
I'm not-
dismissing anything anybody else could possibly say.
Oh, I am casting doubt on people that are stating stuff that they don't even know, like really
So
basic
here's the thing.
facts
So
about.
here's the thing. When we're having debate, you need to give people a chance to actually prove their point and state their case
Instead of
And
just
it does-
fucking shouting over top of them.
And it also doesn't entail you simply saying they don't know because they don't have it right there ready on hand. It is very impossible to know the direction of a debate when people are shouting and saying a whole bunch of stuff at once. You do need to start doing.
That's fair. That's fair.
You do need to
That's
start
fair.
doing less over talking and more listening.
That is fair. I will admit sometimes I feel like the one person on one side of an argument, and you know what? I get overshouted. I'm not gonna sit here and dwell on it.
You haven't been
but-
overshouted at all tonight, Sid. You've been.
come on now. Everybody's been
I
overshadowed.
put you up here so that you could fucking state what you wanted to say because I felt fucking bad
For
that I was just
the most
talking.
part, for the most part, you've been good, Monty, tonight. Yeah, for sure. But now that this new person, I don't know your name. I'm sorry.
It's
has come in.
here, but my name's Matt.
Matt,
fucking campers.
Since you've come in, yeah, we have been overshouting each other. I've been overshouting, but you will agree you got like at least 2, maybe 3 people on your side, and sometimes
Right, but it
people like to
doesn't
go
mean
off
anything if
on
you're the only
random
one talking,
shit.
Sid. It doesn't mean anything if you're the only one talking and yelling.
Well, if someone says something that is wrong, I just have this
you don't
autistic-
have to respond fucking screaming at everybody every time someone says something that you disagree with.
I just have this autistic urge to do so because no one else
I do
will.
too.
Well, hey guys, look, I get it. The whole reason I joined in is when I was listening, I just wanted to give us every avenue of exploration to find the actual evidence that we need. And there were a few things that I remembered from the years ago when all of this went down.
It was Platte River Networks. Mr. McKim just posted it. It was Platte River Networks was the name of the company.
See, and that's why I said we have to stop like over talking each other and yelling and stuff because obscure information like that,
right?
If you're trying to recall it offhand, yelling and screaming and doing all that other stuff makes it extremely hard.
And forcing me to respond to other things you say while you're saying I don't have the information in front of me. I can't fucking research it. I didn't have this conversation planned out.
I know. I'm not really talking to you necessarily. You
But you do the same thing to me, Sid. You do the same thing to me.
To the extent it was that you were backing up the Matt's claims. But if someone is going to come in and make claims, I'm sorry that I won't. Is it not okay for me to ask for more specific details?
I want all the specifics too. I'm on your side on that. I can appreciate that. I want all the evidence, every bit of it we can find.
It's my tone. It's my tone.
But it's not just your tone. It's you scream and say, see, he's stupid. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
Well,
I never said that. I never said that. I've never called any of you
You
guys
don't even have
stupid.
the information in front of you. How are you going to say that? Why would he?
Yeah, that's fair. That I said you can't even explain this to me. This thing that we're trying to talk about.
Yeah,
that's a little disappointing.
It's been so long, and there's been
It's been
so many
11
years.
years, my guy.
Monty, you would be disappointed if I started talking about something and making very broad claims, and then you asked one follow-up question, a very simple question, and I had no answer to it. You would feel the same way. I mean, you have to agree.
You know
with
what
that.
I want? What's the number? The last time you went to McDonald's, what was the store number? That's
I don't go to McDonald's.
Okay, but you see what I mean? You see how vague of it's an important piece of information, and I could
That's
just say,
different.
you never
If
went to
we- if-
McDonald's.
If we were arguing about the last time I went to McDonald's and exactly what I ordered and exactly what the cashier looked like and how much it cost, and then you were like, what street was it on? And I was like, oh, you really expect me to know what street it was on, or you really expect me to know like how like?
But
that's what you're doing. That's what you're doing, Sid.
I know you just said that as like a kind of a joke, but it was a number one with Sprite with no ice, and
Big
the
fat
lady that
ass.
was the manager, she was the only person who spoke broken English in there, and it was right there on Emerson.
Emerson, where are you at?
What was the
Where do you
store
live?
number? What was the store number?
I have
We're
no idea.
asking him to like dox
I don't know the
himself
store
right
number
now.
though. I don't know the store
Dox
number
yourself.
though.
Dox yourself. One time for one time.
No,
Okay,
you're good.
so-
I'm in Indy, boys. I'm in Indy.
Bro, I'll give you my address. It's 3339.
Dude, Monty, shut up. Monty.
You're wild.
Don't do it to yourself.
But no,
brother,
I'm in
please.
Indianapolis, boys.
Well, all right, but all right, guys. So let's go ahead and get on to this video.
Well, can I say one thing real quick? I am actually, I'm not trying to be a fucking prick to you guys. Like, I do enjoy talking to you guys and stuff, and I know we have really heated disagreements, but it's just my personality. It's my personality. I get heated. I start, yelling.
AutismSpeaks.com.
Yeah, well, whatever you want to call it, but.
Hey, I suffer for the same affliction. That's why I said it like that, Sid. I'm not making fun of you. I'm making fun of myself.
Yeah, no, I get it. I'm not trying to be like, oh, I fucking hate you guys. You're all dumb. I don't think that. So just to clarify,
you're trying to win a spicy debate.
Hey, guys, I'm ADHD autistic since I was a kid. Like, I get it. I'm the same way. I get one track mind, and then the train switches tracks, and
but we're shooting each other with fucking birdshot and trying to catch each pellet.
Yeah. But all right, guys. All right. So, and shout out to Daniel Castro. He says Stern is bigger than Nick Fuentes, 1 million subscribers. But all right, guys, let's go ahead and get over to the next video. Trump cannot run Venezuela without ruling elite. Well, let's hear it out.
President Trump says the U.S. is going to run Venezuela until there's what he called a proper and judicious transition. But it's unclear how that will happen. According to Trump, Secretary of State Marco Rubio has been in talks with Venezuela's Vice President, Delcy Rodriguez. The Supreme Court has named her interim leader in Maduro's absence. Rodriguez has appeared on state television demanding Maduro's release and calling him the only president. Trump also said that he has not spoken to opposition leader Maria Corina Machado, whom he says lacks support in Venezuela. Machado was, of course, recently awarded the Nobel Peace Prize. Machado had earlier pushed for Edmundo Gonzalez to take power. Gonzalez is an exiled opposition candidate who ran against Maduro in the last election. Javier Fagé is a journalist and historian specializing in Latin American affairs, and he joins us now live from London. And thank you so much for joining us, Javier. We talked 48 hours ago before this all happened. Now, things have completely changed. What is your take on what has happened and what happens next, and has it been thought through?
Well, it's very interesting what's happening here. Frightening and interesting in equal terms. Yesterday, Marco Rubio and Trump said that they were in talks with Delcy Rodriguez. This morning, Delcy Rodriguez, the vice president, this morning, the Supreme Court the orders her to take over as the interim president because they still recognize Maduro as the president of Venezuela for the next 3 months, and any extension will have to be approved by the National Assembly, the Venezuelan parliament. So these two facts seem to be matching the whole picture. Now, Donald Trump is transactional. He will not attack Venezuela if the Venezuelans decide to accept certain conditions. If you think about what's happened, the only person who's been arrested is Maduro. He has left the whole structure of the Bolivarian process intact. The army, the police, the state, everything intact. The only thing that's missing there is Nicolas Maduro. Because the Bolivarian process at the end of the day is actually a project rather than one person. And so they're in charge of the army, they're in charge of the police, they're in charge of the state, they're in charge of the militias. So they are there. So any aggression will be repelled by this movement. So it's very important for Trump to be pragmatic about this. Now, Delcy Rodriguez, there is a report which was published, by the way, Delcy Rodriguez denied this in the Miami Herald in October last year, which suggested that she had proposed to President Trump a transition without Maduro. She denies this happened, but now, if we see what's going on in Venezuela, we can see that the pragmatic side of the Bolivarian group, the pro-Chavista group, may emerge and negotiate with Maduro. Now, you was her with Trump. Now you say, yes, but she said all these things on TV. She has to do that. She cannot afford at this moment, to say we're going to work with the Americans, because it would be working with imperialists. She has to use this revolutionary rhetoric, which has been used many times, but in terms of being pragmatic, in terms of the survival of what remains of the Bolivarian process, she will have to work with Trump. How it's going to happen, we don't know. I tend to believe that when Marco Rubio and Trump said they spoke to Delcy Rodriguez, I believe that that's the case. They wouldn't have said it otherwise. Now, President Trump says that he's going to run Venezuela. We don't know how he's going to do that, but he's going to need the people who are in power at the moment. He cannot do that without them, because in order to be able to do that without them, he will have to bomb them, arrest them, and start a very, very, very serious conflict in Venezuela.
So, Javier, what you're saying here is that the state is still in the image of former President Hugo Chavez, and that is something which can be used now to do America's bidding.
Yes, but what's happening here is Delcy Rodriguez, she's a staunch Chavista, together with Padrino and Cabello, the two, Diosdado Cabello and Vladimir Padrino, the two strong men in the government. Now, she's also, it's very interesting to know, when she was president, she was Minister for Oil and Gas. So she had total control of the gas and oil production in Venezuela. She was in charge of that. She's the one who knows how oil and gas operate in Venezuela, which means that she has the knowledge to do that. She can play with that game and say, look, Mr. President, we can do this with you, but you have to be very pragmatic. Now, we have to understand something, and don't forget that 2 days ago, President Maduro promised to deal with Donald Trump about narco traffic and oil. He promised to make concessions. He promised to have a deal with him. Why not the new president would do the same thing? Because it was already promised anyway. Delcy Rodriguez has always been in favor of doing negotiations, because she was on the side of Maduro when he proposed that he would have these deals with the United States. So at the end of the day, the structure of the Bolivarian process, whatever you want to call it, is in place. It hasn't changed. It hasn't moved. It's there. They control everything in Venezuela.
The Bolivarian military, actually, they did just release a statement. Actually, they're releasing an entire video. It's all in Spanish, though, so I guess we'll wait for the English translation. But the Bolivarian National Militant, or militia,
I like their donuts,
which has been under direct control of the Venezuelan military, is calling on people within Venezuela to unite against the United States. I mean,
no, I can translate, bro.
Really? Oh, beautiful.
No, I'm just fucking with you. I'm fucking with you.
Oh, man. Come on.
Bro, I can speak Spanish. Hold on. Go ahead, play it.
All right, F it. Let's hear it out. Let's see it.
Pueblo de Venezuela. Estamos siendo atacados por enemigos que intentan usurpar.
So Sid is an idiot.
Mr. George, we need to leave the Americans alone.
Dude, I've never been less scared. I've never been less scared if the Venezuelan militias are calling me out.
I'm gonna leave this one.
I'm sorry. That was trolling as fuck. I'm sorry.
Hey, both sides got on that one. They got us.
But yeah, this is pretty much what's going on now. The military is pretty much trying to unite the Venezuelan people against America. So as time progresses, let's see what happens, because it's not all as cut and dry as we hope it would be.
No, it never is. Nothing.
And according to this guy right here, man, we need those elites. We need those damn socialists to cross over to capitalism, I guess.
If you think if anybody thinks it's just as cut and dry as just go fucking kidnap a dictator, they're fucking dumb as a box of rocks. I agree.
Kidnap a dictator. Let's see how cut and dry it really is.
But it is obviously we have foreign policy in place to fucking.
We're private individuals. Quit pussyfooting out. You're in or you're out.
Hey, I mean the guy who runs BlackRock offered $25 billion a month, and he'd get rid of 500,000 illegals each month.
What?
I do have a question.
But he also created the issue through, I'm pretty sure, some illegal sketchy stuff. I just can't prove it because he got too much money.
Who?
That Thomas Matthew Crooks kid.
Either way, Israel has something to do with it.
What?
Okay, I have a question. It's mostly for Monty, but I want everyone to answer it.
All right.
How long would you guys be okay with prolonged military operations within Venezuela?
Depends on what they're for. Can I answer that one? It depends on what they're for, and if Congress approves that keyword approves military actions like that, I'd consider that war. Unless it's like a peacekeeping operation, that's not war. But and if it turns into another Afghanistan, I'm gonna fucking call Trump the next Bush.
Well, I would say depending on the difficulty of the operation.
And what our costs are for it.
Yeah, if they try to drag us into the jungles, then I'm like, all right, guys, let's just call it a day. Let's not do the Venezuela 2.0. But
I have a thought about that.
All right, but hold on now. But if we're able to strike them and reach them where we want to and still have this dominance on them, I mean, all right, cool.
Well,
I'm gonna be honest. I would want. Oh, go for
or you're good. Go ahead. You go, and then I'll go last. You guys go.
I would want them to be as quickly in and out because there is no reason why we shouldn't be able to essentially flatten them. Obviously, trying to do things the diplomatic way doesn't work, and this is going to sound really harsh and abrupt, but screw it. If we have to go to war in a situation like that, bro, smash and grab. Hit all the key targets, completely wipe out their ability to ever fight back, destroy the government, decapitate them militarily and from a head of state perspective, and just make them a non-combatant in general. We need to
get rid of the cartels too.
Right. We need to completely neuter their ability to function through drug money or corruption ever again. If that's how this is going to turn out to be. Because I really don't want to have.
Well, we have to replace it with something.
No, you don't. No, we're not nation builders.
No, not that. No. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that we would have to give them the ability to create their own industry to replace it. But
we can give them Gavin Newsom. We can give them Gavin Newsom and send all the liberals to Venezuela to create their socialist utopia with the Venezuelan people.
That'd be nice. We can get rid of a bunch of dead weight.
But actually, so what I was going to say is we all are part of the United Nations. There's 5 permanent members of the United Nations Security Council: China, Russia, the United States, France, and the UK. Right?
Mm-hmm.
We should, all of us, if we actually care about all of this and fixing this nation, not us personally. I'm talking about
the country as a whole.
The world cares about this problem being fixed. We should put aside our differences and use UN peacekeeping troops and then have UN poll watchers and have the United Nations come together. All of these nations that don't particularly like each other, watch each other and keep an eye on each other while they have free and fair elections in their nation.
Well, here's the thing. That will require them to actually get off their lazy butts and do something, and that will require them to actually put up some money instead of coming to Uncle Sam all the time to get something done.
Okay, does anybody have an answer to my question, though? Does anybody
I did give you an answer.
I didn't hear an amount of time. I heard what you would prefer happened, and respectfully, I didn't say what would we. I didn't say what would we all prefer happens. I'm saying let's say this does lead to a prolonged military excursion. How long would you guys?
But you're working in hypothetical, Sid, and there's
we only did 48 hours, and we were out.
Maximum 2 years.
2 years?
No. I'd say 18 months to 2 years. Yeah.
18 months to 2 years. Okay.
With Congress's approval and all that fun shit, and we're all on board with it. I say if Trump is going to act unilaterally, this is the most he can do. Period. He can conduct strikes. He can conduct arrests. He can conduct raids, but there cannot be an occupying force that is fighting for an objective. That is a war to me.
I mean, what about private security? What about a PMC?
Well, no. Wait. I think Set had something to say about.
Yeah. Now,
go ahead.
like I said, it all depends on the difficulty of the matter. Like right now, doing this, I wouldn't have a problem with it if we're just taking out people that we can't work with inside Venezuela. But when this gets drawn into something that where we might actually put American lives at risk, not like this didn't, but at greater risk, that's where I'm just like, okay, yeah, we need to pause on this. Because if it's about regime change, then getting into a jungle war with Venezuela ain't it.
Hey, I mean, on the military side of me, it'll sharpen our guys' sharpen them up real good. The war fighters will love it. But so Sid, let me ask a follow-up question to your question. Do you mean with Congress's support or without Congress's support? So this is the president acting unilaterally, or Congress has allowed him to declare war on Venezuela?
Well, if you're asking me to build on the hypothetical, I'm going to say without Congress, because I don't think Trump cares much for Congress, and I don't think he would get Congress's approval to.
So my line in the sand is no time at all. We're not supposed to spend time in other countries like that. If we go and we conduct military operations and fucking we're in and out in their aerial operations and naval bombardments and all that fun shit, that's one thing. But if we're occupying and we have a mission to complete, I don't think that should be done without Congress.
So if this action inspired Congress to vote for some sort of prolonged war, you would be okay with that. If this action without Congress, without our representatives, brought us into a quagmire, but Congress eventually came around.
I would not be okay with that. I would not be okay with an endless war without Congress's approval, especially. No.
Okay.
What if it was necessary to maintain the
then Congress would allow it if it was necessary to protract out that long.
But okay, would you? Here's a question though.
Why it's necessary? Because you look at all of the being here in Venezuela. You have Iran, which is collapsing, but you have China, Russia. You have other countries that wish to have a foothold in South America. That's what the whole Cold War was about, was trying to stop the USSR from having a foothold in South America, the Cuban Missile Crisis, all of it.
So if it gets to that point, then Congress needs to declare war.
Would you want them to?
Not really. No, I don't want to go to war, but I have sworn an oath to the Constitution and to fucking I will go to war.
But Monty, here's what kind of it sounds like you're saying to me, is that the president can do, a supposed, very quick military or law enforcement operation that eventually leads itself into some sort of prolonged conflict where Congress is kind of forced
so you
into
mean like stochastic
declaring war.
Poking the bear, he can poke the bear?
Well, no, it's actually the Congress gave those powers to the president. He has 48 hours to use the United States military unilaterally anywhere on the planet without Congress's approval.
Yeah, but I think we'd all be critics of him using that power in a way where he knows it will start a prolonged conflict, or is reasonably.
I would criticize him.
Reasonably sure.
I would criticize the president, but I would follow suit with the mission.
Really?
I mean, look at Afghanistan. Yes. We followed suit with the mission, even though it was a quagmire.
I mean, did you follow suit? Like you guys all followed suit?
I wasn't in Afghanistan, but I have a fucking an armed services ribbon for being active duty when that mission. I fucking joined the military when that was going on, knowing damn good and well I could be a part of it. So yes, I did. I never went overseas, never did anything, but I could have.
Weekend.
Well, I know. I'm not trying to say like how patriotic are you? How willing are you?
I'm just saying.
What I'm saying is like, are you a critic of it? Do you think that was a good thing? Are you would you be a critic of it now if it was happening?
If we got into a protracted war over this, I would be critical of it. But I understand the good that it would do to be like it's a pros and cons. It's not black and white. Like I would not fucking want to go to war, period. That's that. But if that fucking darkens our door, then I'm ready to do it, and I'm ready to actually do it.
What about funding? What about if the U.S. did subterfuge campaigns like we already did in these countries, in Venezuela, where we fund the media in their country. We fund the campaigns for the judges and the other congressional candidates, all of them in their country. That's what USAID was outed for, owning
And Sid, and that's
building
and
all
so
of this.
I see that as more of an information war and a social manipulation war and acts of war than I do arresting a criminal, honestly.
Yeah, I mean,
and everybody's okay with that because it doesn't make the news, and no one's shooting bullets at each other yet.
Well, also USAID was more.
USAID was the fucking
structured.
CIA's paycheck. That's what they were.
Yeah, I mean,
it was more. It was more structured around like fighting diseases and stuff like that.
No,
I mean, you guys could disagree.
No. Sorry,
I'm gonna like ask for evidence on this. I hope that's okay.
You're black off. I
I'll
don't
give you
have
the
evidence
name.
of it that anybody can give you.
The name of it is not USAID or USAID. It is the United States Agency for International Development.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that means the development of whatever we see fit that it benefits us in their nations. That's why
it's not whatever.
11 out of 12.
It's not whatever we see fit and whatever benefits us.
Well,
because
11 out of
otherwise,
12
the CIA used it for, though, Sid. That's what we're saying.
11 out of 12 of the news broadcasting companies in Ukraine were fully funded by USAID.
We were Sid.
I'm not sure about that. I'm not saying like if this is true.
You can never be sure about something like that. Those are covert between the margin operations.
We could look that up.
No, you can't.
Well, okay, then how are you claiming it? Then how are you claiming it?
Record. It is public record now.
Oh, my bad. So it's public record. So I hope this is fair. I can't go off my phone right now because it would disconnect me. But is that accurate? Is that accurate?
Let me put it to you this way, okay, Sid?
I'll see what I can look up real quick. Go ahead.
My mother, who was fucking overseas setting up detainee compounds in Iraq, was carrying around USAID money to pay off terrorists. It's absolutely used for things that it does not fucking fit into the margins. You're not going to find it. They're not even going to fucking acknowledge it unless they get caught like this. It is absolute, like a fucking, like in the movies, a trailer full of fucking $100 bills. She'll carry them around so that if they shoot a fucking insurgent, they give their fucking family, $10,000.
And real quick, Monty, from what it looks like right now, we're more than ready to work with Maduro's next in line.
Yeah, what does that
likely means giving them money, funding the rebuilding of some of this oil infrastructure, and in running the country if she plays ball. Is she not a narco-terrorist? But Maduro was, but his vice president wasn't.
Okay,
I don't know enough about her to comment on that.
I looked it up. I've got this here. So my use of the word ownership just means that, they were in control. They were pulling the strings. They funded 9 out of 10 of the media outlets in Ukraine. The oligarchs in Ukraine that own.
Are you reading what it says, man? Or are you?
Right here. It says the ownership landscape. The majority of major media outlets in Ukraine are owned by Ukrainian oligarchs or wealthy businessmen, for whom media is often a tool for political influence rather than primary business. The impact of funding cuts from USAID being shut down meant the reliance on this funding meant that the U.S. foreign aid was frozen in early 2025. Many independent outlets faced a severe crisis, while some having to suspend operations or cut staff, and has raised many fears of a return to media dominance by the other oligarchs and the entry of Russian money. So we were putting our money in there to fund what was being promoted by the news media.
That's just one facet
Russians.
of it.
Yeah, and we're putting our money into funding Venezuelan opposition as well.
Well, it's not just opposition. So if you look at the way that I hate to be that guy and say the liberal world order, but that's what it was called. After World War II, we established the liberal economic order. We were trying to make sure that there wasn't a World War III. We wanted everybody to have such interconnected trade that no one would fight each other, or that it would be smaller conflicts, not one grand global conflict.
Well, we didn't want these huge power struggles after the advent of nuclear weapons, and hopefully we still want that. But
all right, guys. Now I do want to get back to the video because I got another video to play out.
Got you.
All right.
Javier, I think it's quite instructive as well that Donald Trump has not talked once about holding free and fair elections.
Yes. I mean, it's astonishing how Maria Corina Machado, excuse me, who praised Donald Trump, who called Donald Trump the day she got the Nobel Peace Prize and praised him for the interest in Venezuela and his support in Venezuela. He's turned his back on her completely. Why? Because she doesn't control anything in Venezuela. She doesn't have any power in Venezuela. It happened when the so-called government of Juan Guaido, some years ago, you may remember, when the National Assembly named him as interim president, but he didn't have any control in Venezuela, and they decided to chuck him away. It's the same case. She doesn't control anything, only the opposition. The army is controlled by the Chavistas, the police controlled by the Chavistas, the militias controlled by the Chavistas, the state controlled by the Chavistas, the oil, etc. Everything controlled by the Chavistas. Maria Corina Machado controls absolutely nothing in Venezuela. So why would she, in terms of...
Basically, I mean, Maduro's party basically still controls everything in Venezuela, and there's no point in installing Maria, or like Trump said, like Maduro said, she'll be gone within 48 hours if we install her. This may be the person we want, but she is not popular enough to run Venezuela.
So, Set, remember when Trump said this? Guys.
Hold on, guys. I'm keeping the video going. I just have to give quick comments.
Remember when he said this isn't about regime change? If it was about regime change, fucking all of these things would not be true today.
I mean, it's still something. I'll say this. It's kind of about controlling the current regime then instead of regime change, it seems.
Exactly.
And the only reason this...
Go ahead.
Sorry. The only reason this works is because Maduro had like an interesting dictatorial regime where it wasn't based around him as a person, but it was this entire structure that was set up before him by Chavez and then after him. But it wasn't like he was some charismatic dictator leader that the whole country was behind. It was this system, this corrupt system of thugs that is going to keep operating whether he's there or not, most likely. And Trump doesn't have any problem working with gangsters. So,
all right, let's keep it going.
Transactional mentality. Why would he deal with somebody who doesn't have any power in Venezuela? Because she doesn't have any power in terms of in pragmatic ways. So that's what. At least they are quite. I hear that the Venezuelan opposition, they are quite shocked by what happened. They don't really know how to react to that. They think that she's been scorned. She's been kicked out because she doesn't play any roles. So we don't actually know exactly how this is going to happen in the future. She wanted Edmundo Gonzalez, who lost the election last year, lost between inverted commas, lost the election last year, to take power. He totally ignored that. So we don't really know how the transition to democracy is going to happen, new elections, or the appointment of Edmundo Gonzalez as president. We don't know what's going to be the deal between Delcy Rodriguez and the Chavista government and Trump. We don't know yet. What we know is that it is possible. I don't rule out completely cooperation between the U.S. and the government of Delcy Rodriguez.
Javier, very quickly, how will this military action be really digested by some of those critical in the region of Donald Trump and what some are now calling the Don Road doctrine?
Well, they fear, they're afraid. Cuba is worried. They think they're going to be next. I doubt it because Cuba doesn't have oil. Colombia as well. President Gustavo Petro is worried because he's been very critical of President Maduro or President Trump in different ways. The drug traffic, Gaza, etc. So, and as your correspondent said rightly, Colombia and Venezuela share a long border, 2,200 kilometers of border. Whatever happens in Venezuela affects Colombia in many different ways. So they are worried about it. Of course, they condemned the attacks in Venezuela. President Lula da Silva condemned the attack in Venezuela, but many right-wing presidents or far right-wing presidents like Javier Milei, they applaud the actions of Trump. So Latin America is divided. Of course, Mexico rejected as well the attacks. They criticized the attack. So some of the powerful countries in Latin America, especially Mexico and Brazil, are against what happened there. And that could be crucial in terms of how the continent will react to the whole thing. But the continent of Latin America is not unified, it's very divided, and we don't know whether the Organization of American States will come up with some kind of statement which will satisfy everybody in the region.
We'll see. I mean, let's see if everybody want to get down with the Trump row or the Don row doctrine. But how you guys feel about us just focusing on our Western Hemisphere?
I think it's incoherent. What was the argument about globalism? Like, just because it's on the same continent, suddenly getting involved in all these foreign affairs and all these potential quagmires.
No.
And all
Globalism is where you try to bring center power on one agency that covers the entire globe, like the UN. We're not talking about globalism. We're talking about the
now we're
exact
just talking about a hemisphere. So, like, who controls the other hemispheres? Just the superpowers there. So,
it would be Russia and China that would fight.
Russia
for
and China
dominance
do
over
because
the
we allow them
Eastern
to,
Hemisphere.
basically.
Well, that was the point of the liberal economic order after World War II, was to have regional large powers in the region control and police. But
it does make a certain amount of sense, and it does bring a little bit more stability to the situation.
But it doesn't work in practice.
No,
because of greed.
After World War II, we didn't want like these like regional hemispheric superpowers.
No, we did not
controlling-
want secret alliances after World War II. That's what you were taught in school. Come on, don't forget that.
That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is we didn't want like Russia and China, like our two biggest adversaries, even according to the Trump administration, controlling the other hemispheres of the world, and then us controlling this. We kind of, and here's the argument for like the globalist argument, I guess, is that we were best positioned to set some sort of, global standards and establishment and rule of law, and we'd come in whenever someone was fucking around, and we would push them out and not let these things gain a foothold. But if we wanted to let these things gain a foothold in these different hemispheres, we would let like the worst appendages of Russia and China gain footholds in Asia and Europe. And I guess, is that what we're going for now? According to Tom Cotton, Tom Cotton, no, we're still trying to be the world police and control our hemisphere.
Yes.
So the Don Road doctrine is like kind of incoherent. I've not heard it explained.
I would say this. I would say not everybody in the Republican Party is following along with it.
So follow me. Maybe I can give it a little bit of light. We are going to control our hemisphere. More importantly, the reason we're talking about a hemisphere is because we're trying to get control back of the Panama Canal, which is something that Trump has been going on and on and on about, which rightfully so. It should have never been sold. Now, we're not just talking about our hemisphere. We will maintain dominance in our hemisphere so that locality, other agencies can't get footholds in our backyard close enough to attack us or to have strong enough influence against us. Now, on top of that, trade and other things like that deal with the entire world, we are going to dominate that aspects of it as well.
All right, now guys, let's check out this little clip to explain what we're talking about here.
So America just quietly dropped a new global doctrine. It basically says we're not the world's police anymore. Jeez, finally. We're the boss of our own hemisphere and everyone else can deal with theirs. On December 5th, the White House released Trump's new national security strategy. Inside the document is something they're already calling the Trump corollary to the old Monroe Doctrine. Translation, the United States is already declaring dominance over the Western Hemisphere. North America, Central America, South America, and the Caribbean. He's basically saying that this is our neighborhood, our rules. At the same time, it signals something huge. America is stepping back from trying to manage every crisis on the planet. Here's the core of it. America first, but not just the slogan, as the actual blueprint. The strategy says that the US is done acting like a global babysitter, and instead wants to be a regional superpower at home with select pressure overseas. It talks about sovereignty, borders, migration, cartels, critical minerals, energy, not spreading democracy or building global institutions. And in Europe, Europe, the document literally talks about civilization erasure, mass migration, and cultural collapse, and basically tells Europe you're on your own. In the Americas, this doctrine means cracking down on cartels and narco-terror groups, pushing back hard on China's influence in Latin America, and trying to stabilize countries down south so mass migration doesn't end up on US border. In Europe, leaders are freaking out. French and EU leaders are calling it brutal and a declaration of political war, because it blows up the old idea that America will always bail out Europe first. And on Russia and China, this doctrine quietly accepts a world of spheres of influence, meaning that it acknowledges that there are only 3 global powers, the US, Russia, and China. The goal is to avoid a giant global war by not trying to run everything anymore. So here's the question, is this smart realism where we're admitting that we can't police the entire planet, or is it dangerous because it gives Russia, China, and Iran more room to operate in their own backyard? Does America get stronger when it focuses on its own hemisphere, or weaker if it stops acting like the glue that holds the old world order together?
All right.
I mean, yeah, I just don't think that that is a coherent perspective. If you can say that we are stronger when we just focus on our own hemisphere. If you're gonna make the argument, go full Monty, right? Go full. We should go after Putin. We should do all this stuff because
That's not our hemisphere, Sid.
it doesn't matter. The hemisphere thing is incoherent because we live in a global, the whole
The range of
world
an intercontinental ballistic missile is why we're
the
talking about
whole
hemispheres.
world affects us. Okay, so then we will just create a new nuclear arms race, and if you don't want to get fucked like Maduro got fucked, if you don't get fucked like Ukraine's getting fucked, if you don't want to get fucked like in these lesser countries, you know what you do? You just start building a nuke, and there goes the whole non-proliferation agreement, and everyone's trying to get nukes, and it's a new nuclear arms race, and good God, we got a bunch of North Koreas. That's what's going to happen, period.
Okay,
it's
Sid,
what's going to happen.
That's
But
one
all right,
way to
guys,
look
hold on,
at
hold on.
it.
Before everybody go in on this, hey TB, how you doing, sis? TB, you good?
She said hello.
I know, yeah, I just heard her.
Yeah, I was screaming. Sorry.
No, it's fine. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, okay. Hi, everyone. How are you?
Good.
Good day.
You know,
Good. How are you?
other than a little bit passionate about what's going on, which is obviously like to be expected, right? Some of the things that I'm guessing will happen is that, well, or some of the things that we need to watch for is we need to make sure that the Venezuelan people, they're able to keep their culture, right? But like I was saying earlier in chat, is that part of their culture may be difficult to circumspect just because of the way that like South America is run, and they're kind of against imperialism and so on and so forth, even though they are entirely imperialistic, I think. But I'm so happy for Venezuela. I can't even tell you. Like I've said before in chat, I was in the Navy, and
Navy.
Southcom was my focus. And
CENTCOM was my focus.
What was? CENTCOM.
CENTCOM. Y'all lucky. I'm jealous.
Yeah, CENTCOM is rough, bro.
Got sand everywhere, bro. I hate the sandbox.
You know, when I was in, I was like, nothing's going on in Southcom, right? But like now it's like I can only imagine the people who are cheering about this, and you see like Venezuelans all over the world actually cheering for this because it means some kind of change. And so part of my question to, well, at least the people on the panel is like, why are you so against this?
Against what specifically?
Against the removal of Maduro.
Oh, I mean, honestly, I'm for the removal of Maduro. Like the movement of drugs and whatever materials that are sanctioned by the United States, and the influence by foreign nations is already a violation of the Monroe Doctrine, which we already have in place. Like
Right.
we put that in place specifically to stop European nations from colonizing, but it should extend to the rest of the world, and we should be able to tell the rest of the world, hey, these are their own nations with their own identities, and they do
Yes.
not need to be influenced and owned by you.
Yes, of course. However, Maduro has been allowing their country to be colonized essentially by
Wait, the Maduro regime is still in place.
Iran and China and Cuba and like a bunch of like places that we don't necessarily agree with because they're the ones who are starting wars all the time.
The Maduro regime is still in
you
place.
think that we're starting wars all the time, Sid, but like honestly,
No, that's not what I'm saying. I said the Maduro regime is still in place. His vice president is the current leader of the country.
No, I understand that. I understand that, and it's only been a few days. I mean, literally like 2 days. So
Okay, so nobody
we
has
all
a
need to
problem.
calm down about it a little bit.
Everyone agrees that Maduro was a brutal dictator and violent person, and Venezuelans would be better to have him out. I agree with that. What I don't agree with is that this action is going to produce great outcomes just because Maduro is out. Is that fair?
What are you predicting?
I'm not predicting anything. Is that fair? What I said?
You're saying that a bunch of
Something's
outcomes
gonna
are going to
happen.
happen. So
Is it
what
is
do
it
you
fair
think
what I
is
said?
actually going to happen?
I mean, there's a ton of different things that can happen. There could be regional instability. We already were just watching videos about how Latin America is divided about this whole thing
There's
in general.
already regional instability.
The largest countries in the region are against it. Countries like Brazil, Mexico, Colombia.
Since when do we give a fuck about those countries?
Yes, well, hang on.
Wait. I'm not done.
Go ahead.
You asked me a question, right?
Go ahead. Yeah, you go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. And that being said, the Maduro regime has not been taken out completely. Like I was saying earlier, Maduro wasn't like this charismatic, unilateral leader, and once you take him out, the country collapses. The Venezuelan regime the Venezuelan regime was this decentralized in a way, thuggish, corrupt system that is all still in place, and Trump is only signaling that he's willing to work with them in so long as they fulfill his oil and strategic requests. And so the region can still be subjected to the same oppression, the same repression.
No, I don't think that that's what he means. Like, I really hope that he is willing to work with them. Otherwise, it's colonization. We're not trying to do that. Like, we have to make sure that the people are happy with...
What the
Who's
hell?
got their shit playing in the background?
Where's the music coming
Sorry,
from?
I'm running a stream in the background.
No, I mean, what the people want, they live there, Like,
Yeah, but the people don't want the
he's...
Maduro regime. He's an
absolutely
illegitimate
not.
leader,
So
right?
let the
So
people
therefore, his
choose
vice president is as well.
Yes. I have a friend who is an MD, and he works at Chick-fil-A, and he's from Venezuela, and he's an MD, but it is like so hard for him to get citizenship here. Anyway, I was watching him a couple of days ago, or yesterday, whenever it was, 2 days ago, and he could not stop smiling. He was so excited. So you have to give the people some hope. You can't just be like, oh, we're going to go in there and tell them how to live their lives, right? I don't think that that's what we're doing.
These things
here.
I respectfully,
So I
I
would
don't
like
think.
to answer her question real quick before we get off into that.
So what do you think that the people want? Like, what do you think that we're going to go in there and do?
I think that honestly, people do want change, and to be quite honest, we needed to get Nicolas Maduro out of there because he broke a specific set of laws. But honestly, if people think this is going to be a regime change, no, there's too much cartel money entrenched everywhere. There's too much hold on the government and the people that the cartels have. So I don't really see this being the win that a lot of people think it is, but it does give the people hope that at least somebody sees their suffering or what have you, and it's a move in the right direction for them.
But it's a start, at least, right?
No, that's what I'm saying.
In the right direction. Yeah.
No, no. Potentially it is. Potentially it's not.
Sid.
No, we can
stop
give
being
Sid
a
that.
pessimist just for the sake of being a pessimist.
We can give
So I
Sid.
have a-
I'm not just being a pessimist for the
view.
Well,
We
I have
gotta
a-
have.
I'm not just being a pessimist for the sake of being a pessimist. I understand all these human stories. These human stories exist across the world, in every hemisphere ever. And we will not justify any action whatsoever in every hemisphere because they are run by bad guys and the people were being oppressed and subjected to a dictator. So we got to be real about the possibilities of how many different ways this could go wrong, could not improve, and could maybe even get worse. Like,
Well, I know, but
is that
we
something
could
that we should
also-
not think about?
We could
Real
also
quick,
focus
can you read-
on the ways that it could get better. Like, we don't always have to be,
Yeah.
super
But-
negative about these things.
Can we
But
read
these
that
are very
super chat
important things in the world,
And-
so.
and
We
so,
shouldn't just we could just
for
hope and
sure.
pray, and we could just
But
hope and pray and hold hands.
I
and
guarantee you, before 2 months ago, nobody was even thinking about Venezuela.
So I
that's
have a
not
question.
true.
I have a question, guys.
A lot
Well,
of people were not
the-
thinking about Venezuela.
The
I mean, a lot of people aren't now either.
The world's focus wasn't on it. The United States' focus wasn't completely on Venezuela until we started actually enforcing the sanctions that we have had on them, the embargoes on them, sending oil to countries that fund terrorism or moving drugs through their own military forces, police forces, funneling these drugs. So when you said that Mexico and Colombia and all of these other places, they're not happy with Maduro being taken out. Of course, you've got your guy that has been facilitating your part of this funneling operation taken out. They're going to be upset. However,
Brazil and Mexico. Maduro is not Brazil and Mexico's guy.
But didn't Maduro nationalize the oil industries and take over control of businesses and businesses?
No.
That was Chavez.
Chavez did.
So Chavez
But
did.
he has
right beforehand.
nationalized other industries.
And then he
Okay,
Go
he
ahead.
asked a question about the oil industry.
No. I'm just saying. So the government of Venezuela, under the previous regime, nationalized these oil rigs and everything that companies from around the world, including the United States, invested in, built, and we were investing in their country to build their country up. And these things were then nationalized and taken. These corporate assets were taken with force.
Taken by the people that elected Chavez.
No, taken by force
That is
by
a
the
lie.
government against international law.
No, Chavez had a mandate when he did that. Chavez had a mandate when he did that. Yes,
I'm sorry,
he
I
did.
misheard you. But Chavez also promised a bunch of things, and he did not deliver.
Okay, that happens all the time, man. That happens all the time.
I know it does, but he delivered Maduro,
and gave
and
dictatorship.
that didn't work out, did it?
Chavez was a dictator himself. Chavez was also
moved from one
So he didn't
dictator
have a
to
mandate
the next
to
one.
All right. Well, that was an interesting way to silence the crowd. But all right, guys. So
No, you're good, bud.
But all right, guys, didn't you read out some of these super chats? Now, shout out to my man Galacti. He says, notice you're not talking about the Epstein files. Legal deadline for full release was December 19th, and word is still rolling them out, even if they are heavily redacted, which I disagree with. And shout out to my man Drum King. He says, curious, is Venezuela possibly a distraction? And now, I mean, it's kind of leading into what Galactic was saying. And shout out to my man, Mr. DocQ. I would like to join this conversation. My man, you can just go to the main page, go to the post tab, like how you usually enter, hit that StreamYard link. First one you'll see, first little post in the post tab.
So
let's
Yo, hey, wait, 1 second. 1 second, Monty.
Come on, Sid.
No, this is
hijacked the
important.
conversation.
No, I know, that's what I'm saying. I've hijacked the conversation. I know I have a tendency to do that. I'm going to head out, let you guys have this conversation. I'm just saying good night, okay?
All right,
Night, guys.
you're good. You're good, brother. It's always good talking to you. You're the opposition. Good to speak with the opposition.
Yeah. Have a good one.
Good night, white man.
I'm just gonna rage at you guys in the comments. So
How about you go check out my live stream on YouTube, man?
Yeah,
Go do that.
Go show gaming some love, Sid.
all right, I'll follow you at it. What's your thing? Shout
The
it out.
original backyard gaming. Not
Original
this one.
backyard gaming. I'll follow
Yeah.
you, bro.
You know what? Hold on. Before you go,
Currently
Sid,
live.
you want to come? You want to come on my channel and fucking scream at each other for an hour and a half?
Ain't nobody
Yeah,
coming nowhere.
Shout yourself out too, bro.
It's Mr. Paramedic. It's Mr. Paramedic.
Okay, I'll follow both of you guys, and I'll definitely be in your chat, Monty, and I'll be in yours too, gaming. So.
All right, but all right,
guys. All right, have a good night.
So before we continue, I've been trying to say this. The mission of our military is not exclusively war, right? The mission of the Navy, the original purpose of the United States Navy was to protect free trade.
The original purpose of the Navy was actually
to protect free trade.
Okay, well, I guess we could say that, yeah.
I mean, it's a very, very oversimplification, but I mean, without getting into the entire history of naval fucking operations, but it's more than it's more than just, oh, we're gonna go declare war and colonize this and colonize that. There is an aspect of protecting trade so that Russia can't get access to money, so that we can enforce sanctions, so that China can't dominate. This is more than we just want to go liberate a country. It always is. It has monetary value attached to it. Well, otherwise it wouldn't happen. We really don't give a fuck unless we get attacked or there's something to gain from it. Now, all of these arguments that are being made are valid arguments and, co-reasons with why we did what we did. But the crux of the entire operation, he had an arrest warrant for crimes he committed. He was on the FBI's most wanted list. The military didn't go and arrest him. The DEA did. The military just supported that. And it is a power statement. It's us saying we can fucking grab you no matter where you are. I mean, in this case, it was 45 minutes. It's a warning. It is we are the big dogs on the block. It's hemispherical control. I know Sid said, I don't understand this. That's what it is. This is a shot across the bow, so to say.
But if we do good while we're doing it, I mean,
exactly.
Like what's the real problem?
What if we gave, like, instead of the nationalization of like the oil industry, what if we gave private ownership back to the Venezuelan people in partnership with foreign investment from all of the nations around them?
That's how it was before Chavez took over.
I think that's what's going to happen. Yeah. We're not invading. We're not colonializing.
We're not trying to make it the 51st state.
Yeah.
And then 8 million refugees would be able to return home to Venezuela.
And we can give them the power to make their own rules. And that's kind of a problem, though, because a lot of people are so brainwashed by certain systems, right? Yeah. Including us. I'm not excluding us. I'm just saying, like, they're going to have their own culture and they're going to have their own plan of how they want it to be, right? But 8 million people going back,
is a good thing.
Who knows what could happen? It could be great. Like, it doesn't have to be all bad. I mean, Sid, he likes to make it all bad, but
He's just being
Taco munchers out our economy.
He's just a pessimist.
Somebody got a doomsday on it.
Yeah.
But I mean, think about 8 million people that can return to their home. That's a revolution right there.
Yeah, but it's fantastic too. I don't know. I'm so
Look,
excited.
Make us the
here's
carne
the thing, though. This is
asada.
where I gotta respect Sid's opinion, though, because we're calling it too early. Like it looks great. It looks fantastic right now. But let's
I'm
not
not
pretend like it
arguing
can't
that,
go
Seth.
from fantastic to terrible.
We're just being hopeful. We got to look at like the hope for it. Like
I'm not saying this is Trump's best accomplishment ever, and we should all fucking make a monument for Donald Trump. That's what he's trying to frame it as, and that's what a lot of people on the left are trying to frame it as, because Donald Trump took a victory lap, not because he's like trying to do anything. This is a good thing and should be regarded as a good thing with hopeful skepticism. Cautiously optimistic.
Yeah, cautiously optimistic. Yeah, I was going to say that.
I do want to get into the next
Sorry
video.
to interrupt.
Go ahead, TB.
Just real quick. I've been watching the news, and it seems like one of the last things that they say about this is for the Venezuelan people. But like, that's like the first thing that is on my mind is like the Venezuelan people, because I'm sure that there have been times in our history where we've gone in and we've taken over for real. Like I know that that's true, but I don't think that we're trying to go in and take over. But if we could go in and like help them really make their natural resources
work for them.
Yeah, work for them.
Yeah,
Thank you.
it's their shit. Yeah.
Yeah, because I think that that's what we will do. And also one of the things that they were saying, at least in the news, is that they were trying to, because China, like Iran and Cuba and North Korea, they're all there, right? They're all like there making their own plans. But if we can avoid those people as well and give freedom back to the Venezuelan people, I'm happy.
Yeah,
me too.
I mean, I think that's a trap that we've fallen for before as Americans, just in recent history and in my lifetime anyway. That it's like all about freedom and prosperity. I'm a little bit more pessimistic than you are on that one. I don't think it was done for selfless reasons. I like to think that America is that guy, but recent events in my lifetime since I've been alive have proven we do it for selfish reasons.
I know.
So they better be good fucking selfish reasons if we're gonna be doing this. It better have at least a good impact on the people. That's just how I've looked at it.
What's the just out of curiosity, like what do you think the worst like example of that would be? Just in your opinion, of like a selfish reason.
Oh God. Like
Vietnam.
Vietnam.
Well, no, I meant in your
not in your lifetime, but like North Korea and South Korea.
That's
either. I'm younger than you think.
yeah, he's younger than me. I'm 30.
How old are you?
78.
I'm 20.
I'm kidding.
Damn, bro. How old are you to be asking that question? You sound like you ain't nothing but 20.
She's like 35, 40 at most.
But
a gentleman never asks.
Who said I was a gentleman? I'm married. I don't care.
What'd you say, Seth?
I do gotta read this out.
All right, go ahead. Yeah.
Trump is King 88.
Bruh.
He said voting machines are made in Venezuela. Dude is gonna spill the beans to get less charges. Watch and see. Now, Alex Jones was talking about this as well. Like he was saying, he arrested him to take down the deep state. It's like he's gonna expose the voting fraud. I'm like, okay.
I mean,
I hope so.
That would be fucking out of left field, but
I mean, man, you hitting a home run with that one. I'll tell you that.
Oh, that was something I forgot about earlier that Sid was talking about. I totally forgot. He was talking about the whole. We said something about the 2020 election and them trying to go after Trump to charge him for claiming that the election was stolen. And then just now in the last month, they had to turn over the voter rolls and the voter registration things and the voter counts for Fulton County, Georgia. And there is 300,000 or 350,000 votes that were tabulated without signatures incorrectly, or they were improperly counted.
All right, now before we keep them, now I do want to hear from Mr. Doc Hill. How you doing, sir?
Good day, sir.
Doing fine, sir. Good day.
All right, man. Well, I want to hear from you last, and then we'll go ahead
crazy.
and get into the video.
Cool. I had this crazy thought while I was watching your cast the other day. Everybody was talking about the first tanker that was taken and how they actually got on the tanker on the first one, but not the second one. And then we had that plane take out of that area. And then the next thing we knew, old girl was across the country. I think that whole thing was to smuggle her out of there. From Venezuela.
Who the one that won the Nobel Peace Prize, or which girl?
Yeah, yes, sir. That her, yes.
Yeah.
I believe that's why she was on that tanker. That plane that cut everybody off out of nowhere, wasn't on charts. That was her get out.
Didn't
what y'all thought about that?
Didn't she bring with her, or didn't they smuggle out the vote tabulations for the previous election where Maduro lost by like 60%?
Ooh.
I guess they took everything, because all that happened, and then like within 24, 48 hours later, she was on doing interviews. And I was sitting there because everybody goes, "Oh, why do we go and take that tanker? Why do we go take that tanker?" And they kept showing it over and over, them, literally getting off the helicopter, making contact. And then the second one, it was like they just surrounded it and kind of cruised with it. And then with the incident with the aircraft that came out and cut off a commercial aircraft from Venezuela.
Well, it wasn't illegal, was it? That tanker specifically was already sanctioned by the United States as having been running oil for Iran. I think it was, right?
Well, what I was saying was, I believe that was used. I believe that was a ploy. I believe that because it wasn't nothing we were doing, apparently, before. But I believe that was a ploy to get her out of there. I believe that was a cover up. So I just throwing it out there and see what all
Where is the hour fuel?
But all right, guys. Now let's go ahead and get into this video real quick. And I'm gonna get y'all thoughts on it. Well, it's only about 4 minutes. All right. Even in Ecuador.
As you can see, we Venezuelans are very grateful for this step taken by the President of the United States, Donald Trump, in support of democracy in Latin America.
Venezuela cannot be governed by North American imperialism. We will not allow it. But this is a good opportunity to tell those Venezuelans who believed that the fight was against Nicolas Maduro or against the Bolivarian Revolution, to prove once again that it is imperialism that has been financing all the movements that were, let's say, violent against the Bolivarian Revolution.
As we have stated, we condemn any intervention, and we are guided by what the Constitution establishes. This goes beyond even the presidency of Maduro. It has to do with international policy, international law, the international legal order, and with very clear principles of Mexican foreign policy that we defend.
raising my hand. God damn it, Set.
Hold on, man. I got you. All right, now, I do want to get your thought. Okay, so let me go ahead and break this down. So Mexico and China is, well, of course, complaining about national law. You got India saying they're concerned, and well, that's about it so far.
No, let me
And
speak
Brazil,
first for the
well,
first
they're
time.
also saying this is a serious affront to their sovereignty. My
Let me
bad.
speak
Now,
first
Monty,
for
go
the
ahead.
first time. No, I want to go first.
All right, go ahead.
Go then, damn it.
So check this out. I find it very interesting that all these actors who are part of the BRICS nations have a lot to say. That is the craziest thing to me. Every single nation that's a part of BRICS is suddenly like, this is bad. What about national law? But nobody ever thought about national law when freaking Russia, like, if we're just going to take this way, they went to the Ukrainian invasion. Nobody thought about national law when Iran was busy developing nuclear weapons. Nobody thought about national law when the Indians were basically flooding the American market with H-1B, H-2B visa workers. Nobody thought about national law when Brazil was actually helping transport illegal immigrants and drug cartels through Mexico to sell drugs to the American public. So now everybody wants to think about national law the minute we actually start acting like them. I find it kind of odd.
My turn. You fucking stole the words right out of my mouth. I was gonna say, why is it always whenever we do something that's against Russia or China, they care about international law? It's almost like whenever America gets into a war, all the countries that blatantly violate the Geneva Conventions want to fucking start bitching about war crimes when America steps foot in somewhere, but has no problem decapitating our troops and fucking parading them through the streets.
And I don't like China talking because I'm like, bro, all of the trade
Sit the fuck
policies
down,
that you
Chief.
guys break, all of them, and you guys dare question us? I'm like,
wait, and then you have this little Joker sucker face, I'm a shill for the cartels over here, got the nerve to say something about the U.S.
I swear to God.
Yeah,
You look like Gus Fring's wife. Gus Fring's sister.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wanted to get in on this because it's like...
Ugh. Take that picture off.
We have so many, so many actors in this. I brought up Guaido.
Hold on, your sound.
Earlier.
Your sound is quiet. Can you turn it up at all?
I'm driving, so I don't know if that has something to do with my connection, but yet again I'm speaking right into this fucking $2,000 device that doesn't have a good microphone.
My bad.
All right, you're good.
But yeah, Guaido was a part of the regime change that they were trying to do in 2018 with the first Trump administration. So I don't think this is anything new as far as what is pushing for Trump's agenda to bring back control over major oil deposits with weaker countries other than like Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates. So I just think that Maduro was a CIA plant anyway, and that's why he got extradited back to the United States so he can have a glorious prison sentence in a federal
Club Fed.
golf course.
No, dude. No, his plan wasn't like to go to jail in a blazing trail of jail glory. Like, I don't think so.
But all right, guys. Well, let's go ahead.
Sorry, I wasn't trying to cut you off. Like, I wasn't trying to cut you off. I don't think that was his plan.
It might not have been his plan, but if he was a CIA plant, he probably didn't even know he was a CIA plant.
Oh wow! I mean, man, that man Luna really don't like us. He said the bombing of Venezuelan territory and the capture of its president crosses an unacceptable line. And in my words, well, what are you going to do about it?
Yeah, exactly. Can I just say one thing really quickly? Is that in the 60s and 70s, we were taking over the southern hemisphere, but we were doing it without anyone really knowing, right? I'm just glad that there's transparency with this one, honestly.
I mean, yeah.
Sure, yeah, enough transparency. Well, all right.
I mean, I don't know if there's enough transparency either, but there is some. I mean, we're doing it on a national stage.
Yeah, that's what
There's
I was
a
saying,
press
like,
release
man,
at least.
it's not like we learned about it like 2
Exactly.
years later, and like it.
Oh yeah, we also did this, by the way.
Yeah.
Yeah. Chile president. Oh wow.
You're right. You're right.
Today, it is Venezuela.
Bro,
Tomorrow, it
it's
could
the
be anyone
Mexican
else.
JD Vance.
Likewise, the threat of unilateral external control over its natural resources or strategic resources constitutes a serious violation of the principle of territorial integrity and puts at risk the security, sovereignty, and stability of all the states in the region.
Good.
Gold is in the chat set.
Really? I mean, well, sure, we got some people on our side, guys. You know, we got this German chancellor. Let's see, Mers calls the U.S. action legally complex. I like the way you put that.
I like that a lot.
It's not.
Where you
It's
can't
not a
quite
restaurant.
tell if it's a war crime, but you don't want to say anything because of your history.
PM, end of Maduro regime offers new hope. I agree. Okay, well, I mean, unlikely, but okay. All right, UK. We thought you guys were going to shoot for Maduro, you know, seeing that you guys are kind
That's
of like
probably the
authoritarian
conservatives
regime
in the
yourself.
UK.
Oh, you know what? I mean, shout out UK for now.
Isn't it?
That man's delusional. It's you crazy.
Zelensky's like, can you do me next?
Like,
No,
can
please.
you send me to Putin? I'm like, no, bro. I'm sorry. No, we cannot. I'm sorry.
You're not, you're not that guy, pal.
Bro, that's
You're
why
not
I
that guy.
said Zelensky came out
Not
here
that guy.
delusional about it. I was like, the man's acting jealous. He's like, bro, hints at a similar treatment for Russia's Putin. You think we could just swoop in and take Putin the same way we did Maduro, bro? You're delusional and you're desperate.
If you want a secret set, we can if we really wanted to. We could.
They got nukes.
Nah,
they got nukes.
It's not about
They
the
will
nuke.
retaliate.
I'm nah.
Putin's old school KGB. He'd do it just because he's like gonna die. Just
You
to
do it
spite.
for the love of the game.
Yep.
Man.
That'd be okay though.
I mean,
You
that'd be
know.
great if we could do it.
Yeah,
to Putin,
I mean, if he
but
could just like take himself out.
I'm weak.
If you could just like jump out a window, that'd be nice.
Yeah.
Man, I
Set
don't
them
know.
to
Putin's the one who does the throwing out of windows, not going out of windows.
That's why I said that set. It was
I
it was
know.
hyperbole.
I know, but we all got to recognize you don't trust Putin near a window.
No. Oh man.
Putin is totally trustworthy next to a window.
How should one react to this? What can I say? If it's possible to deal with dictators this way, then the U.S. knows what to do next.
No. Of course, Israel supports it.
Bro, Netanyahu's a woman.
Oh wow.
Hold on, pause it.
Oh wow.
I don't want to hear nothing from these African countries that still haven't even gotten clean water and sanitation together.
Oh.
You guys haven't even learned how to stop killing Christians or killing people because they're just a different religion. You need to weigh in less on big boy politics and start weighing in more on how to wipe your butt and have running water.
Bro, when Mr. Beast has to make a video about getting you guys water.
Calm down. You're not that guy, pal. You're not that guy.
Well, it's not just that. It's how many millions, billions, trillions of dollars have we donated and invested in infrastructure, and their corrupt
And it's
politicians.
still a fucking desert.
No, but
Yeah, but
you
their
know
politicians
to
just
be
take
Sorry.
all of it. No, you're good.
Sorry.
Their corruption. It's all about their tribes, and they keep within their tribal spheres.
So to be a nonprofit, the amount that you have to donate is like 2.6% to make your own nonprofit, right?
No, that's not true. That's not true. You just have to be at a net zero when you end your books.
Oh, good. So they can give the money to themselves, and
Yes.
then they can be at a
There's a
net
lot of
zero.
nonprofits that do that. It's not ethical, and you will get audited. But in theory, you just have to make a zero balance budget.
What I was going to say, though, is that we think that we're giving all of this money to these humanitarian organizations, and we're not necessarily, we're definitely not doing that. You have to be careful about who you give money to. Anyway, but the other thing I was going to say is that if you think we're the big brother of the world, whatever, like, I wish that we could be the big brother of the world and actually take care of these countries, these small countries that don't have anything to offer us, and like help them help themselves.
We're not the big brother. We're just Uncle Sam. We're a
No.
single dad with 10 kids.
I know, but you know what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I don't.
What, you don't?
I mean, I do. I'm just saying I don't for dissidence reasons.
Oh,
I'm just being straight up about it.
You're just trying to cause a fight. It's cool.
Basically.
All right, guys.
I'll fight you.
Stop it. My wife can't know.
I don't know why. I'll fight her too.
反对的请举手。
Hey, Seth, you want to go into gambling? Want to make a bet real quick?
Hold on.
The world doesn't fit in boxes, so why should your news?
All right, what would you about to say?
Free
I
Admiral.
was like, we're about to gamble on my wife versus this random guy's wife who's on YouTube. About to make some money.
I'm weak. I'm good. I'll stay out of that
You can't gamble on YouTube, guys.
We're not gambling. Who said?
I mean, you can run gambling.
You
ads,
did
but you
5
can't
seconds
gamble
ago.
on YouTube.
I twisted my words up. You know, I'm a little dyslexic.
All right, guys. Now let's go on to the next video, because Trump threatens Colombia's Petro, warns Mexico to get their act together. So let's go and get into it.
President
Again,
Donald Trump
like
has
how
suggested
Mexico has a
potential
lot to
U.S.
say.
military action against Colombia and warned Mexico to get its act together. He also reiterated a threat to send the military back to Venezuela if, in his words, it doesn't behave. His comments come a day after American forces captured and detained Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro in a surprise attack on Caracas.
I mean, the man's in good spirits. He with the double thumbs up. He's like, you know what? You got me,
Wait a
guys.
second. Hold
You
on.
got me.
Set. Why? This man has been in like 5 different outfits in a matter of 24 hours.
I'm so sorry. My phone may or may not die, but I'll be back.
All right.
Okay.
All right, John Connor.
Can we go through all the pictures of Maduro that have been released in the first 12 hours? Because he's got like 5 different outfits on.
Maybe. Because, I mean, there's this one. Then, there's the outfit he was when he was blindfolded on the plane or the helicopter.
The one he got shot, or his guard got
then
shot
the one
in.
he got shot in.
The one he did his perp walk in.
I mean, bro, he get a different outfit for every scene.
He said, I'm built like that.
It's like, what you do? Take his suitcase too?
They said, hey,
Maduro
watch these suits.
and his
they
wife
foreign.
are due to appear in court on drug-related charges in New York later on Monday. Speaking to reporters on Air Force One, Trump insisted the U.S. is in charge, in his words, of Venezuela, even though the country's Supreme Court has appointed the vice president as interim leader.
You just sounded like you weighed out another strike, another land strike at least in Venezuela. You sound like you weighed that out. But
Well, we didn't need it. We were prepared to do a second strike if we needed. We're totally prepared.
But that's off
We're
the
still
table.
prepared.
That's off the table now.
No, it's not. If they don't behave, we will do a second strike.
Damn.
Trump also suggested Colombia could face military action unless it curbs the flow of illicit drugs to the United States. Listen.
Colombia is very sick too, run by a sick man. who likes making cocaine and selling it to the United States, and he's not going to be doing it very long, let me tell you.
What does that mean? He's not going to be doing it very long.
He's not doing it very long. He has cocaine mills and cocaine factories. He's not going to be doing it very long.
So there will be an operation by the U.S. and
It sounds good to me. Yeah.
I'm dead.
You know why? Because they kill a lot of people.
And Manuel Rapallo joins us now from Washington, D.C. Man, he's so much to unpack there from that.
Yeah, he said, don't worry, he won't be doing it long. That's all I heard. I was like, yeah, he's cooked.
He said, try me, buddy.
That little press conference or press gaggle there aboard Air Force One. So President Trump says that he hasn't spoken, at least directly, to Delcy Rodriguez yet. But I wonder if we got any more clarity about what exactly the U.S.-Venezuela relationship might look like now.
That's an understatement, Scott. There is indeed a lot to unpack from that press conference aboard Air Force One earlier on, or later on Sunday evening, with President Trump leaving the Mar-a-Lago estate on his way to Joint Base Andrews, and then later back to the White House. So President Trump speaking to reporters there, answering questions candidly, but still leaving a lot of room for specificity. Not a lot of clarity on some of these very pressing questions, specifically, who is in charge in Venezuela? A lot of contradictory statements and headlines that we're seeing over the course of the last 24 hours. Even less clarity following that press conference. President Trump saying we, again, referring to the United States, we are in control of Venezuela, but we also know that Delcy Rodriguez, former vice president of Venezuela under Nicolas Maduro, who was sworn in shortly after his capture, is now the president of Venezuela. What we are able to extrapolate here is that President Trump seemed confident that Delcy Rodriguez is going to be cooperating with the United States moving forward in order for the United States to reach or achieve its interests, whatever those interests are exactly. What the president did say, President Trump said that the objectives in Venezuela moving forward are to fix up the oil, quote, fix up the country and prepare the country for elections. Unfortunately, we do not know what sort of timeline we're working with here. There, again, is a lack of specificity here. One thing that we should note is that earlier on Sunday, U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio had said that the United States is not at war with Venezuela. So to your question, Scott, about what sort of relationship can we expect there to be between Washington and Caracas moving forward, Marco Rubio says that the U.S. will press changes in Venezuela through oil blockades. And I think that speaks volumes of the type of relationship that we can expect moving forward.
And it's not just Venezuela. Obviously, President Trump in recent weeks has had this sort of war of words with the Colombian president, Gustavo Petro. But now he's amped it up to another level, saying that a military operation in Colombia sounds good, in his words, to him. So what kind of a response has there been from Petro?
Those were the words by President Trump. Operation Colombia sounds good to him. Obviously, these are comments that are raising concerns across Latin America regarding other Latin American countries that President Trump is alluding to potentially showing or executing military operations similar to what we saw in Venezuela on Saturday. Countries like Colombia, Mexico, Cuba, certainly raising questions. President Trump referred to Colombian President Gustavo Petro as a, quote, sick man, saying that he likes the sound of Operation Colombia. The response from the Colombian president has been strong, rejecting those accusations by President Donald Trump over Colombia's counter-narcotics operations. But again, President Trump also spoke about Cuba. He also spoke about going after the cartels in Mexico. So there's a few questions that we can ask here. One is, how much should we be reading into what the president is saying? On the one hand, this is the president of the United States. What he says matters. But is this just tough talk? Is this just posturing? Or is this a preview? Is what happened in Venezuela a preview of what we might be seeing in other Latin American countries in the not too distant future? The other question that this raises is whether or not the U.S. really is stepping up counter-narcotics operations in the region, or is President Trump and the Trump administration simply going after regional leaders that are not friendly enough to Washington or not friendly enough to President Trump?
Yeah, much of Latin America now on notice for certain. Manny Rapallo there for us in Washington. Thank you so much. Now, as Manny...
Yeah, like I said, it's like a get down or lay down type of policy we're laying, foreign policy we're laying down. Either you're going to get down with American might, or you're going to be next on the chopping block. And Maduro was the example number one. And I mean, example number 2 might be Cuba. Example number 3 going to be Colombia, and onwards until all of them just bend the knee to the American might. Now, this is just, a scenario. And like I said, and we still don't know if we'll be running it or are we going to be working with the VP, DIC Rodriguez.
Can I just say something really fast?
No problem.
So when I was younger, I had a friend, and I was so patriotic. We were like, we were fighting about what we wanted, and that I just thought we wouldn't go in and do something that was bad, right? I've learned a lot since then, but I do like to think that that we have good intentions, at the very least. I hope that we have good intentions. There was something else I was going to say, but I forgot. Sorry.
Oh, no, you're good. But anyway, anybody else had a comment?
Well, just to go on what she said, though, the path to hell is paved with good intentions.
I was just getting ready to say that.
Oh,
That is,
I shouldn't have said that.
but it's termed basically the phrase was coined because it's not just the intentions that you need. You need a good plan. You need to have a think tank or a group of people coming together to think of long-term consequences for those plans. If you look at like what they did with public housing in the United States, it was a good idea, but the ramifications became that these failed ultimately, and they created more problems than they solved.
But they don't always have to, right?
But we need to look at the long-term consequences. We need to have studies and test cases. We need to learn from the past.
Yeah.
All right, Yo Gaming, you're good? All right.
Colombia's President Gustavo Petro has denounced Trump's latest accusation as slander. John Holman has more from Cucuta on the Colombia-Venezuela border. Al Jazeera has been denied entry to Venezuela to report from inside the country, like many foreign media.
It does seem that President Trump, even on the Saturday morning after the capture, was sort of getting a bit of a taste for talking about taking and capturing out leaders from across the region. So the latest comments are about the president of Colombia, in which he said that he's a sick man, that he enjoys making cocaine and selling it to the United States. And then a reporter asked him, will there be an operation against Colombia? And he said, well, that sounds good to me. I've just been reading through the response that Gustavo Petro, the president of Colombia, put on Twitter, and it runs to 13 paragraphs. But I think the key points are: don't slander me and don't talk about something which you don't know anything about. So obviously he profoundly rejects that. President Trump's also said about Mexico that something has to be done. He's been keen in the past about going in with a force to try and tackle the cartels. And President Claudia Sheinbaum of that country has said, no, you have to respect our sovereignty. He's also been speaking about Cuba, saying something's got to be done about that. So these are more leftist countries. He hasn't got a problem with his rightist allies in the region, like Argentina. But there is a bigger pattern here in which he's talking about Latin America and is saying that this is our area and we need to be dominant there. And after, I guess, what's happened with Nicolas Maduro, those sorts of threats and comments are going to be taken a bit more seriously by the presidents and the countries in the region.
Don't miss out. Get the full picture. Subscribe to Al Jazeera.
And all right, then. Now, I do have this one video here. Now, it kind of went into what was that the Trump is king guy was talking about. So Benny Johnson came out with this video. I was just told the real reason Trump arrested Maduro is not what you think. And he's going off the stolen election. So let's see where he's going with this.
Ooh. Valid good citizen. I'll just run that through our vote counting software. Scan your marks, change this T to a B, dot the I, and it's gone.
What's up, guys? It's Benny. The election of 2020 was 6 long years ago, but looking at the results, it still stings a bit because, well, it's clearly stolen. It makes my blood boil. It makes me visibly angry watching states like Arizona get stolen in the dark of night. President Trump was up by like 10 points in this state. And then look here, just 10,000 votes, and they hand it very quickly right over to Joe Biden. The same thing in the state of Georgia. This is a state that was clearly a Trump victory state. Joe Biden barely got any support. But you can see here in the dark of night, Joe Biden gets just a few extra votes in order to put him up over the top, 49.5%, 49.2%. Such small margins, really. It's like almost mathematically impossible, especially if you look at the vote totals. And that's where this guy comes in. This is part of the reason why I personally believe President Trump was so dead set on arresting Nicolas Maduro. And I have this on good authority. I want to just talk with you about a phone call that I had with a friend of mine who is in, let's just say, clandestine diplomatic circles, been doing it for a while, and is at a top level, one of those levels of statecraft where he's actually met one-on-one with Nicolas Maduro. Doesn't make him a bad person. This is just what people do in his line of work. And he's had conversations with Nicolas Maduro and his team. And what did my buddy have to say about the arrest of Nicolas Maduro? And I find this particularly fascinating. There is a concept, an idea out there that Venezuela is this independent state that voted for a president, and Nicolas Maduro is their president. This is, of course, a lie. The people of Venezuela voted overwhelmingly for a different man to be their president. And this just happened last year. But Nicolas Maduro was able to steal that election, was able to manipulate, even though millions and millions of people voted against him, he was able to use the machines in Venezuela to manipulate the election totals and win his election and just seize power. He's an illegitimate dictator, autocrat. He's somebody who very much fancies himself a king, right? Not responsible to the people. And yet he's being defended by the left, who marches in the streets claiming no kings, but they're the ones supporting this literal king, right? He has no right to rule. He was voted out of office, but he used the machinery of Venezuelan election technology to stay in office. And this is the way that communists in Venezuela have stayed in office for the better part of the last 3 decades. And this is what was fascinating to me in this conversation with my buddy in clandestine diplomatic circles. He explained to me that this technology has been shipped around the world. It's a very stupid decision by Western leaders and leaders around the globe alike to allow this Venezuelan technology to be imported into their countries, unless, of course, that technology promised to be able to deliver results like this. Ladies and gentlemen, Smartmatic and Dominion voting systems were the voting systems being used at this time and in these states. And all around the world, they are Venezuelan by design and by systems and storage facilities and through their actual technology. These systems, I have on extremely good authority, can and do rig elections around the world. Now, how does this lead us to the arrest of Nicolas Maduro? Well, Nicolas Maduro knows where all the bodies are buried. Venezuela is effectively just a proxy state that was being run by Russia and China and Iran. They were running operations here against America using, yes, the election rigging technology, also using chemical warfare, this in the form of fentanyl, and biological warfare in the form of flooding our nation with third world criminal aliens, migrants to collapse our systems, right? And this is what they're doing. This is the Cloward-Piven model. You flood welfare states with criminal aliens that need to suck up all the welfare and resources, and you eventually get to a point where your debt is so big it becomes untenable and it collapses. So whether it's killing people, millions of people with fentanyl, which is a chemical weapon, or biological weapon, or destroying democracy.
Is that S.E.T?
Electronic weapons, like the electronic voting systems. And here is what I find particularly fascinating about my conversation is that this individual tells me that Nicolas Maduro admits to rigging the election.
straight up said that Nicolas Maduro told him directly that he has direct, hard evidence of the election of 2020 being rigged, that he knows exactly how it was done, that they had a hand in it, but it wasn't really Venezuela running the op. It was probably more likely China, and that he is in possession of all of that evidence.
No way.
What?
Man, no wonder that man looks so damn confident. He's like, look,
No,
Trump,
pause it. Pause it.
Hold on now. Hold on. Here, hold on now. Look, no wonder this man probably looking so damn confident. He knows, like, I can get a decent deal if I give Trump what he always wanted, proof on election fraud. Go ahead.
But see, this makes sense on why the BRICS nations are reacting the way they are. And then think about it. He didn't, like Monty pointed out, dude was in a different fit every photo. Come on, you know they gonna keep him nice and comfy. He ain't going to no big boy prison. Homeboy going in a nice, cushy, but gated off and under security.
No, he's gonna go to the same prison Ghislaine Maxwell is in. The one.
I was just gonna say that.
You feel me?
Yeah, he's gonna be walking his new dog. He's gonna be able to buy stuff. He's gonna have a nice, comfortable sentence.
He's gonna have some room service.
And then when he gets out, we're gonna give him like $5 million and tell him to go some other country.
We don't know you. You died in prison. Here your new identity.
Oh yeah, but shave the mustache, y'all, bro. That's how people gonna recognize you.
Right,
bruh. This is why you see the globalists around the world just bricking in their pants. They're terrified because Venezuela was ground zero for election theft, for the warfare and ops that were run against our country by other nations. And Nicolas Maduro might be Trump's final revenge for the election theft of 2020.
No.
If he begins to sing like a canary.
Well, TB, you don't believe it?
No, that's stupid. I mean, like, he could be a brick in the wall, but I don't think that he would be like, the wall itself.
So you think he's not you don't have enough information to like expose the entire operation, but you do.
I wish I did.
I think that he is the chief. I think he's the chief cornerstone of the brick wall. Like, yeah, everything else may be built on top of that, but you got to think it would make sense that there is so much money and power flowing in from other nations. And like I said, and even like Benny just said when he kind of made that crap and bricks jokes, yes, look at the nations that are upset about him getting arrested. And it's the same playbook that we heard in 2020 when we were talking about forensic audits.
Yeah, you look at those countries that are mad.
Yeah, hold on, you're right. It's Brazil, they're upset. Russia, of course, admit they were upset. India said they're concerned. China said we're breaking international law, and South Africa is on the same bullshit.
Yes.
Everyone.
And these are all the these are all the countries that Venezuela would have sold all these machines to. So if these are all the countries that they would have sold these machines to, and this comes out on international news, could you imagine the turmoil that their countries are going to be in? Talk about destabilization.
It would illegitimize like multiple governments
at the same time.
Yep.
All right, let's keep it going.
Which he will.
Well, I don't know what kind of fairy tale they're telling themselves, but anyway, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt the video. Sorry.
No, you're good.
You're good.
Good.
Yeah, but that's a fairy tale that they're telling these small countries. They're like, we're going to get in on this and we're going to take them down and you can be a part of it, But
well, for any new technology or for any technology that you're attempting to implement, you need to have test cases. So these smaller nations that no one would think twice about, they would test them there first before going after a bigger fish.
Yep.
Oh yeah.
You can't roll out. You can't really roll that stuff out. And then if you think about the election, and then it would also make sense that this might have been a key thing in the election being stolen, because think about it like this. What also happened? They blocked access from the Dominion machines having their software and proprietary code looked at. They threw a fit at the beginning of Trump's term this term when I forgot who was in his cabinet, but he ended up leaving, and then he bought the rights to in the direct ownership of the Dominion voting machines, and then announced he was going to do a forensic audit about it. I mean, come on now.
And look, they even forced out Tucker
China?
Carlson for questioning it.
Yeah.
All right, back to the video.
Gotcha.
Left-wing NGOs, left-wing billionaires, who was funding his regime, how they stole the election. He'll sing. He'll tell them.
Oh, shoot, I forgot. Shout out D them for the gift. Appreciate the support. You send the New Year's Eve 2026 for 260 jewels. Appreciate the support.
Everything. They got his wife. This is why they took him alive. I learned all this from my conversation, and it really checks out, quite frankly. It really checks out. And this is something that makes a ton of sense to me. And if you don't believe me, well, then just listen to the President of the United States. You think that Donald Trump would be banging his chest on Truth Social, talking maybe about all of the things that they were able to do in Venezuela, perhaps some of the drug smuggling or open borders. But no, instead, Donald Trump, in the small hours after Nicolas Maduro was arrested, has gone on a rampage posting election theft videos that prove that the election was stolen in 2020. Is that a coincidence, many are asking? Nope, don't think so. A Venezuelan military intelligence whistleblower confirmed that the CIA outsources election rigging technology like Smartmatic and Dominion to Venezuela. Donald Trump has posted clip after clip after clip saying these voting systems are crooked and rigged. Carrie Lake, somebody who I believe is also a victim of this, saying that the Venezuelan regime is responsible for rigging elections and elections.
But all right, well, we'll see where that story goes. Now let's just head over to MSNBC, which is now MS Now due to new ownership. But yeah, let's go ahead and see what Mehdi Hassan got to say.
Hey, Set. Can I just say that there are like unquantifiable things that people will do for money? Like you cannot always just blame money.
What do you mean? Well,
I mean, you can't always blame the there's always going to be a financial benefit to something.
There's always going to be like a financial trail, obviously less now than before, right? But like if somebody's holding your son or daughter or something captive, like they're going to do whatever you tell them to do. Like I'm not saying that these people are necessarily victims of that. I'm just saying there are things.
It's a potentiality.
Money is always a factor. I freaking hate that too, because you can't explain it to whomever it is. Oh, well, my child is being held, so I have to do this, or my country is being held. I have to do this, right? Especially for these small countries.
Okay, so wait, you're trying to say that there might be like a hostage situation going on with some of these countries, or?
Well, I'm not saying that empirically. I'm just saying that there's always a chance of we will take you over unless you do this. Do you know what I mean?
Well, in pertaining to the countries in Latin America, yes.
Yeah. But also in Africa, in Asia, and like anywhere.
We're not unsusceptible to it just because we're the biggest, baddest guy on the block. We still have the things that we care about, the people we care about, and not all of us have the strength to sit and sacrifice, our family for what is right.
Absolutely. Absolutely. That's what I'm trying to say.
All right, let's go ahead and get over to Mehdi Hassan. Let's see what this man got to say.
President yesterday. That's tricky too, because in a televised address to the Venezuelan nation, Rodriguez said that Maduro was the country's only president and that the nation would, quote, not be anyone's colony. Joining me now is my friend Mehdi Hassan, longtime journalist and now CEO and editor-in-chief of S.E.T. I don't even know where to start with you, Mehdi. There's so many things here. I guess I would start with the fact that U.S. presidents often obfuscate about what the real reason is for an invasion or a decapitation or something like that. At least Trump didn't do that. He didn't mention democracy at all during his press conference. He mentioned oil 25 times.
Oh my gosh.
You're exactly right, Ali, and thanks for having me on. Happy New Year, though it feels weird as usual at the beginning of any year that Trump is in office. I would say that, you know, those of us who are old enough, you and I, to remember the Iraq War in 2003, people like myself who claimed that Bush and Cheney went into Iraq for oil, we were dismissed as conspiracy theorists. They said it was no, WMDs, Al-Qaeda, democracy. Trump isn't doing that. People who claim this isn't about oil just need to listen to Donald Trump speaking or Peter Hegseth speaking. They're all being very, or Stephen Miller, they're all being very open about this, that it is about oil. Donald Trump has been obsessed with Venezuela's oil for a decade now, as I outlined in a piece for S.E.T. yesterday. Andy McCabe, who was the deputy director of the FBI, wrote a memoir in 2019 where he said Trump had said at the time in his first term, why aren't we invading Venezuela? They're the country with all the oil. So he's been obsessed with oil in Venezuela since his first term. He hasn't hidden it, as you pointed out, with all those references yesterday. It's actually outrageous. This is 19th century imperial plunder to say we're going to go into another country and we're going to steal all oil, which is a phrase he used.
Ridiculous.
He also said that it will pay for itself. And again, sorry to bring up Iraq, but Ali, you remember
No,
George
but this
Bush
is important because this was the big selling point for Iraq, that this whole thing will pay for itself. The oil that we get out of the ground in Iraq will pay for the military action and the stabilization of Iraq.
And Paul Wolfowitz said it, Donald Rumsfeld said it, George Bush said it, Dick Cheney said it. Actually, Iraq ended up costing the American taxpayer between $2 and $3 trillion. Experts on Venezuela say just rebuilding the oil industry there will cost between 50 and 60 billion. It's going to take several years. But Trump is claiming it's our oil, which is so outrageous, and every American should be outraged by that. By the way, you mentioned drugs. Let's just talk about he's being charged in New York for cocaine trafficking.
And all right, so yeah, I see I got some pushback for that.
So, it is our oil. We bought it a long time ago before Chavez got in power.
Legally, with a treaty that's still in place to this day.
Thank
and
you,
it was
Monty.
appropriated. Huh?
I said thank you, Monty.
Yeah. And it was stolen from us. Which I know America has a very short attention span, but you can go look that up. That was done under the Chavez regime. And that's part of the reason why he got elected, is because the people were all for socialism. And that's the mandate that Sid said he had. And in effect, Sid was right that he had a mandate to steal the oil from us, but that's not how treaties work. And we should have fucking went and fucked his shit up long ago, but we didn't. But you know, let bygones be bygones. We bought that shit, and we're here to collect.
We didn't just buy it. We built all the infrastructure, and they've been using it
collect
since.
it, yeah.
And it's dilapidated to such a degree that it's all collapsing and falling apart. Like they don't maintain it.
Yeah, no, that absolutely, and they kind of gloss over that fact or just completely omit it because you know it's MSNBC.
Oh, so I was trying to say, because I forgot I was muted. The entire reason why we put sanctions on them and we were really giving them the cold shoulder, like the Cuba treatment ×2, was because they stole oil and technology and bankrupted a lot of companies, and a whole lot of companies lost money. If you really want to follow a paper trail, you need to look up that entire thing. Multiple companies lost today's U.S. equivalent of $270 billion because of what Chavez did.
Yeah, and absolutely. And I don't care who you are. If you want to bitch about us going and stealing oil, Venezuela is the very last country that you can blame that on. Maybe Iraq, maybe, here and there. But fucking Venezuela, we own that shit. We've just let them fucking
use it.
Well, I mean, as much as I think that Venezuela would love to be the 51st state, but you know, let's let them keep their culture and all of that. But I don't know. I think that they wouldn't mind.
I think if we're going to go that, if we're actually going to be colonists and imperialistic, this is fucking completely a horrible thing to say, but I'm going to say it anyway because gaming hasn't said enough provocative shit tonight. We go colonize Venezuela, make them the 51st state, make Gavin Newsom their president, and fucking send all the liberals over there.
You confused. First of all, that's not provocative. Provocative is saying kite, butt munch, Negro.
Oh my gosh! They would love to see how a socialistic government is run.
Let them
They
run
would
it.
love
Let them
that.
have it. Let them have it.
Like freaking tablet maker, African booty scratcher.
Stop it.
No,
towel heads,
for real.
Durkas, poop slinger.
All right, let's get back to our guy, Eddie.
Okay. No mention of fentanyl in the indictment, which we were told was the big reason to blow up boats in the Caribbean. It's cocaine.
Okay.
It's
the Caribbean.
Oh no, it's a different drug.
Who wasn't just
no.
convicted for cocaine trafficking. He was convicted in American court,
Convicted
sentenced
and
to 45
imprisoned.
years. In prison for 45 years, and Donald Trump just a few months ago pardoned the former president of Honduras, who trafficked 400 tons of cocaine into the US. So this idea that it's about cocaine is also absurd. And I would also point out, for those of you who haven't read the indictment, Nicolas Maduro is also being charged with machine gun possession, which I find hilarious from a Republican administration.
Pause. I'm so glad he brought that point up. Machine gun destructive devices. I'm so glad. I wish I was talking to him right now. Don't you liberals hate those weapons of war? Shouldn't he be, just on that alone, based off of your logic, he should get the death penalty.
Well, I mean, he's not wrong. Monty's not wrong.
And then not only that, but the machine gun possession charge was he owned it illegally.
Yeah.
Not for having it. He owned it illegally as a foreign national, not as an American citizen.
In the U.S., right?
Yeah, in the U.S. Yeah. He got caught with it. It wasn't the fact that he even had it. It was the fact that he had it as a non-American citizen, and he had well beyond the legal amount of ammunition you can have for a machine gun.
Yeah, so the people conflate that he's acting like he did this over there in another country, and we're just trying to enforce our laws on. That's the premise that he's trying to lay out. No, he did this in America. He is El Chapo that got elected. That's why I asked Sid. I was like, would you have a problem if El Chapo became president and we went and fucking arrested him? And he's like, no. That's why I asked that question, because he did these crimes in the United States. That's why he has a United States warrant for him.
Oh, I didn't know that. I'm so glad that you said that, because I was like, can we just put a warrant out on anyone?
Oh, they had one out on him for like what? Well, correct me if I'm wrong, Monty, but it was like 40 or something years.
I mean, the international courts have been investigating him, but I don't believe they've issued warrants. We put our warrants out in 2020, I believe.
Yeah.
Okay.
5 years. But all right, guys, let's keep it going.
Or on our streets. Apparently, you can't have guns. You have to have guns in America, but a foreign leader has to abide by some 1934 American Firearms Act. Bizarre.
So
in America, yes, he does.
Yeah, you do, bud.
Talking about how much
I disagree with it. I think it's bullshit. I think we should all have machine guns, but that's not the argument.
Barrels.
Hashtag make miniguns legal.
Saudi Arabia has 267. Iran has 209. Iraq has 145 billion barrels. America has 45 billion barrels. This is oil reserves. This is not readily available necessarily, but it's the oil available. This is important because the vice president, who is now apparently the acting president of Venezuela, has said we will be no one's colony. This chart is the history of American colonialism or British colonialism, right? It's that countries have resources. We don't really care about the status of your government or your good governance or democracy or freedom or liberty. We care about your stuff.
Of course, and Donald Trump, the only difference between Donald Trump and his predecessors is Trump is very open about it. He's very brazen about it. He's unashamed about it. Look, all American presidents have allied with dictators, going back to FDR meeting the Saudi king after World War II to do a deal with the Saudis over oil. The difference with Donald Trump
that's
is
what I was saying
he
before.
embraces MBS in a way that other American
Oh
presidents
no,
don't.
we got to talk to the other country's leader.
And he embraces dictators around the world, even dictators of countries that we're supposedly, adversaries with. He loves the North Korean dictator. He said it himself. I wrote him love letters. So Trump is very open about the fact that he doesn't care about democracy. He doesn't care about human rights. He's happy to ally with all sorts of dictators as long as you do what he wants. And I wonder why Maduro didn't just offer him the oil and a Trump tower in Caracas, which would probably have saved his position. And you mentioned the vice president. Yes.
I mean, look, do you know Mehdi? Actually, he did. Actually, yeah, Maduro offered Trump the oil and everything. No, Trump just wanted the oil and him out. And of course, because the problem is if you kept Maduro in power, well, guess what? That means that China, Russia, and Iran all have a pipeline into Venezuela through Maduro's leadership.
That this is past argument. This is past good points on the left. This is just straight up lying and misrepresenting the facts to push a narrative. You should know this by now from MS Now.
I would say just this.
You know, I got to give commentary. Come on.
I would say. Oh, go for it.
Okay,
No, you go.
So I was going to say, so these are British guys talking about making deals with dictators. How many countries around the world have Independence Day from their damn country that had a monarch that ruled the fucking world?
Oh, don't point that out, Gold. That's just you're wrong.
You're racist.
You're racist.
I do got to say though, we've got the best Independence Day from them.
So you know what's crazy about all this is he says, "Oh, well, it's about we have lopsided motives," which is essentially what he said. I'm like, nah, dude was pretty consistent. He pretty much offered him everything, and the fact that he kicked him out or removed him despite him being offered everything should tell you just how much he doesn't want him in there. And then not only that sends a strong message to all these other countries that are pipelining stuff in to try to destabilize the United States. Yeah, the buck stops here.
Think about it. And I made this argument earlier. If it's all about the oil, so you want America's adversaries to have that? What side are you on?
Yeah, that's a good point. But all right,
because that's who had it.
I believe that we have enough oil ourselves.
Oh, we got a lot more now, sis.
We don't have to go into a small country. I'm sorry, I am saying that Venezuela is a small country, but they also have a lot of big people on their sides.
Well, no, Venezuela has the largest oil reserves on the planet.
No, I know. I know that. Well,
that we know of, that has been found currently. They have like.
So are we talking? So the United States controls the world's largest shale oil reserves. Almost all of the shale oil and shale rock that's found in the world that has oil in abundance is in the United States.
We just haven't drilled it yet.
We haven't drilled it yet. So these numbers,
we can.
These numbers right here are actually old because when you plug into the new numbers that account for that, we're like up there with Saudi Arabia and Russia. We're not down there.
We're talking about
billions of barrels of oil in storage.
But what I mean is, are we going to go and drink all of our brother's soda first before we crack our case open, or are we going to drink ours?
That's what you're supposed to do as the superpower, is take everybody else's first. But that's risk 101.
China's going to do it. Russia's going to do it.
At this point, I honestly think that we are trying to alleviate the world of these terroristic powers.
We're trying to liberate their oil.
No, we're not trying to sip their oil while we have enough of our own.
No, I'm mocking him.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
Maybe. I mean, we could be going after their natural resources. We do need that as well. But all right, let's keep going.
Supposedly, adversaries with. He loves the North Korean dictator. He said it himself. I wrote him love letters. Trump is very open about the fact that he doesn't care about democracy. He doesn't care about human rights. He's happy to ally with all sorts of dictators as long as you do what he wants. And I wonder why Maduro
can you
didn't
turn
just
the
offer
volume
him the
up?
oil and a Trump tower in Caracas, which would probably have saved his position. And you mentioned the vice president. Yeah.
No, that's why I would like for y'all not to talk over the video because you guys are way louder than the video.
Oh, sorry about that, brother.
No, you're good. No, you're good.
Can we modify like how loud our voices are on here? Or I don't know how to use this very well.
Let's see here. I mean, I could, but the problem is though, I don't know. I don't want to make y'all too like low to where I can't even hear you guys. If you guys say anything or you guys want me to stop it or have anything.
Gotcha.
If you is the volume on YouTube up?
Yeah.
Wow.
All the way up.
We'll use our inside voices.
Yeah, not because I was saying all videos have different sound quality in a way. So the sound quality on MS Now is going to be different on Fox News, on CNN, and then all videos for some reason, like even on their channels, have a different sound quality.
Okay, so can I say something real quick about what he was saying about the oil? I found the actual statistics.
Wait, remember, are we talking about crude oil and reserves?
Like proven barrels a day.
Well, they have the largest share of crude oil and oil reserves. So, that's not really what we're talking about.
Yeah, we're not talking about production. We're talking about storage in the back.
Yeah, this actually accounts for that too.
I mean, not sure how, but
like underneath the ground.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Underneath the ground, then no. This was talking about proven barrels in like storage as of 2023, according to what I'm looking at, and I'll send the link in the chat. United States is the leading country with 21.91 million barrels per day, which is roughly 22% of the world's total share, followed by Saudi Arabia at 1113 and Russia at 1075 and Canada at 576.
Yeah, that's what we pull out of the ground.
Yeah. Not
Okay. Okay.
All this stuff, but people who are much more expert on Venezuela than me are saying that actually she's almost certainly done a deal with the American government, or in the process of doing a deal. And Rubio hinted at this yesterday, for her to stay in power, for the rest of the regime and the government to stay in power, because they haven't come out and said the entire government should go. They haven't got everyone else who's accused of drug trafficking in the Venezuelan government. And by the way, Donald Trump has thrown Mariana Machado, the Nobel Peace Prize winning Venezuelan opposition.
I want to underscore this. She won the
bus.
Nobel. The opposition is largely coalesced around her. Opposition is a tricky term in Venezuela because it's not a monolith, but they've largely coalesced around her. One would have thought that he would say, and we have this woman waiting in the wings and she's ready to take over. He basically threw her under the bus during the press conference yesterday in favor of the sitting vice president of Venezuela.
Yeah, it's classic Donald Trump, where he basically upsets everyone and pisses off everyone. So you're the opposition are thinking this is going to be our moment. He throws the opposition leader under the bus. By the way, with Donald Trump, it's always personal. He's been annoyed that she won the Nobel Peace Prize that he thought was his. That's what this is about.
Oh my
Be very
God.
open about it. Trump is annoyed at this woman for winning a prize that he.
I mean, hold on, Mehdi Hassan. The woman actually praised Donald Trump. She actually said it belongs to him.
That he should get it.
Yeah, I mean, you're trying to frame Donald Trump as this overly petty character that he's not. Like, come on now. He can get petty sometimes, but he's not that petty.
All they're doing is they're not being disingenuous. They're not being just wrong. They are straight up lying, and that's the difference. There is an intent and a reason to slight the guy, and that's what pisses me off. If I don't care if you report with a bias, but when you're just lying about facts to report with a bias, that's why they're failing, and that's why they had to get sold.
I don't know why you're surprised. That's what mainstream media does.
There's no doubt that this man truly believes everything he says about Trump. I mean, he hates Trump that much. It's damn near respectable because he's consistent with his hatred.
Mm-hmm.
thought he should have. Even though she sucked up to him, she dedicated the prize to him, she started talking like him, doesn't matter. Donald Trump will throw everyone under the bus. He threw her under the bus. So he's got rid of Maduro. He's upset the global south, a lot of the developing world, a lot of those of us who believe in international law and national sovereignty. And at the same time, he hasn't appeased or made the Venezuelan opposition abroad happy because he hasn't put their people in power either. So he's just done what the oil companies want. Let's be honest, he promised American oil companies a lot of money if they voted for him, if they endorsed him, if they donated to him during the campaign. And this is a reward. And I think more Democrats, more people should be pointing out this oil argument is not some conspiracy theory. It's happening in plain sight. And I know just someone like James Tallarico, who's running for the Senate in Texas, made this argument very eloquently on social media yesterday. I think more Democrats need to be pointing this brazen corruption out. Americans don't want our military and our government to go to war in general. They certainly don't want to go to war for some 19th century imperialist project.
By the way, Donald Trump brought up the Nobel Peace Prize again, or at least the idea that he keeps on solving wars. He upped it to 8.25 conflicts that he ended. He actually said this yesterday, talking about Cambodia and Thailand. That's the core.
Can I just say, can we finally put this BS to bed that Donald Trump is the peace president, he's anti-war, he's isolationist, he's on a neocon. This man bombed 7 countries, Ali, last year. 7 countries. I can't think of an American president in living memory who bombed 7 countries in a year. Nigeria, Somalia, Yemen, Syria, Iran, Iraq, Venezuela.
I was getting ready to say, didn't Obama do that?
I don't think he bombed.
He was the drone pilot in chief.
I think he bombed Iraq, maybe. Hold on.
He bombed Iraq so much we ran out of ammunition.
Hilarious. Bro, he made the MQ-9 Reaper fucking popular again.
Who was it?
So here's the thing, though. Just because he bombed a couple places, that's not a war.
Well, no. But no, what about... so one thing that has always... it sort of brought the Democrats and the Republicans together in that court case where they were trying to say that Donald Trump could go to jail for or be charged with the things that he did while he was president. They made sure that court case upheld the fact that you can't be prosecuted after you're not president for official acts. Because if they did, then President Obama would have been prosecuted for bombing Anwar al-Awlaki in Yemen and killing a 16-year-old American with an unsanctioned strike or in a foreign nation we weren't at war with.
Without due process, for the record.
Yeah, without due process, because he was standing next to a terrorist.
In 1 year. And then he begins the new year threatening Iran. He said, we're locked and loaded. And then he starts, January 3rd, bombs Venezuela and basically kidnaps the president. And I'm glad, Ali, that you, unlike a lot of other journalists, didn't use the words arrested or detained or captured. Because the United States has no authority to do what it did on Saturday. We are not the world's police force. We don't have jurisdiction to go to other countries and just grab their leaders and the first lady of that country and bring them to us. Think about how absurd that is. Does that mean
one of your reporters
can now indict Trump in their
one of your
courts
reporters published something. One of your reporters published something yesterday.
All right, go ahead, Monty.
Iraq, Syria, Afghanistan, Libya, Yemen, Somalia, and Pakistan is what Obama dropped bombs on. So
that sounds illegal to me.
Yep.
It sounds like a lot of things that weren't reported in mainstream media to me.
Oh man, don't point that out.
Oh, no.
How dare you, TB? Now go eat your Now go take your vaccine shots and go drink your normal daily dose
and your boosters. And
he doesn't know of any other president that's bombed that many countries.
He doesn't know much of anything.
I guess he doesn't. I guess he was asleep for 8 years.
Man. Afternoon.
He was
very specific. It says there are very specific conditions under which a country can cross into another country to take military action, let alone kidnapping their leaders. They're very specific.
Wow, it's the language. They kidnapped them. I'm like, are you serious? Bro, are we gonna?
They arrested him.
Wasn't a wanted man. So
shipwreck sailors.
Kidnapping. If we didn't have any charges on him, we just took him because we wanted to.
Set. This is the same. These are the same people that called drug smugglers shipwreck sailors.
Hilarious, by the way.
Didn't we go into Pakistan to get bin Laden?
Yeah, we went into Pakistan without Pakistan's permission to go get bin Laden. But no one says anything about that. You know, Pakistan executed the doctor that helped us. and we did nothing about that. Pakistan was pissed we went into their shit, but no one said anything, including me, because that was our guy to get.
Hey, Monty,
Maduro,
we're not even talking about Eastern Europe yet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm talking about, gosh, I can never remember the name of the country. It's starts with a CH.
Czechoslovakia.
Yeah.
Chechnya, yeah. And that happened under Obama also.
Man, let's not forget the Black Ops and CIA agents we sent to Crimea in 2014.
Oh, is it Crimea? That's what I'm thinking of. Shit, I don't remember.
I think it's CE, but all right, guys. All right.
This is not gray area at all.
Yeah. So J.D. Vance claimed yesterday that the legal rationale for this operation was that the DOJ had indicted him. This was a law enforcement operation, which is absurd. Think about that. Can a future American president, can a Democratic president now come in and say, hey, Bukele, El Salvador, don't like him. Let's indict him and send in.
Yeah, the problem is, though, like, what law did Bukele break? That's the problem. So Maduro actually broke laws, and we can prove that he broke laws that that affect the United States. What's Bukele doing? So you can't sit here and just, what were you about to say, Monty?
I'm talking to Petty Patriot. You can make comments, but you're not going to be calling people on the panel floozies.
Oh, I don't know.
Hey, I'm a floozy. No, I'm kidding. I prefer the term burlesque.
Okay.
I'm a professional racist.
What was he saying again?
Indicted him. This was a law enforcement operation.
Okay.
Which is absurd.
He was trying to compare Bukele. Oh, so couldn't the Democrats just, indict Bukele? I mean, you would have to prove that he's committing a crime. And then here's the thing. I mean, a crime against the U.S. and not just because you guys hate his immigration policy. So, yeah, there's a difference. You guys would indict him just because you hate his immigration policy, you hate the way he locks up his gang members. We indicted Maduro because we don't like drug trafficking. And you're working with the cartel. There's a difference.
You know what's crazy is these same people are outraged at Trump, but they refuse to acknowledge any of the fraud that happened in Minnesota. I noticed that they're oddly quiet on that, much like they were just waiting to pounce on this story. Anything to get the spotlight off of the $9+ billion in corruption and leering centers that are being slapped up everywhere.
That we know of.
All right.
Don't like him. Let's indict him and send in SEAL Team 6 to get him. Can a foreign country indict Donald Trump in their domestic courts and send in their special forces into D.C. to try and grab the president of the U.S.? This is madness. No one accepts the legal basis for this.
They
and by
can.
The way, J.D. Vance,
Tulsi
Gabbard, all these people spent years saying we're against regime change wars. We're against intervening in Venezuela in Gabbard's case. Where is Tulsi Gabbard right now? Why is J.D. Vance not resigning on principle? What happened to all these people who said Trump would end the endless wars?
So one of the interesting things about this is whether or not you can go into another country to do any of these things. You point out that if you let this happen.
Funny thing is, if we went into Russia and did this, they would be shutting the fuck up right now. They would have nothing to say.
I swear.
They would be
They're just mad we won't get our war with Russia.
It's kind of like I said, it's like the left wants war with Russia and the right, well, they want war with them and everybody in the Middle East.
That if Trump cured fucking cancer, Mehdi Hassan would protest the fucking results. I'm so
literally. So it's just kind of like, all right. It kind of seems like the Democrats, well, if you're not going for our war, you're a war criminal. You're breaking international law and all that good stuff. So I'm just like,
there's no such thing as international law. Let's fucking remember that. There is no president of the fucking world. There is no such thing as international law.
Hey, you know what's
the only reason any semblance of fucking law happens is because we enforce it, Mehdi Hassan.
Actually, and the crazy part is that's not even true. The only type of law that there exists around the world that the U.S. regularly enforces, because we are the only ones that have the capability to, is international maritime law.
Yeah.
That is the only law that it actually exists, and it specifically applies to shipping, cargo, LNG, and crimes committed on the high seas. Ask me how I know that.
Hooyah, Navy.
Shit. Wait. So you guys that were in the Navy, you shellbags? You crossed the equator?
No, I didn't.
I didn't get to do nothing like that.
I was so sad. My ship left, and I was sent to a school before.
What ship were you on?
I was on the Reagan.
Ooh,
Oh,
sorry.
yeah. Why not? Why are you sorry? It was great.
What's your rate?
Who?
Now, guys,
he was on the
are we
Reagan.
not getting a bit off topic. All right.
This is what happened when you gather veterans in one chat. We all start talking about our job.
Yeah, I get it.
No, I was a CTI.
There are real consequences.
Okay.
She didn't really do no work.
She was smart.
My first 3 years, I was Undes.
On what grounds would the United States object?
I'm sorry.
Or have any credibility to say anything? I mean, simple question. Xi Jinping and his people must be studying this very closely to say, are they going to be able to say that we can't go into Taiwan?
So here's what's interesting. I mentioned earlier that Donald Trump is no different to his predecessors, except that he.
I mean, here's the thing. It seems like, and I know a lot of people are going to hate when I say this, but yeah, it kind of seems like that's what we're saying. Look, if China was to go into Taiwan right now, yeah, we'd pretty much be another Ukraine. We'd proxy them, but we're not going to put boots on the ground for Taiwan.
Yeah, we
It
will.
would be the same thing over again. And this is why Trump is saying, look, bro, we got to pull back on being a world power and focus on our hemisphere, because we're not going to go, but we just shown that we're not going to go balls to the walls for Ukraine. So, yeah, what makes you think we're going to do it for Taiwan?
Because they're Asian and they have the microchips.
Well, yeah, that's
but
the
we're
thing.
focused on bringing that here, and then we're we're also gathering resources in Ukraine. So, how
But
long are
that'll
we going to do
take
that for?
that'll take 10 years at minimum for them to get the chip manufacturing facilities up to the production level we need here. So there's
We
what's it
already got
called?
a couple built here already.
Yeah, no, but what I mean is to get it to the level that Taiwan does it.
Yeah.
They have a scorched earth policy. So if they get invaded and it looks like they're gonna lose, they literally melt down and liquefy all those fucking chip factories.
I mean, and they destroy and torch all the documents.
So
The only reason,
they're gonna hold hold the world hostage off chips.
yeah, the only reason why the U.S. is somewhat, and I do mean somewhat safe, is because we have Ryzen, AMD, and NVIDIA. Those are all U.S.-born companies, and they're just now starting to build out infrastructure here, but that's still 5 years down the line before we see any fruit from that.
We also have
I give it about
XAI
2.
that's trying to get into that too.
I give it about 2 years because we already got semiconductors being built up here.
Yeah, but it's not it's not at the same level.
Yeah.
Yeah, but if we're already doing it now, we're already doing it at a decent level. I would say give it a couple years and we'll be there. But
We're not even at a decent level in the U.S. I'm sorry to burst that bubble.
All right, hold on. Now, do you even know that for a fact?
I know it for a fact because in 2022,
you can look at production numbers. That is, he's right.
Yeah, actually, as a matter of fact, in 2022.
Mm-hmm.
As in 2022, when Biden rolled out that microchip ban that Trump had enforced, he actually made it to where they couldn't do most of anything except for like the microchips that were in your calculator. And because of that, that set the world back about like 6 months, almost a year, because China couldn't mass produce all those microchips. And so they had to backwards flow through Taiwan out to the rest of the world.
All right, so you're pretty much saying that we're gonna back Taiwan up over chips.
Yeah, I wouldn't doubt it.
No, we're not. I'm gonna tell you right now.
Well,
oh no, set. That is absolutely. Yeah. It matters a little bit more to us than oil, actually.
I'm gonna be real with you, dog. If you think we're gonna we'll proxy and we'll lose again. That's the problem.
No, we won't.
That's why we're trying to build independence away from these guys.
Well, we're thinking
if you think we're going to proxy war Taiwan into a W against China, your guys are being a bit delusional.
Well, no. You guys are looking at it from. We're looking at it from a civilian perspective and whatnot. There are only like two seasons and a short window each year that the weather would allow for an amphibious invasion of Taiwan fight China. So we don't even have to fight them for very long. All we would have to do is hold them back. Japan and Japan Defense Forces with the U.S. Navy would just have to hold them back for a month, 2 months, and then
so
they
you're pretty much on a proxy
And then,
defense for them.
and no, it wouldn't be a proxy because here's the other thing, Set. The minute that China starts a war, we have what is it called? What is that channel called? The
Are you
Straits
saying
of
that we
Malacca.
be going into war with China?
No, I'm saying we would choke the Straits of Malacca off, and India has already agreed that if China ever started tripping out like that and attacked Taiwan, they would aid.
India?
No, India has made this doctrine themselves.
Bro, India's gonna go fall back on that, bro. I don't trust
No.
India to hold a damn thing.
Oh no, they hate China.
They hate them with a passion.
Bro, they don't like us either. Trust me. You
Well,
think
no,
They don't like us.
They don't like China more.
When that pops off, and we're gonna be real surprised. But this is just my speculation on it, guys. I'm not saying this if it's fact. I'm just saying, for as I see the world today, one, India's a straight up opportunist. They go where the wind blows, wherever it fits. So if the wind blows for China, they're gonna rock with China. They're gonna say, "Well, sorry, U.S. All right, but we're not really gonna help you out."
Well, sometimes, but they have like a great territorial dispute with in the Himalayas. So technically, they're not allowed to fight each other with guns because that would then spark a war. So they literally engage in melee fighting on the mountains there, where they're throwing Chinese soldiers off the cliffs of the mountains.
It's like a machete war.
They're literally beating each other with clubs and sticks.
All I'm saying is that we are not gonna go to war with China for Taiwan. That's the scary reality of it. That's why Trump,
Well,
I believe,
We're not going to go to war to defend
hemisphere.
Taiwan. We're going to go to war to defend our supply chain of chips.
That much is
That would be going to war for Taiwan.
No, it wouldn't. It's a well-known
Because
fact
it's
in
in Taiwan.
the. Hold up! It's a well-known fact for anybody that served in the Middle East
Pause,
and the
pause.
Indo-Pac. What?
The Hank Kisco, China has the largest navy in the world. Go look at displacement and then come back to me, bud.
Yeah,
I mean, they do have the largest navy.
They
in
have
world.
the
It's
most
just
boats.
ships
Cabin
are
cruisers
shitty.
do not count as a navy.
The ships are just shitty. That's all.
No, they don't have the
They
warships.
don't have a blue water navy.
Yeah, I can tell you this for a fact because I bounced back and forth between CENTCOM and Indo-Pac.
So you telling me that they don't got more, like they don't produce more ships? They produce
No.
more ships. And
They hijack- they
They're not
hijack
as well
fishermen
built as
boats.
ours.
Just
but
because
got
they have
a
more
decent
tail
size.
numbers or bow numbers does not mean they have a bigger navy.
Boats, not ships. We have more ships. They have more boats.
We have a
more
whitewater fucking
Okay,
world projecting dominant fucking navy. They have a fucking couple frigates that they put landing parties on. They have LCACs and we have fucking aircraft carriers. There is a difference.
And then not only that, you also have to remember that in order to have a true blue water navy, and this is based off of the international maritime rules for maritime power projection, to be considered a power projecting navy, you have to have at least 3 aircraft carriers capable of going weeks without supply or refilling from the homeland. And
We go
China
25
only has
years.
China only has 2. We have 11, soon to be 12.
Hey, Set. If you want some fun, go watch the Fat Electrician.
I love the fat. I've been trying to tell
Yes.
him to play his
Oh,
video.
he's wonderful, bro. He's wonderful. I love him.
You want to talk about
He is so
military
fun.
and logistics? That's your guy. Military
Yeah, he's
history
great.
too.
He's great. Yeah.
Oh no, look, I don't need to look at that guy to have confidence in my.
Oh
honestly,
no,
my
no, no.
analysis.
We're just saying like he's like a really good like historian kind of guy, man. He's
And
he's good.
He knows his shit, and it's not even just that all of the facts that we're saying is not because we're just fucking coming up with these numbers. We have intelligence on this. These are known facts. China has the most boats, but boats do not count. Like they count, but when you start talking about who has a bigger navy, it's when the water that you displace and the ability to project power in multiple places is what determines your navy. Not fucking they made a whole bunch of fucking special boats.
Hey, just because I learned it when you're on a carrier, you learn you won't even see what happens because you're in the water and you're miles and miles away from what actually happens.
Now here's the thing, though. Like,
Bro,
and here's
they're
what I was
fucking
saying. Look, I'm
playing
not
games
saying
on their
that their
phone
navy's
and lighting
better than
countries
ours.
up.
I'm not saying their navy's better than ours. I'm just saying right here that
Oh, it's not.
there is.
Yeah.
I just don't see it. Like, I just don't see a world where we're just gonna go to war with China over Taiwan. If anything, I see us working out a deal with China for Taiwan, than actually just defending, helping Taiwan defend themselves.
Well, true. You're right. We just sold, what was it, 50-something HIMARS to Taiwan.
Yeah, that's sending a message.
The idea that anybody can touch our navy is fucking hilarious, and every time I see it coming, I laugh because it's.
But is
it's
our
fucking,
navy Taiwan's navy though?
Here's the thing: here's something that I like to tell people. I don't really believe anybody in it and their ability to truly go toe to toe with the United States, because a lot of countries are facetious when they say that, because the only country that grabbed their nuts and really did go toe to toe with the United States, they lost. They got beat back across the Pacific, and then we touched their land when everybody said it wasn't possible, and we unleashed the sun on them twice. And that was a world-spanning, truly domineering empire. So when people like to talk about, I don't know if the United States got that dog in them, we have shown time and time again, we can and we will touch people.
However, I do hope it doesn't come to that.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. But I'm be real with you though, it's looking like that might come to when it comes to China and Taiwan. Because when I'm looking at Ukraine, everybody thought we were going to show out for Ukraine, but we can only do so much without getting into it with Russia. So I'm thinking that the same strategy will be played out if it was happen to Taiwan. We'll sit here, we'll run all the propaganda in the world that we can win. We'll go ahead and send all the weapons and then run the propaganda that we can win. But when it plays out, when everything plays out at the end, it's going to be China being victor. Just like it is with Russia.
I get where you're coming from, Seth. Hang on, guys. I get where Seth's coming from. I totally understand it now. So, like, Taiwan and Japan and the United States, we have this Indo-Pacific pact. Whereas if any one of us gets attacked, all of us come to the defense of that nation. Whereas Ukraine was not a part of NATO. So if they get attacked, then Europe doesn't come to their aid with sending in their own troops. They'll send in equipment, they'll send in intelligence, but they're not dropping troops on the ground.
So
we shouldn't
even be afraid of China even attacking Taiwan. Then, if that's the case,
so I'll put the nail in the coffin with this: China and the United States ran wartime simulation, and China, in every wartime simulation that they ran, accounting for factors like weather and military projection, at best they could probably take out 2 American carriers and bring our total carrier count down by 2, and they would expend all of their ammunition, almost all of their military fighting capabilities, and all of their oil reserves just trying to take Taiwan because of how close the U.S. and its allies are. We're not talking about.
Not to mention, we have way more naval experience and technology than they have. Like, come on, guys. When's the last time you saw China fucking floating aircraft carriers around to do humanitarian missions? When you got that fucking much shit that you can start doing humanitarian missions just because you're bored and you need a reason to go start the boat, then you can talk to me about global projection.
I put it to you like this, and TB, she could probably agree with me. Anytime you got an all hands call because the captain is bored and y'all want to go take a trip to another country, then you can talk to me about something.
Yeah, good times. Hey, you know what worries me though, Seth, is that it may take like an actual attack on us for us to prove that.
Yeah,
I think we are definitely fuck around and find out.
Yeah, it would have to be that. And that's why I think that, like,
I'd rather that it didn't happen like that. You know.
And that's why I had the opinion of like, well, let's be real. If China was to go ahead and attack Taiwan, even if I'm gonna be real with you, if hopefully Japan and Europe can go ahead and get involved. Hopefully they won't pull I would say not pulling us, but hopefully they'll actually, stand their ground against China and not get, cold feet when it comes time. Because everybody says they'll do something until it's time. Until they
fuck
gotta
around
start
and
drying
find
up
out is
casualties.
a true thing with us.
Now we
don't
can run
touch
in
our
there.
boats, damn it.
Yeah.
And I say, I agree. Nobody's gonna F with us, but when it comes to effing with our so-called little brothers, I mean, they'll do it.
Again, Set, the Navy's main mission, and still pretty strong in there, is to protect free trade across the globe.
Yeah, if anybody threatens that, then we become involved.
Then we start sending boats out.
Don't touch the boats.
Hey,
notice how all of China's boats are all shiny and new, and ours look like they're fucking beat to hell.
China's running these military drills in a way. Did we put up a blockade over Taiwan yet?
We've done military drills with China. It's not like
I get that, but I'm talking about like China's already looking like they're preparing to invade Taiwan. Have we put out a military or a naval blockade yet, just for the safety of it?
So here's the thing. Here's the thing with China, the whole fighting China, and I want to address some comments. The problem is that China's technology in battle has been proven to be combat ineffective. All of their stuff is quite literally Wish.com and Temu.com versions of the U.S. real thing. Their J-22 fighter, immaneuverable. They can't launch hardly any sizable aircraft carrier from their decks.
If you ask China, they have the fucking 19th gen fucking fighter bomber super squadron fucking.
Hey, if you ask China, they got everything good, right? They got everything that's perfect. And I mean, look, the only reason I know that their technology is faulty or their military tech is faulty is because Africa be sending their shit back.
I mean, did you see what happened with India and Pakistan? And Pakistan touted China's defense missile system as it was the greatest in the world, and India struck their key nuclear facilities in a couple of hours.
Didn't China's new nuclear submarine sink in the fucking dock?
Yeah, and it drowned. And it drowned everybody on board. That happened while I was in service.
Bro, fucking China thinks they're all about that. Why does no one buy their shit?
I'll tell you what. This is a real story. I'm gonna give you a C story that actually happened. So
could they be selling faulty equipment on purpose? Just to surprise us?
No, it just sucks that bad.
No, but you never know what's gonna happen.
So everybody has a plan. Like we're talking shit about China. They would be a legitimate fight, but
formidable. Yes.
It wouldn't go in their favor. Like a guy that's slightly smaller than you can still try to whoop your ass and might pull a couple lucky punches, but they're still going to get their face pushed into the ground.
I will say, as far as their Navy goes, I was stationed on a minesweeper, and we were able to see their big, bulky, unstealthy ship on our radar from literally over the horizon. And our destroyer escort was able to see them long before that. So if we're talking about like wartime fighting capabilities, I'm sorry, but if our Cold War era ship can see them from over the horizon, I don't really think they need to be in a fight with most advanced tech.
Hey, just one thing. Real quick. This is going to take 2 sentences, I promise it. Nobody actually has talked about the Coast Guard.
Puddle pirates.
Bro, our Coast Guard, our puddle pirates are better than their fucking Navy.
Did you see that video where their Coast Guard crashed into one of their military ships trying to ram a Filipino
ship? Hilarious.
Our Coast Guard is friggin' awesome. They do so many things.
Bro, well, yeah, we are the naval power of the world, but I would say second would be and then China's right behind us. But then again, they're so far, and according to you guys, they're so far behind us that it really don't even matter that they have it.
Just because you're in second place doesn't mean you're on par with first place.
It's all imitation, not innovation. That's the problem with the Chinese way of thinking and learning. They rote learn from books, and they're taught to follow a strict "this is the way." Whereas we think outside the box, and we'll come up with crazy shit like strapping fucking dynamite or fucking C4 to a drone and flying it into a building.
Like making the grenades baseball size so our American fucking kids can throw them farther.
Then, on top of that, you have to realize that Russia has stopped selling a lot of their military equipment to China because they keep reverse engineering it, and they're making it crappier. And quite literally, one of the reasons Russia stopped selling stuff to China is because they don't want their stuff to be associated with China's bad reputation for making faulty equipment.
There was an exercise in the Chinese desert where they put this big fucking aircraft carrier-esque looking thing on fucking train tracks, and they were trying to fucking do maneuvers on it and couldn't even fucking hit it.
Oh, didn't they? So because of the supply demands for getting the 40 millimeter grenade launcher grenades, they don't have the supply capabilities to get them to produce them at the scale that we do to just make a fucking grenade launcher fucking machine gun. So their response was to make one that's a grenade sniper rifle.
I remember that. Yeah,
punches you in the face every time you shoot one.
You get scoped from the fucking grenade launcher that you're trying to pretend it's a sniper. Yeah.
Snakebitism.
But all right,
somebody.
We're about to go ahead and get into the last video of the night, so I'm gonna go ahead and let this video run. It's gonna be a pretty interesting one. Massive deflation profit from Trump's Venezuela oil seizure. So all right, guys. We're gonna go ahead and call it a night on this one. So, all right, man. Shout out to you guys for coming up, man. Monty, Gaming, TB, Gold Leader. Appreciate the support. I know shout out Sid for also coming up, Doc Hill, and the Lunatic Libertarian, man. I appreciate you. I see you in the chat still, my friend. All right, though. I mean, shout out to Daniel Castro because he's the one who actually sent me this video, and I'm like, all right, this is pretty interesting. So we're gonna go ahead and get into this one. In the meantime, go ahead and drop you guys back in the backyard real quick. And let's go ahead and get to it.
Was that it's all about oil and wealth.
U.S. oil
Was that it's all about oil and wealth.
U.S. oil assets and the oil assets in general in Venezuela were untouched.
The oil infrastructure and start making money.
The United States just overthrew an illegitimate dictator in Venezuela, and it's raised a lot of questions, such as, now that we got our hands on their oil, what are we going to do with it, and how rich is it going to make America? After all, some folks are circulating estimates that because there are over 300 billion barrels of oil essentially waiting to be extracted under the tar sands of Venezuela, we could extract that, sell it, and pay off our national deficit. And while we're at it, just eliminate income taxes because we just got a gold mine of oil wealth. That's one argument that we're hearing. And then another argument that we're hearing is, interesting. Invaded a country under the pretense of one issue, like drugs, to get your hands on their energy. That sounds a whole lot like, let's invade Ukraine to denazify it, while at the same time taking control of 90% of Ukraine's energy infrastructure or reserves, which just happen to be at the eastern flank. Yeah, that's the Russian flank, which just happens to be exactly the land that Putin wants as a buffer and won't end the war until he gets to annex all of it. He already got the ports. Now he just wants the resources. Then other people have this other concern that we're really just inviting dictators around the world, or forgive me, the Chinese Communist Party's leaders. We're just inviting them to snatch leaders that they don't like, such as the leaders in Taiwan, and institute regime change to install people that would be friendly to a one China policy in Taiwan. Did Donald Trump just basically pull off a Putin and invite China to do exactly the same thing? Or are we just all going to get oil rich? Well, in this video, we're going to break down the complexities of what's next and what all this oil wealth actually means. Because after all, we all know it always has something to do with money. look, we know Venezuela has a lot of oil reserves, about $304 billion worth of oil reserves. That's paper oil that's technically underground, waiting to be extracted.
But the biggest of all, and this is according to various different sources, the biggest of all is Venezuela.
That represents about 1/5 of the world's oil reserves, more precisely about 18%. And much of this is located in the Orinoco Belt, where you have a heavy and viscous blend. More on that in just a moment in terms of the type of oil. But let's go take a look at the map, because when I thought about where this oil actually sits in Venezuela, I couldn't help myself but immediately ask, this 500 square kilometer Orinoco oil belt in red right here obviously has to get transported out of the country somehow to be sold. And we've been capturing and seizing oil tankers. And we did just strike an oil port in Caracas. And so the question is, where are the major oil ports? Did we accidentally damage any oil infrastructure in Venezuela? Well, it turns out the answer to that is no. What a surprise. We happened to surgically, well, maybe not because they're kind of far away, but we basically didn't even touch the oil infrastructure. See, we struck over here in Caracas. One of our major oil export ports is over here at Puerto Jose, which is about 10 kilometers to the west of Barcelona. And if you scroll over to a different Google Maps view over here, you'll see that if you go further west of Caracas, you'll end up over at Puerto Miranda, which is the major oil export port. Neither of these were damaged. In fact, according to Reuters, absolutely zero oil infrastructure was damaged during this attack. Venezuela's state-run oil production and refining were operating normally on Saturday and suffered no damage from a U.S. strike to extract the country's president. Now, why does this matter? Because we might want that oil infrastructure. Donald Trump has made that exceptionally clear. We also know that Venezuela has the most oil in the ground, more than Saudi Arabia, more than Iran, more than Iraq, Canada, the UAE, Kuwait, Russia. Venezuela happens to have the most oil in the world. And so this is quite fascinating, because if they've got the most oil reserves, what's it going to take to get our hands on it? Well, to understand this, we have to understand a little bit of geology, not too much because it could get a little dense. So when you're drilling for oil, you want the easiest frickin' oil you could possibly get. Venezuela's oil ain't the easiest oil to get. In fact, it's probably the worst oil to get your hands on. Oil production is very expensive. Tar sands production, which is what Venezuela operates with, that's what they have, is the most expensive. So the Middle East oil that we're able to extract by sticking a straw in the ground and it comes squirting out, okay, maybe not that extreme, that is the least difficult and most profitable oil to extract. Deep water oil drilling these sites have massive upfront costs, like the Horizon wells, but they tend to produce pretty big dividends over the long term. Fracking dries up pretty fast, though it's exploding in the United States. We're kind of doing it everywhere, but the wells just don't last that long. The tar sands do last long, but they're probably the most expensive and lowest profit margin form of oil to extract. And so the reason I bring up this chart right here is just to give you an understanding that when we're able to put together these sort of scans, if you will, of what these oil wells and the sands and the shale actually look like, we're guessing. We don't actually know. A lot of these are oil simulations, and we kind of have to look for the oil as we're going by turning and tuning our drill bits. Now, the goal here, and in this chart right here, you could see these little lines. These are all drilled wells over here that we've drilled. The goal is to only hit yellow. That's the spongy, sandy stuff where over time in the deeper rock formations, oil has actually been heated up or steamed up through natural processes and seeped up into this sort of spongy sand. So think about it like a rock bed where all that oil is cooking and brewing, deeper in the earth, and then a nice sponge on top of it. That sponge is full of really delicious, heavy oil. Now, the reason why I bring up heavy oil is because that's what most of Venezuela is. And there's an interesting connection to heavy oil in Venezuela and what we have in the United States. See, in the United States, we happen to have a lot of heavy oil refineries in Texas.
These refineries are primarily set up for heavy oil, for taking that gloopy stuff and turning it into gasoline and all of the other different products.
And lately, we've been relying on heavy oil imports from Canada.
But now look at what's happened since. Right now, Canada has gone from 15% of all of the US imports of oil to 61%.
Right now, about 70% of the oil we import is a heavy blend. Most of that comes from Canada. But if we could unlock Venezuela, we could keep our refineries cooking, and we could actually get Venezuela's oil production up and running again. See, the problem is, as Donald Trump put it himself, their infrastructure sucks. Trump himself said it's mostly 25 years old, and it's a lot of the old stuff that we actually invested into the country. Chevron is one of the few remaining Americans that had operated up until these recent seizures in Venezuela. At peak, Venezuela did about 3 million barrels per day. And based on the reserves that they have, that means it would take about 276 years to extract all of that oil. The problem is, today, they're extracting less than 1 million barrels per oil a day. That means we're looking at closer to 1,000 years to extract all of this oil wealth. So no, we're not going to flick a switch and all of a sudden pay off our national debt. This is a little bit disappointing to think about, but there's good news. See, these estimates, these reserve estimates, that there are about 300 billion barrels of oil buried under the ground, these are based on extraction rates of about 15 to 25%. What would actually be deemed profitable to extract? And the rest, you'll just leave it there. But with today's US and Canadian technology, we could actually probably extract twice of what Venezuela is actually able to extract themselves, which means Venezuela's oil reserves with US and Canadian technology are probably twice as big, and over time might actually be over 1 trillion barrels of oil.
U.S. Geological Survey estimates that Venezuela has more than 1 trillion barrels of oil in place in the Orinoco Belt. To put it in perspective, the world until today has consumed about 1.5 trillion.
This means over the next decade to decades, we could actually 10x the current oil production or more that takes place in Venezuela and still end up having over 160 years of oil, which means we're really knocking on the door of the 23rd century. That's crazy to think about, because it basically means if Jerome Powell is starting to print money and Donald Trump is printing oil, all of the bullish estimates we have for the future of the American economy and global markets might end up looking really bearish. In other words, this is quite
bullish catalyst.
Yeah, quite a bullish catalyst. But let's be clear, this catalyst is going to take a little bit of time, because again, this is some of the most expensive oil to extract. And this brings up the next problem when it comes to oil production and paying off debt and profits. See, when we produce oil, the US government doesn't produce it, companies do. Companies and investors invest in oil wells, they make profits after selling the oil, and they pay taxes. So realistically, the government's only going to get the benefit of taxes or maybe some co-investment that the government potentially makes, which Donald Trump has set a precedent for by co-investing in companies like MP Materials or Intel. So that's possible. But the government certainly isn't going to get 100% of that revenue, and there are obviously also costs to actually operate the wells, the research to find exactly where to drill, and then of course the refining process, not to mention the shipping costs. So really, what we're looking at is not paying off the national debt. We're actually looking at something that's also desirable, though maybe not as juicy as not paying income taxes anymore. We're talking about more oil in the global economy. And more oil is a double-edged sword. See, if you actually have more oil, then you lower the price of oil, and what ends up happening is you make investors less interested in extracting that more expensive oil to extract in Venezuela in the first place. See, oil prices recently spiked a little bit, not much. They've been on a massive downtrend, but they spiked a little bit recently because of these oil tanker seizures that we've been seeing and this buildup of military equipment in the Caribbean, the largest that we've seen since the Cuban Missile Crisis. Yeah, that's like 50 years ago. Problem is, for oil prices, now that the crisis is essentially over for now, we still have regime problems to worry about, but because the crisis is essentially over for now, we actually expect oil prices to fall, which again then lowers the ROI of actually investing in oil extraction in the first place. So to take a Twitter post that's, takes 30 seconds to read and go, oh my gosh, this is great, we hit the gold mine, we're going to pay off all our national debt. Way too simplistic. This is a multi-decades deflation play. See, by lowering the cost of energy, we lower the cost of gasoline, heating, kerosene for flights, consumer products such as plastics, petrol, ethanes, all of these things lower the costs of production in America, which allows companies more wealth, allowing company employees to hopefully make more money, or people to have to spend less money on things like gas or heating or goods. And they're able to spend more money on higher margin expenses, both businesses and people, like services. For the business side, research and innovation. This is generally a big win for GDP. The less money we spend burning it to keep ourselves warm or to get from point A to point B, the more money we have to do other things, like start businesses. Now remember, natural gas is also a byproduct of oil production. And this is where we get Jensen Huang on you. Ready for this? Natural gas is really great for data centers because data centers are basically piping in pipelines of natural gas and building their own on-site natural gas plants so they can generate the energy that they need to run Jensen's, Blackwell, and Rubin chips, or whatever chips you're running. Problem is, Venezuela right now doesn't have the infrastructure to actually capture the natural gas they're flaring. When you drill for oil, gas comes up, kind of like when you pop a soda can after you shake it, so all this gas comes out. Venezuela's like, we don't have the technology to capture this. What are we going to do with all this natural gas going in the air? This is unsafe. Well, how about we just light it on fire? So that's what we do. We light it on fire in Venezuela and it just burns away. Bruh. The amount of flaring that we do in Venezuela could literally power Colombia. Like the entire country of 53 million people, at least in terms of their natural gas usage. It's crazy. But anyway, Venezuela is burning a lot of this natural gas. And so if we can actually use American and Canadian technology to capture it, and we don't burn it, we could actually lower the cost of natural gas as well. Again, you can't lower the price too much because then people don't actually care and they just light it on fire again. So it's this weird, delicate balance because that's how capitalism works. It's not profitable to do anything with it. You light it on fire. That's a downside. We don't like that, especially all that crap going into the environment. Probably not great, right? But over time, increasing the efficiency of infrastructure in Venezuela is actually a massive deflation play. It's a massive deflation play because the cost of everything can be tied to the cost of energy and oil and plastics. And so if we're about to face a massive deflation play over the next decades, we're probably going to resume the Great Moderation, which is inflation going down over the long term. Okay, so who wins in that sort of scenario? Well, look, I want to be clear. All this takes a lot of time. So it doesn't mean we stop a recession right now. It just means we have decades now of downward pressure on energy, assuming we don't actually have some kind of imperialist like China or Russia takeover of Venezuela. That's going to be a risk factor, maybe more on that in just a moment. But for now, think about the implications of a deflationary lifetime. So in other words, the next 50 years, right? If you're 20 today, maybe the next 80 years, knock on wood, right? So think about the next 50 to 80 years as a deflationary play, in part because of the seeds we're planting in Venezuela today. As interest rates over time come down because costs of everything come down, we actually reduce input costs and inflation. Yeah, we'll see more money printing because we try to prevent deflation, I know that sounds ironic. It's really a topic for a different video, but the Federal Reserve is allergic to deflation. It's seen as depressionary, like you don't want to go through a Great Depression and just have lower prices because you'll lose your job and you'll not be able to pay for anything anyway. So the Fed will print money to keep inflation at, 2%. Yeah, it's magic money printing and it's all a giant Ponzi. We know that. So how do you practically protect yourself? Well, I mean, there are a few strategies. Number one, you get your money out of cash, right? You get your money out of cash and you get into corporate ownership. So shares of companies. When you own part of Train America, even if it's just an S&P fund or the NASDAQ or whatever, these companies collectively have fewer expenses in a deflationary future, so they are likely to have greater earnings. Top of that, interest rates are likely to come down, which is great for housing, which is also an asset that gets you out of the dollar. So stocks and real estate, especially in places people want to live, especially America, probably good long-term ways to make a long-term, lifetime, massive deflationary play. It's kind of exciting. So not short-term, long-term. But keep in mind, we don't have the best historical reputation for actually affecting regime change well. See, Libya is a great example. After Gaddafi was overthrown by, with the help of NATO in 2011, we had a very fragmented military and government in Libya. And the risk here is you end up getting substantially lower energy production and you don't have a functional government. Problem with this is if you look at Libya, their oil production today is about 1/3 of what it was when Gaddafi was in power. So their energy production actually plummeted. So a fragmented government would just do the opposite of everything that I'm talking about right now. Not good. Another obviously big issue would be some imperialists getting propped up by China and Russia. And no, I'm not talking about like Russia sending over some random Vladimir or Dmitry to go take over. They don't have to do that. They already have a Vladimir in place. Yeah, quite literally, the National Armed Forces of Venezuela are led by General Vladimir Padrino Lopez. He doesn't really like the West that much. Neither does this other guy. Well, let's just call him Cabello. Some people will say Cabello. Some people say Cabello. I don't know. But anyway, this guy also doesn't like the West that much. Problem with this is if people like this who have power, either running the armed forces of the entire country or leading the interior services like spies and special forces, these are very powerful people. And if they get propped up by Russia and or China or both of them together, the United States isn't going to get a drop of oil. Russia and China might be looking to pick up some of that oil. So all of that benefit could go towards them. Now, Trump threatens a second wave, but this is where we're a little bit in a quagmire. Before we start getting excited about all this oil wealth, we got to realize, yes, we overthrew an illegitimate dictator. Okay, the public election showed 2 times as many votes as the illegitimate dictator got, went to the opposition. Yet they didn't care. They ignored the results of the election, seized and maintained power of the military, and maintained control of Venezuela. So that's how you get an illegitimate president, aka a dictator. So what do we find from another example? Okay, like time-wise, because that would be a bad example, right? But what's another example? Iraq. Let's go to Iraq. If we go to Iraq post Saddam Hussein, so Operation Iraqi Freedom, we go to like 2001, 2, 3, we look in that era, we can see that oil production actually plummeted from before of about 2.2 million barrels of oil per day. We saw a plummet all the way down to less than half of that. And then look how long it took to recover back to the production levels of where they were. It took until 2011, which means it took 7 to 10 years, depending on where you really measure from, to actually get oil production just back to where it was. To actually see meaningful growth probably took another 3 to 4 years after that. So in other words, it could take 10 to 15 years to actually really see this deflation. That's why I say I think it's too soon to cheer. Yay, recession's canceled. Like short term, this doesn't do anything other than create uncertainty about, okay, so who's going to run Venezuela now? What are China and Russia going to do? Now, some people say that this has everything to do with propping up the value of the dollar or de-dollarization. So we have to break this apart a little bit. So historically, Donald Trump wants a weak dollar. He doesn't want to prop up the dollar. The reason he wants a weak dollar is to incentivize U.S. production because it makes it cheaper for countries to buy our stuff. It makes us more competitive. Now, on de-dollarization, so I don't think he's trying to prop up the dollar, but he might want to preserve the use of the dollar, which is different from the value of the dollar, right? Okay, this is fair. So BRICS, or Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa, they all want to move away from the dollar. They've been talking about this forever. Yeah, it's true. Saddam Hussein wanted to sell oil in euros, and he was overthrown. Although it's not clear that he actually ever ended up settling any oil trades in euros. Gaddafi wanted a gold-backed currency to challenge the US dollar, and he was also overthrown. But it's not clear that they ever actually even had enough gold to pull this off. Maduro wanted to sell oil in yuan, Chinese currency, or renminbi, and he was just removed. Now, all these people had ideas about doing this, but it's unclear. Then there's no evidence that Maduro actually ever did sell oil to the Chinese in yuan. And as of a few years ago, we were still settling over 80% of all the oil trade in the world in US dollars. Saudi Arabia has also talked about settling oil in yuan with China, but Trump has recently really cozied up to them with the AI trade. And let's just say it doesn't seem like a very near-term risk. So de-dollarization might be kind of like preventing that, might be sort of a like little bonus, but I don't think that was the real motivator here. Oil infrastructure, big money motivator. Drug trade, probably the legal argument and justification you use, kind of like how there were weapons of mass destruction in the Middle East, but we don't need to go there. And so the biggest risk now is a power vacuum. That somebody either like Russia or China or even just a local liberation army, like, oh, I don't know, how about the Colombian Marxist National Liberation Army and their guerrillas who were allied with Maduro end up coming in to seize power. That would be bad. So fragmentation and leadership are the greatest risks right now. The idea that we're going to suddenly pay off our national debt rapidly by turning all of this into cash tomorrow without tanking the oil market, it's a cool tweet, but it's far-fetched. This is about decades of deflation. This really has nothing to do with the very near term. This will take years. But for the rest of your life, Venezuela might be not just pumping oil, but pumping deflation. Why not advertise these things that you told us here?
And all right, I can go to. I'm down for the long-term plan. I ain't nothing wrong with that. But all right, guys, we're gonna go ahead and close out on this one, man. I appreciate all you guys for coming up. All right, guys, we're gonna go ahead and end on a couple clips. Appreciate the support, guys. This is Set with Set Media, guys, and I'll catch you guys on the next one. And make sure you like and subscribe to the channel. All right, guys, peace.
Trump has no plan going forward in Venezuela. Yes, he does. Then what is it? You think he's going to tell you? I mean, strategic ambiguity is important. You don't want to tip your hand, but Trump said all options remain on the table. What, just continuing this crusade of taking over nations? Trump is now saying Greenland is necessary for national security. Marco Rubio suggested Cuba maybe next too. Let's focus on Venezuela. Your knees are ahead of your skis, bud. Trump has said the U.S. will run Venezuela for the time being. Okay, what does that mean? Like we arrest Maduro and his wife? Cool, unconstitutional, but we'll look past that for a second. No one like Maduro, but now his vice president and longtime ally, Delcy Rodriguez, is the interim president. So what really changed? Well, Trump said behind closed doors, she said she'll do whatever we need. Well, in public, she's completely dismissed that. She condemned the U.S. attack, calling it an illegal kidnapping, demanding the release of Maduro, calling him still the righteous leader of Venezuela, and asserting that Venezuela will never be a colony of any foreign power. Look, there was a report in the Miami Herald in October that Delcy and her brother have been quietly promoting themselves as more acceptable to the U.S. than Maduro, so I wouldn't put too much weight into her political statement. She has to play politics, but there's stuff happening behind the scenes, and I guarantee you a plan is set forth. Great guarantee, but Trump has not ruled out further strikes in Venezuela with more boots on the ground, and this is the concern with regime change wars. We've seen this in Iraq, Libya, Afghanistan. The U.S. takes out their leadership, and everyone says, yay, U.S. military is the best military in the world, and bad guy gone. And then every time the leader is replaced by someone worse, and the U.S. doesn't want to take a loss, so it turns into a forever war. Well, so far so good on speed of action. Trump's arrest of Maduro took less than a day, not one service member killed, and Marco Rubio kind of laid out today how we ensure our success. There is still a complete embargo on Venezuela oil, and our military is still in the Caribbean, and we will continue seizing oil tankers in and out of Venezuela in pursuant of court orders, and this will decimate the Venezuelan economy as a quarter of their GDP and 90 to 95% of their exports are dependent on oil, mostly to China. Oh, great. So we're going to destroy their economy to ensure the Maduro clone complies with whatever we want. And if they don't, Cal, then what? Are we going to fully invade and put our men and women's lives at risk until they do? We have a chokehold on their economy. This will force compliance, and I'm sure behind the scenes, Delcy Rodriguez knows this. The opposition leadership there has majority backing, and if Delcy doesn't comply with us, the people of Venezuela may undergo their own 1776 moment. It just seems you're all over the place. The U.S. is in charge, but actually we're dependent on Maduro's vice president and clone to do exactly as we say, and if not, either our service members or the Venezuelan people will rise up. Don't worry, it's all under control. Cuba and Greenland, you're not. I think the initial literal perfection of the arrest of Maduro and his wife shows this administration knows what they're doing, and we will all be pleased with the results. Okay, thank you, Mr. No New Wars. We're not in a war. Great, let's just play with the English language. I'm gonna have to come up with a new word for you. Stu? All right, your turn, Dom.
The man of knowledge must be able not only to love his enemies, but also to hate his friends. It sounds almost blasphemous in a world where we're taught that friendship is sacred and hatred is poison. And yet there's a profound truth hiding in these words that most of us are too uncomfortable to acknowledge. To love your enemies requires seeing beyond the surface, recognizing the humanity in those who oppose you, finding understanding where instinct demands rejection. But to hate your friends, that's the more difficult task. It means being willing to stand in opposition to those you care for when they are wrong. It means refusing to let affection blind you to falsehood. The person who seeks knowledge cannot afford the luxury of unconditional agreement. They must be willing to challenge even those ideas that come from beloved sources. They must recognize when loyalty becomes complicity, when friendship becomes an echo chamber. The pursuit of knowledge demands that we see the world and the people in it as they truly are. And sometimes that means loving what hurts us and questioning what comforts us. It's not easy, but then again, truth never is.